Okay, so we are on the roll call.
Mayor Robertson. Councillor Louis is not in the chamber. Councillor Stevenson, not in the chamber. Councillor Deal. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Reimer is in the chair. Councillor Maggs. Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr is not in the chamber. Councillor Affleck. And Councillor DeGenova. You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So we're just going to do a bit of agenda sorting out before we get started. We had a lot of items referred from yesterday and a press conference we're working around this morning. So let's start with the only report on the agenda that does not have a presentation or speakers registered, which is item 2, council remuneration and expenses. Does anyone want to hold that item? Okay, seeing none, I will ask for it's a receive for information. So would someone like to move to receive item 2 for information? Thank you, Councillor Deal. Anyone opposed to that? Seeing none, that passes. So item 2, 2015 council remuneration and expenses has been passed. So the next thing, sorry, Councillor Carr, are you okay? Okay, so it has been received for information, which brings us to the rest of the agenda. We have a lot of important stuff. I'm going to suggest, for the sake of efficiency and hearing from everyone who needs to be heard from, working around press conferences and other schedules, that we vary the agenda to move item 1 to the end, which would allow Mr. Dublavoni to start off with Burrard Bridge. And then we would need Mr. Dubravoni to be able to take an hour-long break, in which we would email questions to Mr. Paul Storer, move on with the rest of the agenda, and then Mr. Dubravoni would come back and we'd finish that item. So if that's... Thank you very much, Councillor Deal. Any comments on the amended agenda? Hearing none, I paid him before. No, I'm kidding. I gave him nothing. So I do need to just take a vote. Anyone opposed to the amended agenda? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. So that brings us to item number 3, which is the first item on our agenda. Welcome, Mr. Dubravoni.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of Council. And I appreciate the flexibility. If we can bring up the PowerPoint presentation. So the council report before you is a standard procurement report for the construction at Burrard Bridge. But because this is such a large overall project, we're working hard to coordinate our construction throughout the city. And so this is a prime example of that, where we have some fundamental work, core work that needs to be done on the bridge. But at the same time, at the north intersection, the intersection of Pacific and Burrard, it's our second highest collision location in the city. So while we're doing work on the bridge for a period of up to 18 months, that's an ideal time to also make the safety improvements at Burrard and Pacific. And while we're making safety improvements at the intersection of Burrard and Pacific, and while we're doing the infrastructure work on the bridge, that's also an ideal time to do the water and sewer work that's badly needed on Burrard Street as far south as 16th Avenue. So I just thought I'd take a moment to walk through that overall project, because we're coordinating that whole corridor. So the scope of work that's before Council today for approval is the widening of the bridge at the north end, and I'll talk about that. That's to maintain bus and vehicle capacity and truck capacity. It's replaced the concrete fence or the railings on the bridge, which are spalling and past their service life. It's to not only replace but also upgrade the street lighting and bring back some of the heritage lighting that was there originally. Sidewalk replacement, replacing the vehicle containment barriers, means prevention fencing on the bridge, and again, doing a lot of that work with the Heritage Commission. So at the north end of the bridge, there's a widening portion in order to maintain bus, truck, and vehicle capacity into the city. And so the widening is cantilevered out, as you can see in the bottom drawing, where the sidewalks would cantilever out, and then we would have the bike lanes. We would have 2 lanes of traffic southbound, we would have 4 lanes of traffic just into the intersection, which is 2 right turning lanes, and then again on the other side mirroring the bike lanes and the pedestrian sidewalk. For a majority of the bridge, the main span of the bridge, it would be 4 travel lanes, and we would mirror what's there currently on the west side onto the east side. So it's an opportunity to return pedestrians back to the east side of the bridge so they can enjoy the views of Falls Creek. And the 4 lanes of travel lanes are enough for vehicle capacity through the main span. We have followed our standard procurement process where the ITT, the tender, was posted on Bid BC. We received 4 submissions, and after evaluation, Graham Infrastructure is identified as the lowest price tender. And they've done work for us in the past as well. They've also done work on the bridge, so we're happy about that. Graham Infrastructure came in substantially below the other bids, and this was for a large range of work. You'll notice the bid price here is different than the recommendation of $15 million in the council report, and that's because we put in a number of provisional items as well. And so on the core work, they bid lower than what our engineers' estimates were, but for some of those optional provision items, they bid higher than what our estimate was. So we're going to set those aside for the moment, and over the course of the year, we'll take another look at whether we want to re-tender for those, because those prices were not as competitive as we had hoped. Those are for things like the marine fender down at the water and the exterior finish of the bridge that isn't included in this core infrastructure work. So as I said, Graham Infrastructure is a Canadian company headquartered out of Calgary. We're very happy with their bid, and they've done a number of projects for us, including past work on the bridge itself. Construction traffic management is going to be a major issue, so we'll have a very large information campaign going to, as we've done in the past, redirect as much traffic as we can to the Granville Bridge. There's lots of capacity on the Granville Bridge, and we've seen that be very successful in the past. We'll coordinate all the work, both the water and sewer work, the intersection work, and the bridge work, so that the traffic management plans are consistent. We'll provide a minimum of 3 vehicle lanes, 1 two-way sidewalk, and 2 bike lanes throughout the entire construction period over the bridge. And we're also working with, as council is well aware, record levels of development. And there's a number of major development sites at the north end of the bridge in the downtown. And so we're working with each of those developers as well to coordinate their construction activity with our construction activity, which is quite a technical feat. There's also a number of major special events on the bridge, and so we're being sure to coordinate construction with those events so they can be continued and maintain pedestrian access to homes and businesses, because they will be affected as well. Construction should start at the end of this month, and there's a series of components to it, as you'll see, that will extend over the next year and a half at the most. Council requested staff continue engaged. The last time we were here, there were several items that came up: the means prevention fencing on the bridge, accessibility onto the bridge, local lane traffic in the Pacific, Hornby, and Howe neighborhoods, and construction impacts for 1300 block of Burrard. And so I just want to quickly update you on the work that we did, because staff have had several meetings with various partners. Regarding the means prevention fencing, there were a lot of concerns regarding the design and any potential heritage impacts. So we had a series of 4 workshops with a large variety of users, as you can see there. The Heritage Commission, the Heritage Society, the Heritage Foundation, the Urban Design Panel, the film industry, who care deeply about the bridge, Active Transportation Policy Council, the BC Crisis Center, and Vancouver Coastal Health. So we had all of those people in the room for 4 long workshops, and made some tremendous progress in terms of reaching a design that has support. Stakeholders supported a steel picket fence as the best overall option, and it's modified to meet the heritage characteristics of the bridge, and also to be as transparent as possible for people crossing the bridge. And it was an opportunity for us to bring back the heritage style lights. Maybe we'll go to the artist rendering. So these lights were originally on the bridge, and were able, as part of the means prevention fencing, to return those heritage style lights to the bridge. The spacing of the pickets is similar to what you'd see on the Iron Workers Bridge, but the diameter of the bars is thinner. So our expectation is, as you travel over the bridge, you'll be able to look through and see the tremendous views off of the bridge. And that was one of the design criteria that was given to our consultant, to try to make it as least impactful as possible for users crossing the bridge. Another issue we heard about was accessibility, and we met with the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, the Seniors Advisory Committee, and we've had accessibility consultants on our team. Some of the outcomes of those meetings were additional places to rest. There'll be benches out on the bridge itself, providing cues for the visually impaired, where the sidewalk jogs around some of the structural features of the bridge. We'll have complete separation between walking and cycling, to again add this to our all ages and ability network in the city. And also we're clarifying the accessibility designs around our traffic control. And this drawing over the bridge, these are the galleries over the bridge, and we show locations for benches where people can sit. It's also next to the Juliet balconies, which are tremendous viewpoints when you're crossing the bridge. So there's not only an area to stop and take pictures, but also an area to sit and rest, where we have some of the best views. We heard about concerns from the strata councils on the north side about traffic and accessibility into their neighborhood. Our original design showed a closure at Pacific between Hornby and Howe, and there were concerns from residents and concerns also about future shortcutting. So we met with representatives from the stratas and proposed a one-way out northbound. And we sent letters to all the building residents and owners advising them of that, and received support. And so we have revised the design to reflect the concerns we've had. So now it will be a northbound only access to Pacific. We'll also install speed bumps as well to reduce any shortcutting going through that neighborhood, and provided some controls at the intersections as well. Finally, we heard about business impacts to that first block, the 1300 block of Burrard. And we have worked with those businesses in the past. During the Olympics, we had the Olympic lanes dedicated on the curb lane. And so we understand that there are some very important loading areas there for those businesses and parking. And during the Olympics, we had arranged some alternate loading schemes. And so we used that as a starting point. We met directly with the affected businesses and worked out options to provide loading, either temporary or draw attention to permanent loading in a variety of areas. And this, that drawing is coming up, but that's not this drawing. This drawing shows that first the construction will be on the north end of the street, and we'll maintain the two travel lanes. And then after a number of months, we'll shift the construction activity to the other side of the street, maintaining two travel lanes. And this drawing shows all of the loading areas that are available to businesses in the area. And while they're not as good as right in front of their doorstop, there is still loading and parking adjacent. And in particular, there's a laundry here that had some concerns about drop-off. And so as we did with the Olympics, they have access in the back that comes right to their back door. And that's an easy entrance for customers to drop off and pick up. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for adjusting the agenda. And we have the entire staff team here that's been working very hard, and we're happy to answer questions when you resume this item. And again, if you email questions to paulstorer@vancouver.ca, we can go through them when we resume. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Dobavonian. Good time to get downstairs and get on with the press conference. So, Councillor Affleck, you're good to email questions. Okay, so this item will come back at or near 11 o'clock. I'm not going to suspend another item to go back to this one, so we'll finish up whatever we're working on and then go back to it. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to item number 4, which is contract award for the design build of the Killarney Senior Center. We have Andrew Matterson here to give a presentation, I believe, along with Danica. Danica, you're going to do the presentation. I am so sorry. Okay, so we'll start with Danica Jurkovic, who will give a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council. This project has been of great interest to our seniors and many stakeholders as well as Council. So we thought maybe providing a bit of background would be helpful. So basically today we are seeking your approval of the design build contract with our vendor. It's another step in just getting shovels in the ground and getting this project completed. Okay, here we go. So this is for design build contract award, as I mentioned. A bit of history here. Most of you probably aware, 2009 Vancouver Park Board allocated site and land next to Killarney Community Center. In 2010, Senior Center feasibility study was completed, looking at the needs and gaps. In 2011, Council approved $2.5 million. Further, 2013 and 14, province approved another $2.5 million. In 2014, we got successful approval from feds. So it took us a little while, but we got there. Design build budget within context of the full project is $5.9 million, and this vendor proposals is $5.895 million, which made us happy. Total project budget is $7.5 million. The existing Killarney Community Center has 3 major components already, including Community Center built in 1997, Community Pool built in 2006, and third part ice rink that was used successfully for Olympics practice venue in 2010. This is the site location that was reviewed, analyzed, and proposed as the best for this particular need. It will have beautiful views towards the sports fields. We had extensive consultation process with the senior groups, association there, and other partners of interest. In September 2014, bridging consultant team was hired. Just for people who might not be aware, when you do design build process, you typically hire bridging consultant who helped us develop scope, plans and specifications, so we can tender the documents as design build. Those consultants helped us facilitate consultation process as well. In November 2014, programming meetings were held with Killarney Senior Center Building Committee, as well as numerous other community stakeholder groups. In early 2015, we had design meetings, and in March 2015, Building Committee basically endorses and signed off on preferred option. This would show you indicative design that was issued to this vendor. This is not current design proposed by the vendor. We prefer to sign contract with them before kind of sharing that, just to be safe. That's a best practice. However, it's very similar to design that vendor has proposed. What you will notice on there, it's two-level facility. Lower floor plan will show the commercial kitchen in, sorry. Trying to go back. Can you please take me to lower floor plan? Thank you. Commercial kitchen, we did some analysis of existing kitchen that is on second floor community center, and it was proven to be insufficient for the types of programs that seniors do. 2 slides ahead, please, behind. Yeah, perfect, thank you. So the pink area shows the commercial kitchen that we will do, and there will be 3 multipurpose rooms that have ability to open up completely, which provides sufficient space for seniors' needs for lunches and dinners and so on. It's really handy and worth noting that they will have external access and handy dart drop-off in this area directly to the ground floor. So it's anticipated that this ground floor will be used the most as far as activity goes and so on. We were successful also to have field washrooms tucked under because of the grade and slope in the grade, so that sports field users will benefit and have additional public washrooms for their use. And the second level has more multi-purpose rooms as well as really nice rooftop deck that seniors can use for leisure. They can also grow herbs and any other vegetables they may choose to do. We also chose to use universal washrooms in both floors. I think they're a really good fit for seniors, but also for other user groups, be it combination of disabled and escort person or LGBTQ community and so on. So you will notice we are really pushing to phase out a male-female kind of old school model, but rather have universal access. We had some discussions and analysis done on elevator because there is existing elevator in community center and there was concern, do we need another additional one? So we hired a consultant to do study based on loads and use of the new center. We at the end concluded that existing elevator is sufficient based on the future loads for the seniors because the way senior center will function, most of the activities, major activities will be happening on the ground floor. That was basically the reason why we pulled kitchen down to the ground floor. As far as procurement process, what we've done is we issued request for qualification for design builders in February 2015. We received 6 submissions and out of those we shortlisted 3. Ventana, DGS, and Kindred Construction with their own respective consultants. And then we asked them to provide proposal on October 2015. All 3 shortlisted teams submitted proposals, and based on overall criteria and evaluation, we are recommending here that we proceed with signing contract with Ventana Construction Corporation and Taylor Kurtz Architecture and Design. Bid committee approved this recommendation in January this year, and as well as we had successful meeting at the Park Board on Monday where it was unanimously approved as well. Just a kind of brief background on how we evaluate these. It's somewhat a different process than what people are used to when we tender for design bid build. We review technical requirements and look at non-compliances as well as commercial requirements, which is basically cost. These are proposed design renderings. We were quite happy that they managed to integrate this new portion of the building with the existing center, so it doesn't look as add-on. Our planning colleagues were pleased with it too. You'll notice here at the lower floor are those sports field washrooms that are actually adjacent to the sports field here, which will be really useful. As far as sustainability features, this building obviously needs to achieve LEED Gold certification, as is our policy here. But on top of our required 30% reduction in energy consumption, we actually received additional bonus from this component that they'll meet 35%, so additional 5%, which made us happy too. As far as the schedule, basically we're hoping to sign contract this month, condition to council's approval today, and projected timelines are that in June this year we would seek development permit submission, September building permit submission, and that January next year we would start construction. February, March would be construction completion, and in March, just a reminder, March 31st, we have requested deadline from our funding partners as well. A pro for this design build model is that now that everything is resolved and as far as scope goes, a contractor is really able to move fast. So we are quite optimistic that we will be able to beat these deadlines on completion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Exciting to see that moving forward. You do have some questions from council, starting with Councillor Louis.
Really just to thank staff for getting us to this point, given the long time delay between first envisioning this, which predates my time on council. You did a bit of history there, but of course this dates back to Champlain Mall and some allocations that the province had previously made and had shifted in order to build another facility, and it was a tough time for the community, and thanks to the community for sticking in there. I guess the question now is for the development. One of the things that was asked for, I recall clearly after many, many meetings, was of course the rooftop and the kitchen and such, but the elevator, which is absent from this one here. Maybe just explain more clearly how that decision was arrived at for the not having the additional elevator.
Certainly. So we hired both for kitchen as well as for elevator. We hired specialist consultants for elevator to do a study, to do review of the existing elevator as well as the loads today and the future loads for the senior center. He basically worked with our indicative plan designs based on the loads and occupant loads and arrived at a decision and recommendations that there is no need for us to add additional load and additional elevator. It wouldn't be money wisely spent. What he did recommend, however, is to do certain upgrades to existing elevator, which will be part of this project.
And just describe those upgrades?
Yes, so that would be like phone, voice phone in the elevator, particularly our user groups will be seniors, and that's really important. It's really just picking up the code, new code requirements that old buildings wouldn't necessarily have. So it would have a phone installed with new panel as well as the accessibility read of the letters for blind and disabled person. And there was a recommendation to review door technology in 5 to 7 years as well.
And the reason for the door technology?
It's just the technology change. There are new, better technologies today. However, he recommended not to do it now, but rather review in 5 to 7 years.
So just on the load calculation, is it based on maximum occupancy, maximum use?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that there's an opportunity for further upgrades to the elevator as technology changes. How would that come about?
Well, what we are trying to do is to make sure that if there is need from users' perspective, in this particular case, because we have seniors as our user groups, we would be monitoring if there are any new advanced technologies out there that would help and aid.
Is there anything that can be introduced earlier in terms of the service level of the elevator? Like if you have a crush of 100 or so seniors requiring the use of the elevator and it gets backlogged through as a result of that, the number of individuals wanting to use the elevator, is there a way to speed up the elevator and of course still keep it safe, not so fast where it gives you whiplash, but making sure that there's a proper service level and some capacity for that upgrade?
That was the question we asked of consultants basically, and he came back in saying that today's elevator is built in 97 and it's in a good condition, and it will serve the capacity of the future center the way it's being used.
Okay. Can you just remind me what the load capacity per person is for that elevator?
I don't have that in my head, but I can certainly email it to you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. It's not Playland, it's a senior center. Okay, Councillor DiGenova, you are up.
Well, thank you, and I disagree. I think it could be even better than Playland someday for the seniors. That being said, thank you very much. I'd like to thank staff for all of their work, and I also see Ms. Lorna Gibbs and Mr. George Grant here with us today in the front row, and think that certainly this is a happy day for them, and to see the senior center complete, I think will certainly be something that we're all looking forward to. I just have a few questions. First, on the hot topic of the elevator, it may be in good condition and it may serve what we're looking at the center's needs now, as it will be shared between Killarney Community Center and the senior center. But could you tell me what would happen in a situation where the elevator had broken down or was out of service? Seniors wouldn't be able to access portions of the senior center. Is that correct?
Well, theoretically that is correct, but certainly when we have buildings with one elevator and we have many in our portfolio, we look to do work on emergency basis. So I would foresee that being done overnight and immediately. So we're hoping for that not to happen, but yes, you're correct.
But if a senior was on the top floor and the elevator was out of service, we'd have to find another way to get them down unless they wanted to sleep overnight at the center. Is that correct?
Yes, in a way, but
Okay, so I suppose I'd ask, just because we look at sort of all of these new developments and they plan, even new single residential houses can plan for an elevator shaft in the future. Is there any potential to plan for an elevator shaft or an area where that elevator could potentially be added in the future if the need, capacity, and demand was enough? And has that been costed out to make sure that we're planning in advance for that?
Kovic, the city manager or acting city manager had a comment to make.
Thank you. Councillor, there are buildings all over the city that only have one elevator, and if there are problems, the fire department often goes and helps seniors up and down. So I do want to ask Danica to answer your specific question, but I do want to let you know that we do have operational plans in place, because many facilities and only have one elevator, and we help people that need help when there are circumstances. That could be a power outage or a broken elevator or other issues, and that's what we do, and the fire department is very helpful with that. So I just want to let you know there are alternatives to having two elevators.
Thank you. I have a number of other questions. I appreciate that. I don't really see that as the main job of our firefighters if we can avoid that. That being
Councillor Di Genova, this is the Q&A section. So when we get to the opinion section, I would appreciate the opinions
You're
there.
eating
So
up my time, and I have some questions, Madam
actually,
Chair.
I'm not eating up
Okay.
your time.
Could you stop the time while you speak, please? Thank you.
So, Mr. Kovic, there was a question on the floor around the specific elevator. We had the city manager answer the broad question. Did you want to add anything on the specific elevator? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of council, I just wanted to add that the city, through its procurement strategies, also has citywide elevator servicing contracts that look at maintaining our elevators in a proper manner. So there is that proactive step that we're taking, because it's always a balancing of costs for that unseen risk against having, extra costs for running two elevators. So it is that balancing, but we try to proactively manage that through our servicing of all the elevators and dealing with them on a proactive basis.
Great, and I just have two more questions. The first question is regarding areas in the center where revenue can be generated for the seniors. I know that initially that's something the seniors were looking at, to be able to supplement the lunches that they'll provide at a discount. Will there be space in this center that after hours could be rented out to other groups to generate revenue, as we see at some of our other community centers? I'm just wondering if that's something that we've looked at to, supplement and make sure that we're funding the programs that the seniors would like to provide. For instance, I know Kerrisdale does a $2 lunch, and it gets harder and harder to provide that now. So if you could answer that, and I'll just throw my other question in case I run out of time, and that is, could you please comment on the choice to move forward with the design build instead of moving forward with, I know the federal government, in the $2.5 million that they had allocated, there was about $238,000 that could be used towards architectural drawings. Where was the decision made to go with the design build instead of moving forward with having an architect draw up plans and then bid on a contract for construction that way? Thank you.
okay, so back to your first question. Yes, there is certainly opportunity for use of space, multi-use of space. That's the main reason why we like building senior centers adjacent to community centers, because their need and time throughout the day are very different than, say, youth. So we are hoping that actually center will be utilized to 100%. And for many activities, anything from community centers needs, youth groups needs, and or potential revenue streams. As far as your second question, design build is just another method of delivering projects, and it's not something we typically have done here. We've done it on smaller projects like field houses. There was interest, however, to try it on major project, and we committed to give it a go and measure and provide metrics and report back just to have that experience. Not sure your comment around feds and amount of architectural fees. I don't know that that had anything to do with it. Yeah.
No, but Mr. Adjula appears to have understood the question properly. I think it came up in some form yesterday.
So, Madam Chair, Council, we look at various procurement strategies, and this was one we really wanted to test out because we want to see the effectiveness of our procurement strategies for the delivery of facilities. With respect to federal funding, we have the money in place, and the design fees are actually picked up in the design build contract, so we are going to be seeking, an appropriate contribution on that.
Great. Okay, let's move on to Councillor Ball.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, no,
Thank you so
should have
much, and
noticed.
thank you for your full explanation. I do appreciate it. I just had one quick question, which is throughout the process of the build, will there be a committee of the seniors who are able to be escorted in when, obviously safely, hard hats and all, and to be able to see the progress of the building as it moves forward? Is that a possibility?
Yes, of course. We have had long tradition of working very closely to stakeholders, building community associations and building committees to keep them as part of the process, yes.
So that executive will be able to sort of shepherd the process or see it as it develops. And obviously, everybody's extremely excited that this is moving forward.
Yes,
so I just wanted to make sure that involvement would continue throughout.
Most certainly will, and we'll need them, particularly on the last stage of the project when we start looking at the furniture and equipment, and at that time, user groups' input is invaluable. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Louis, you were pretty close to time. Did you have more questions?
I'm prepared to move the motion, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to, for the sake of using the system properly, move us over to the main queue, which requires you to press again. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Louis, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm very pleased, of course, Madam Chair, to move the motion, having worked on this for my entire terms of office. One of the first meetings I took was with Keith, my friend Keith Jacobson, on this matter. Very tenacious, and of course, Keith and I have a bit of history as co-workers from many years ago as well. It was compelling at the time for us to have. It was compelling to me when we had that conversation about why it was important to have the senior center in this area, but that it was unfair what had happened previously as well. And so I took on the task, and there was some challenges, of course, for the first couple of terms. First term was trying to get the bearings of how to secure some funding, first of all. Second term, well, we were stalled for an entire term, in my opinion. And then I want to thank the members of council that were there as part of this council that supported my request to you. That would be Councillor Meggs and Jang and Reimer and Deal that are in the chambers today, in the request that we set aside $2.5 million to make this a possibility by leveraging provincial and federal monies. And thankfully, it happened. It took a bit of time. The province was first with a partial contribution, and with a subsequent one as well, and the federal government came to the table as well. I do also want to highlight that it took a lot of work behind the scenes by Lorna and others in the community to put the pressure, successive governments, provincial and federal, in order to make that happen. And so it's no small feat that, when a little coffee table or conversation with Keith ended up with this large leveraging, and it couldn't have happened without people like Councillor Stevenson, who's just walked in the room, who also supported the initiative to try to leverage federal and provincial monies to the table. I do also want to recognize the Park Board of the day, who was also first to the table in terms of putting the land and making that available through the Park Board. And I think it was Chair Raj Hundal at the time that helped to shepherd that through and make sure that the Park Board was amenable to that. So this is a good day for us that we're able to move this to the state. I look forward to very quick and timely construction. I know that it will be a great facility when it's built, and I look forward to cutting that ribbon at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm stunned. I was kind of thinking that this center might be done by the time I was a senior at the rate it was going. But first of all, I'd like to thank Lorna Gibbs and her team, Keith Jacobson, George Grant, and all of the seniors who fought tirelessly for this. And when I didn't see Lorna on the speakers list, I figured we were doing something right and we were moving forward. So I appreciate seeing her sitting in the front row here with a smile on her face. So I hope that's a sign that the seniors are very happy with this. I'd also like to thank the federal government, especially MP Wei Young, who moved forward quickly. And I know that the new MP for Vancouver South, who's also our Minister of Defense, Harjit Sajan, is also very dedicated to the senior center, and we'll see that moving forward. So their contribution of $2.5 million. Suzanne Anton was instrumental in making sure that she fought at the provincial level for the funding. First, she came to the table with a donation of, I believe it was 1.3, and then sort of topping that up with another 1.2 to make sure that they came with $2.5 million. So I'd really like to thank Suzanne, who fought here as a Vancouver City Councillor for this, and as well at the provincial level. I'd also like to thank Ainsley Kwan and the Killarney Community Centre Association, who've also worked so hard with the seniors to make sure that this centre would be a reality and have come to the table through that. And this centre won't just serve the Killarney area. This will serve 27,000 plus seniors in East Vancouver. So this will be a destination centre. And mark my words, I will be watching this because I do think we will need another elevator in the future. And I think that that's great. I think that it's great that this centre will be used to capacity. I also think that it's great that there will be programming and affordable lunches, and that staff have really thought through ways to generate revenue to make sure that this centre sustains itself. I also would like to say that as Councillor Louis had said, this has certainly been a labor of love for myself as a former Park Board Commissioner. I can't count on my hands the number of motions I've put forward or inquiries regarding this centre, and moving forward with a number of my colleagues, including Commissioner John Cooper, who had seconded many of my motions at the Park Board, and Councillor Elizabeth Ball, who certainly, as one of the liaisons to the Seniors Advisory Committee here at the city, pushed for this at City Council. So I think that we all are working together. I'm hoping this will be a unanimous decision. I'd like to thank Councillor Louis for moving the motion. We've had passionate exchanges of words, but at the same time, I think that our hearts are all in the right place, and we want to see this move forward. So I hope that Lorna will be able to use that shovel I gave her at a meeting very soon, and we'll see shovels in the ground, and I'm looking forward to seeing her cut that ribbon. So thank you very much, and I'd also just like to take a moment, last but not least, to thank our staff. Danica, you've done an outstanding job. I'd also like to thank Mr. Ojla. Mr. Bromley, he has seen it. He has seen this project through, many visits to Killarney Community Centre and with the seniors, so thank you very much for all of your work. And I'd like to thank the Park Board that passed this decision unanimously, I understand, on Monday night, and really saw this project through, and that's the reason it's coming here to us today. So I'm very much looking forward to that ribbon being cut and to enjoying a meal. I will pay full price for mine at the Senior Center sometime soon. So thank you to all of our staff for the wonderful work on this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Ms. Jurkovic, I'm sorry, I should have told you off the top, we're done with questions, so you're welcome to stay there, but if you want to sit down, it's up to you. Councillor Ball, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. This is a triumph. It's a triumph of citizens who didn't give up, and worked with all levels of government. And I do know that everyone on our council has been extraordinarily supportive of moving forward with this project. And it truly is exciting to think that very shortly we'll all be able to go to the senior center and to celebrate with the seniors and those of us who will be there as seniors, and to be able to really celebrate the triumph of the people who didn't give up. Thank you.
Thank you for that concise speech, Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think that Councillor DiGenova has done a good job on mentioning all the people to thank. I won't repeat that, but just to say that this, as Councillor Ball said, is truly a testimony and truly a reflection of the important advocacy work that citizens do in moving governments forward to supply the things that they need. And truly this centre answers a need. My mom is 92. She and my dad, when he was alive, daily, every lunch at their senior center, and what a difference it made in their lives. So I really thank those people who have worked forward. One thing I wanted to mention as well, though, is I'm very happy to see that this building has been designed with a very green bent to it, and that staff pushed to make it even greener, so that there's been a 35% reduction over the building code's requirements on energy and things like water conservation on the roof, and the kind of ventilation of fresh air into the building that keeps people healthy. So thank you all, staff and citizens, senior levels of government, for their work on this.
Great. Councillor Deal.
Yes, thank you. I'm not prone to pile on speakers list, but in this case, my very first meeting as a Park Board Commissioner in 2002, when I was elected, was with Keith, in fact, and it was about this center. And he had a big brown envelope full of facts and figures and arguments, and Lorna and I met very soon thereafter and started talking about this. And that was, so let's call it early 2003. So let's call it 13 years ago. Congratulations, and thank you to staff and everybody who helped make this happen. You're tireless. And looking forward to watching you cut that ribbon and walk into that place that you helped make happen, all of you in the Killarney neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. All I can say is it's probably the most eloquent set of speeches that I have ever heard on a contract design build award in council. So can't wait to see the opening. I know Lorna would love to respond, but I don't have that opportunity. I feel like I really should. Is okay, with leave of council, if you wanted to say a few words, Ms. Gibbs, I know you've worked quite tirelessly on this, and I feel like we at least owe you that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. I just want to say that there were hundreds of people on the team. Not all of them were here, but they were backing me 100% and looking to you. And I want to thank you all very, very much. The councils have gone before you, and Parks Board Commissioners as well. And the staff
Nice.
has been wonderful, responsive, and I look forward to the next step, the next chapter, and we hope to entertain you at the Senior Centre early in 2018, if not before, and promise you a good lunch. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Lorna. Councillor Louie, did you want the last word, or are you going to leave it at that? You moved the motion. It's your prerogative. Okay, good. Then I will move us to the voting queue. Councillor DiGenova, yep, okay. Okay, so that is unanimous. So onwards, thank you to all the staff for that and to the community. Exciting. I'm looking forward to that lunch. Okay, equally as exciting, although, well, I guess many years in the making as well, is the approval of the BIA renewals and expansions, item number 5 on the agenda. So we have Mr. Vaseboard here, who I know you're all familiar with, who will, I believe, give us a presentation on the report and some information that's important for us to have about the approvals. Welcome, Mr. Vaseboard.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. In consideration of time today, I'll will limit my remarks to 5 minutes. Representatives from the 6 BIAs are in attendance today to address council briefly or simply answer any questions council may have. This report combines recommendations for renewal of 5 BIAs, Hastings Crossing, Kerrisdale, Kitsilano 4th Avenue, West Broadway, and West End, and those are recommendations A to E in the report, and for a proposed 5-block expansion of the Mount Pleasant BIA along Main Street from 7th Avenue north down to 2nd Avenue, which is recommendation F. The recommendations are intended to be severable so that if any of the renewal or expansions are not approved, the other applications may proceed. Some quick background. The BIA societies are required to make the case for their respective applications to the affected property owners and business tenants by way of what we call an outreach process that may include the following. Surveys to identify owner and business priorities and issues and identify possible support or opposition. Distribution of materials and or holding meetings to discuss the proposal, review potential costs, and receive feedback. In the case of BIA renewal, the final proposal and budget are voted at the BIA's AGM. The proposal and budget are reflected in the subsequent city notification that we do to the owners and businesses. In the case of expansion, the final expansion proposal and budget are distributed by the BIA for information to expansion area owners and businesses. The proposal and budget are reflected in the subsequent city notification to the expansion area owners and businesses. The proposal is also voted by existing BIA area members, but only at the BIA's AGM. So the BIA has conducted outreach to owners and businesses in mid-2015. The BIA general meetings were held in September 2015, and on November 17, 2015, staff reported to Council on the results of the BIA outreach efforts. At that time, Council approved commencement of BIA renewal and BIA expansion Council initiatives and instructed staff to notify all the owners of parcels liable to be assessed. The notification describes the initiative, the designated area, the estimated annual levy, and provides a 1-month statutory period for registration of objections to the renewal or expansion. While the Vancouver Charter does not require notification of business tenants, Council policy has been to notify the business tenants as well. Under the Council initiative process, individuals opposed to a BIA Council initiative are advised to mail letters of objection addressed to City Clerk. The submission deadline for objections was 5 p.m. January 22nd, 2016. As all notifications were mailed to owners in the first week of December and hand-delivered to businesses by mid-December, recipients had more than the statutory 30 days to respond. Under the Vancouver Charter, a BIA application may be approved if not more than 1/2 of the property owners, representing not more than 1/2 of the property value, file notices of objection. However, because the Council initiative process requires owners to respond to a notification, Council's policy has been to consider denying a BIA application where more than 1/3 of the property owners, representing 1/3 of the assessed property value, and counted separately 1/3 of the business tenants, object. Staff have now tabulated letters of objection received in response to the BIA Renewal and Expansion Council initiatives. To summarize the results, none of the BIA notifications resulted in letters of objection sufficient in numbers of property owners or assessed property value or numbers of businesses to defeat the respective BIA applications. And specifically for the proposed Mount Pleasant expansion area, objections were received from 3 business tenants comprising 7% of the 44 expansion area businesses. It's a fairly small expansion. One of the 24 owners, representing less than 2% of the commercial assessed value, objected to the proposed expansion. So this brings us to the speakers. For each initiative, as I've said, there's a representative of the BIA here to either make some brief remarks to Council or simply to be here to answer any questions Council may have. Are there any questions before we proceed with the speakers?
There are at least one counselor with questions. Counselor Deal.
No, Mr. Vancouver actually answered my question in his comments. I'll save my comments for the end.
Great. Okay, so I will advance you off. Last call for questions to Mr. Raceford. Seeing none, we can start with the speakers. Thank you very much. So first up, we have Mr. Landon Hoyt. Since I don't think we've had speakers yet today, for all of your benefit, maximum 5 minutes at the microphone. You may get questions from council afterwards or opinions, but I'll try to keep them to questions. You may or may not answer as you see fit, and that's it. Welcome.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, councillors, for having us here today. I just want to give some super quick remarks regarding Hastings Crossing BIA. We were established as the first social innovation BIA in Canada, meaning that we work to find opportunities to bridge the wants and needs of business and property owners with the local residents, community groups, and social enterprises in the downtown east side. Through a range of programming and working with many community organizations, we've created many low-barrier job opportunities for low-income residents and found ways to reflect their ideas and abilities alongside the ideas of our member businesses and property owners. And that comes through art, public events, public space stewardship, and dialogues about the future of the neighborhood. We're fully aware of the challenges and opportunities that change brings within our own neighborhood. Hastings Crossing has maintained a clear and consistent position that we would partner with businesses and residents in order to shape a more inclusive economy with safe and welcoming streets. This has included advocacy to protect affordable business space, tamper speculation and property tax hotspots. We've created a neighborhood safety patrol with our friends at Mission Possible that is compassionate and culturally competent rather than overbearing and heavy-handed. We've also worked as a partner with the Downtown Eastside Street Market as it continues to build capacity and deal responsibly with issues, giving street vendors a safe and well-organized venue to engage in venture opportunities. We've created a community-wise program that was designed in partnership with Carnegie Community Action Project, Local BC, and Potluck Cafe's Recipes for Success program to help businesses access resources available to them to better integrate themselves into the neighborhood through social purchasing and impact hiring programs. So I hope that you'll see the value in our BIA and the work that we do in our community and approve our renewal as we continue to work and strengthen the community economic development in the downtown east side. Thank you so much.
Mr. Hoyt, thank you. Sorry. We do have questions from Councillor Carr. Give me 1 sec here. Okay, you're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and presenting. I'm just curious about the fact that you were the first social enterprise BIA.
Innovation, yes.
And if your story and your successes have been communicated to other BIAs, not just within our city, but elsewhere, and if you're seeing that the approach you're taking to local economic development and business opportunities is catching on elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, we are a little bit different than the other BIAs, traditional BIAs. We do serve the traditional roles that other BIAs in the city do in terms of, joint marketing and advocacy on behalf of our business and property owners. But yes, we do have that social mandate, and we do, and a lot of it's just because of the neighborhood that we're in, and we value that, and we want to be a part of the community as much as we can. But yes, I mean, many of the other BIAs in the audience today, we have a BIA partnership that we meet monthly with, and we share our ideas and communicate what we're doing and work together on lots of things. We did, this is our first renewal, so we will have been around for 5 years come April 1st. So we were awarded an award at the BIA BC conference last year, I believe. I just started last summer. I took over for Wes Regan, who now works for the city. But yeah, we received an award for our Hastings tree nursery project, which we worked with Strathcona BIA on as well. And they have a lot of similar programs and policies as well.
Well, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's it for questions.
Awesome.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Jane McFadden from the Kitsilano BIA wearing the color of the day. Thank you for that.
Happy Pink Shirt Day. Madam Chair and Council, thanks for fitting us in. I know I've got 5 minutes. I'm going to keep it to 1. I just wanted to highlight the Kitsilano West 4th Ave BIA, which is 8 blocks from Fur to Balsam, and we represent 259 businesses. We're going for our 5-year renewal, and we're asking for a modest increase of 5%, just so that we can deal with inflation. It was important for my board of directors to keep the same cost and the same levy for the next 5 years. We worked with our community partners, the Kitsilano Community Center and Kits House. I know you all know about Kitsilano, our signature event. Councillor Deal is already dancing over there. I invite you all to join us July 9th this year to celebrate the 6th annual Kitsilano event, which is 10 blocks long. I've asked city staff, just so you all know, to expand to 11 blocks this year so we can include our entire BIA. It's 150,000 people we think that we had last year, which is fantastic. 8 stages, 55 bands. It's a great event, and we're very thankful for your support on that event. We have obviously other seasonal events like Fashion on 4th and our 'Tis the Season event. Our lighting project was huge for us. It was 5 years in the making, and thank you, Councillor Deal, for pushing that through. We have a limited supply of hydro on our street, and it took many, many years to figure out what the capacity load was, but we did. And I think we got them in, last date of install was December 22nd, 2014. So we just snuck in there before Christmas, so thank you. For the next 5 years, we're going to obviously continue with Kitsilano, our signature event, and our other events, as well as we'd love to see some public art and continue beautifying our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have provoked questions from Councillor Deal.
I was on there first. Thank you for coming out, and you've mentioned some of the things I was going to mention, but I was going to ask a little bit about the public art. Thank you for approaching me with your interest in that. We're putting together a group of people from BIAs, and I haven't done the mail out to all the BIAs yet, and I apologize for that, around mural interests. So would you be interested in potentially being involved in discussing with the city how we can best enable you to have as many murals as you want in your BIA?
Sure. We don't have any at the moment on West 4, so I invite any. I mean, I'm excited about the utility boxes that we were just informed about a couple of weeks ago. So any public art, I think, is important, murals included.
Okay. We'll make sure you get that email shortly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, great. That's it for questions. Thank you. Next up, Michelle Burrell, who I haven't seen here today. Oh, there you are right there. I'm sorry. You're in my staff sight line.
My code isn't bright enough. Thank you very much. I just want to speak very briefly to our budget increase, because we have, for our first 5-year term as a BIA, operated at the second smallest budget of 22 BIAs in the city. It's been a bit of a challenge, but we've been really resourceful through partnerships and the support of our members to do things like street lighting and banners, a business directory, social media, movie in the park, supporting Greek Day. We even made a video. Please check it out on our Facebook page. And done what we can with the current budget level that we have, but with the new budget, we're very excited to be able to implement members' feedback for things like more street lighting, also celebrating longtime businesses that will be illustrated on our banners this year, our own street festival that will support health and wellness, including mental health, and really involve all of the service practitioners we have that are involved in health and wellness. And also murals, we'd be very excited to partner on murals, street art, and also continue working together with the city, with organizations like VEC, with Tourism Vancouver, and with our fellow BIAs. We meet monthly, and we have working groups that work together and share best practices. So thank you very much for your support. And any questions?
There are no questions, but I did want to let you know you got a beautiful level of support from the Kitsilano Community Center Association. It was really yeah, it was really lovely and appreciated to understand that connection and the support you're giving them.
Thank you. It's happening over time, but all the community groups are really synergizing, and it's a great feeling. So thank you.
Great. Okay, next up, Stephen Reagan. Did I get it right? Yes, you and Wes. One's a Regan, one's a Reagan. It's so is a challenge. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm joined here today with our board chair, Michel Duprat, who's joining. I think he's wearing pink or close to. And yeah, we're thrilled to be in front of you again. Just going to take the opportunity quickly to highlight the great pieces that that go along with being a BIA and working with the city. There's a couple of areas that we know we're going to work on together with you, and then kind of summarize and thank you for the opportunity to renew the BIA. The relationship we have with the city, the board of directors takes very seriously, and when we went through the expansion last time, the board hit the reset button about partway through, and part of what they want to do is have a long-term strategy. So 5 years is good, but more like 10 and 20 years. So we appreciate working with the city with those long-term views in mind. The key for us was to be strategic and credible through all the things that we do, and ultimately effective. We organize ourselves in 3 areas, and this is the strategic kind of framework we rolled out for our members. We're definitely in the promotion business, which includes tourism and online and events and branding the neighborhood. We were really thrilled that the designation of greatest neighborhood in Canada came up, because it really speaks to where we're at a really good spot, but it means we sweat the details. It's all about the details in the West End, because there's a lot of great things, but it's now the little pieces that need to work well. Revitalization is another key area in addition to promotions, and then the board takes very seriously its role in governance and administration, and they want to be the best they can be in those areas. Just quickly, the top issues are some of the rub points that you're going to be hearing from us and over the next 5 years. Certainly the property tax and the assessments and the red tape, you hear that from us regularly, and we really appreciate Councillor Meggs and Councillor Louis taking the lead on sort of understanding what we're going to do in this new environment that does impact retail streets, commercial streets. The West End plan, quite excited about that plan. We're working hard. I had a recent conversation, good conversation, productive conversation with Councillor Stevenson. We're excited about the Jim Diva Plaza. We're just into the details. We're just trying to get it right. The Denman Street, many of you will have noticed that, it's not as easy as it can be to kind of retail these streets, do a good job, work with the property owners and the businesses to find the right mix. We're working very hard on that front. St. Paul's Hospital, as St. Paul's looks to move out of the West End, we want to land it here with you first, that we do see that real estate as part of the West End, as part of something as it evolves that needs to be integrated into the business community of the West End, but significantly Davie Village. We were just outside happily bumping into the media scrum for bike share. Oh, hi Jerry. Hi folks. How's it going? And we're that area where we do have a cluster of bike shops. They do service the tourism industry. We are very concerned about mitigating those impacts. And again, it's the details. And we know we want to work with your team very closely, and we understand this is a part of a bigger vision for council and the city. We just always appreciate being in the loop and being allowed to provide our input in a very constructive and positive way. It just will, from time to time, it creates rub points, but I think that's what you expect from your BIAs, to let you know where the pressure points are and to help work through solutions. So just in closing, we're thrilled to be a partner with the city. It's the most important relationship we have as a BIA outside of our property owner and business relationships. The board is 100% supportive of what we're doing. I appreciate the relationship I have with the board that's very strong, and equally I appreciate all the relationships we have with city council and staff. It's a great working environment. There's lots of opportunity for us to make positive contributions to the city, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Ms. Regan, for all the work that you do. I'm glad you mentioned other things because I was going to comment on your leadership in the Jim Diva Plaza and how well that is appreciated, as well as the research you do for the West End. You did for the West End plan, and that it's very useful for the city to have an organization like the West End BIA do that kind of groundwork research and then incorporate it into the plan. So my question is really arising out of that, and what you plan to do. I mean, there's the move of St. Paul's Hospital is a big change in the plan, and so I'm wondering how you plan to follow that up within the BIA in terms of just how do you plan to follow that up?
Yeah, like lots of, like bike share, like St. Paul's, there's sort of a, our assessment's hard to know all the details. It's probably slightly net negative for the neighborhood, for the business community, with all the, offices that support St. Paul's, all the patients, all of the workers who utilize, Davie Village in particular and others. We don't know what's going to go into that space. That'll be important. We've talked to groups like the DVA and others about, is there innovative job space in that? What's left on site? So there's lots of work to be done. We've let St. Paul's and others know that, we weren't thrilled that they're leaving the neighborhood, that we did a big West End plan with them in mind, and now it's going to leave a little bit of a, not a little bit, but a fairly big question mark in terms of jobs and employment center. But, if the city is supportive of it and is working through the plans, we'll just do the best we can to mitigate the negatives and take advantage of the opportunities. And we think there could be some opportunities. We'd like to have that conversation about what kind of employment center could land in that space, or is it just going to be retail on the bottom level and condos on the top, so.
Right. Apropos of that, Providence, who owns that site, is looking for a input into what kinds of healthcare services will remain in the downtown and the West End area. So I'm wondering if they've got public meetings that are going on, and I'm wondering if the West End BIA is actually encouraging membership to go to those meetings. Are you having discussions about that in terms of being part of the group of people aiming to influence the decision in the end of what services remain?
We work very close, for example, the West End seniors. We work very closely. They also happen to have a thrift store in the area, so they're members of ours, and so we collaborate. A lot of what they're asking for in terms of services and palliative care and other emergency services, we're fully aligned with the neighborhood on providing services there. Our urban planning committee discusses St. Paul's on a regular basis, and one of the things we landed, if indeed the Providence wants to go from the highest point in the downtown peninsula on Rock down to one of the lowest points in a Falls Creek, that's their business. I'm sure they'll be able to design the location appropriately. It seems a shame to us that we could have made the location in the downtown work. Having said that, we want to land some things, and we've even suggested organizations like Community and the West End Seniors who are looking for space, this development opportunity may be a really good opportunity to land some of those community facilities in the neighborhood. Some of those groups are really struggling with space that doesn't work, and this creates a really big opportunity for the city because it's a city block. Yeah. It's a big it's a big move. So we we're in the mix. We're communicating with our members, and we're at the table with St. Paul's.
Thank you.
Great. Councillor Stevenson has questions as well.
Good to see you again.
Yes.
So we talked a lot about the Davie Plaza when we met, and I've since had discussions with staff, and I understand following up with you on this. But one of the areas we also touched on, and you've just mentioned, is Denman Street, and yes. Some of the problems that we've got right now with huge turnover to start with, and a lot of empty storefronts. The one very close to me, Nelson and Denman, has been a brand new building and just sits absolutely empty. So what kind of things, we talked a little bit, are you thinking of in regards to helping with that situation?
You know, we're looking to take a little bit of a page out of what Gastown had done a number of years ago, and we've reached out. I've knocked on doors, and we've reached out to a lot of the property owners. Many of my BIA colleagues will know it's not the easiest connection to make, is to get the decision makers at the table. But that's our plan, is to reach out, get a critical mass of the property owners at the table. And this is where the city plays a big role, because there's carrots and sticks. You know, we could bring some things to the table in terms of, you know, of some coordination on public realm improvement and flower baskets and some transportation decisions that, you know, you can influence. And there's facade improvements and other kinds of things. When the land use was changed on Davie Street, as you know, through the West End plan. And I think there's a card to play there, and I think the city and the BIA have an opportunity over the next, quite frankly, year to get into that space, to meet with the property owners and to come up with a vision. Gastown did that. The property owners got together and they tried to understand what kind of tenants they want. They were willing to take slightly less on the rent, on the lease rates in some cases, to get the right fit. And when they all were on the same page, they would look at a complementary mix of businesses that would generate the demand and the sustainability for the street. So Denman really needs to figure out what it wants to be, and the property owners have a big role to play in that. But a big carrot to get the property owners at the table is working with the city. And I've, in reaching out to you and others, we need to fairly quickly get some of those levers understood and in place and at the table, and to entice those property owners to the table in a meaningful way. And I think we just need to help them tenant that street as best we can. And that's a 5 to 10 year, that's going to take our full 5-year mandate to even move that slightly. So we're committed.
Because the other thing that I hear a lot from people about Denman Street is that the mix isn't particularly good. You got 1,000,001 restaurants of every type imaginable, but you can't find a bread store. And although we just had a fish store move in, which is really excellent, and I know everybody's supporting that as much as they can because we want to keep it there. But that we need more of that on Denman rather than just all of the. Now, obviously, so many tourists come to Denman Street because it's English Bay and restaurants do well, but many of them go under too. So it really is something that I think we need to look at really
closely. And the new developments are helpful.
Yeah.
You approving West Bank, that's gonna be a plus. There's a lot of development activity that looks like it will be a good fit for the street.
Yeah.
I just think it's when council is aligned with the BIA board, and when BIA staff are aligned with city staff, that's the kind of teamwork we need to get these the property owners focused and supported, and hopefully all pulling in the right direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. That's it for questions. Thank you, Mr. Reagan. We have a last speaker from the Mount Pleasant BIA, Mr. Boychuk. Council, I let one of you kind of go on that last one. Just a reminder, this is about approvals of renewals and expansion, and we have 7 other items and a lot of speakers. So I'm going to try and keep us focused on that content, although the speakers are welcome to cover whatever content they would like. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor and Council, I will keep it very brief. I do have a full page here, but as Peter's already alluded to, a lot of the issues associated with this is an expansion. We've been around for more than 27 years as the Mount Pleasant area and the Business Association. And our membership a couple years ago said, hey, why don't we look at that expansion into some of the areas that are growing and changing to make sure that the corridor coming into the main Broadway area is properly represented. As many of you are aware, there are huge changes going on between 2nd and 7th, which is our expansion area that we have approached. We have worked with those property owners to ensure that their concerns are going to be addressed in being a liaison with the city to work to make sure that the beautification, that the graffiti, that the area does get the representation that it needs as it changes. And so we've gone forward, met with those owners, curtailed a budget that is specific to their needs, and at this point we ask you as council to approve this expansion area. And it's simple. Businesses are changing. owners are changing, and there's a loss in the voice that is between the Olympic Village and coming up to the Main and Broadway area. And those little businesses don't want to lose, neither do the property owners as this area continues to grow. So we ask for your approval in moving forward with this expansion. And over the next 5 years, we will keep it as a separate budget for it to operate as it does with the city bylaw. But from that point, we do look in 2021 to merge it with the Mount Pleasant BIA budget as a all-encompassing zone. Questions?
You do have questions from Councillor Deal.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. Boychuk. Question specific to the expansion. First of all, I'm really pleased to see that. It's a really interesting part of your neighborhood. You know that the False Creek Flats process is underway right now.
Absolutely.
And are you working with your businesses to make sure that they tie in and are well knitted with that process?
We've actually had meetings with the Emily Carr Institute. We've met with several different developers down in that area who are looking as to how they're going to be able to tie in on a retail as well as a transit issue to make sure that that corridor does become very cohesive rather than obtrusive for the region. So yes, we are consistently working on future plans to ensure that the transportation issue is dealt with.
Good, excellent. And I know that there's been some issues around garbage maintenance and things like that in the flats, and we've been working closely with our team to make sure that's taken care of. So I'll count on you in your expansion area to make sure that we're taking care of it in your new area as well in terms of keeping the streets clean and safe. But with that new area, you've also picked up some things like this new building we just approved of recently, which will have artist studios and artists living in it. So might that be a good opportunity with that artist hub as well as the other art facilities in the area and the flats at continuing your kind of funky arts-focused activities?
Actually, we're very excited about the continued development in the arts and cultural area. We are working on an arts plan that is going to be all-encompassing for the Mount Pleasant region. We've had several workshops. We've worked with Nerd Jam to be able to come up with something that is going to be a long-term sustainable project. We don't look at ourselves as the core group, but as the group that's going to be able to bring all the partners together to be able to facilitate and then work to ensure that the community continues to grow and that we do not lose the potential of any of the artists or any of the creative aspect that is wanting to come into the neighborhood, and that the old ones that have been around for a long time aren't squeezed out.
And stay, exactly. That's great. My only final question for you then is whether or not you've thought about mounting a inter-BIA window display competition because your intra-BIA one is so successful in terms of holiday decorations in your windows.
Well, I think my staff just heard that challenge, and I'm sure we're going to be up to ensuring that something is followed through in these upcoming years.
Because that's just way too much fun. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions also from Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, just curious about the expansion as well. You're expanding north. Can you tell me about some of the challenges you've had as far as expanding west? And then does Olympic Village, how does that fit into your potential future at all?
Well, we looked at the east, the west, the north, the south when we went out over these last 2 years and met with the different businesses. We found that a majority of our support came from the actual Main Street corridor itself, that the light industrial area in behind was not as supportive at this time because they're working very hard as their own little cells and little groups to take care of the issues that they're faced with, like graffiti, the garbage, the ever-changing neighborhood itself. So sitting down and narrowing it was very challenging, to just saying, okay, here's the corridor, here's the neighborhood, how can we make sure that everybody else is at the table? So we did. We sat down, we had meetings through June and July with each of those different neighborhoods and made sure that the support was there. And if it wasn't, we weren't going to waste the time of the merchants or the dollars of our existing membership in going out and trying. We do look towards the future, though, in seeing that as the neighborhoods change or as the demand may grow, that we're willing to sit down again and look at down the road, including some of those other areas.
how does that impact your revenue if you expand into those areas? I mean, you look at, especially Olympic Village as an example, you've got London Drugs, you've got Urban Fare, those are significant tenants. Can you tell me a bit about how that might expand your revenue base? And how
That's not part of, as we end at second and only go up to
if
7.
you were to expand
So
that area?
we're just right in that individual corridor to which a lot of new development and a lot of the older businesses that have been there long term are looking for representation and assistance.
So will the new MEC be a part of your?
Sorry?
Will the new Mountain Equipment Co-op building, or what's going
No, that's
down
on
there?
the opposite side
That's
of
on
the
the opposite side of the street? Okay. So you have your biggest tenant represent, who's the biggest sort of anchor?
Would be our largest tenant. Sorry?
Banana Tans. You. No. Who's it?
I can't hear, sorry. Oh, City
Oh,
Motel.
okay.
The motel that takes up the block.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Okay, that's it. Councillor Ball also has some questions.
Hello, very quick question. I really appreciate the work done on Main Street. I live 2 blocks away and walk it every single weekend, and I'm surprised at the changes and how it's getting better all the time. And I'm just wondering, how do you deal with the few challenges in the neighborhood with some of the tenants or owners that don't keep their property up the same way that others do? Because some of them are just spectacular, and then you'll see one that has garbage piled in front of it. How do you deal with that issue?
Well, we love to use those that are model tenants or model property owners and elevate them to a level to not to shame those who do not take care of, but at the same time, that's where our staff really does become involved and is on the phone or meeting in person or trying to reach out. We do work within the city bylaws on graffiti or garbage, but at the same time, it's always going to be a challenge because not everybody wants to play 100%. And there are those who just feel that the city should be taking care of all of the issues that we're dealing with. And that's where our job as a BIA is there to explain to them how the process really does work, and that when there is a challenge that we are there to lobby for them, to be that advocate and to overcome some of these challenges and issues. And that's where, again, our staff, which is incredible on the outreach with our staff, we also have the interns to come on in and become that face to say, hey, we're here 24/7, we're here year round. So when those little things come up, they don't become large issues down the road.
That's terrific, and thank you for all your work. It really shows. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Just a reminder, councillors, this particular motion will be in relation to expansion, so if questions could be focused there, that would be great. Councillor Carr, questions?
That was exactly my question.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, I am interested in the process of expansion. I know that there are issues around the kind of land use that's designated in the lower part of Main. So I'm wondering if you could just explain to me how you've gone about actually gathering the support for the expansion into that area and any challenges that you may have faced.
Well, as we started 2 years ago, knocking on doors, and then from that point, holding 4 separate community meetings. Those community meetings were for the property owners as well as for the business owners, allowing them to come forward and to say, hey, these are our issues, whether it be the street beautification or the graffiti or the garbage removal or having better representation in marketing the area. All those have come to our attention, and from that we sat down and said, okay, here's all of your issues. Where do you want to spend the money now? Ooh, well, we don't want to spend that much. We don't want our tax to go up that much. Can we concentrate on these areas? And so from that, we were able to truly narrow down to where the dollars and cents are, and part of the budget that is being proposed for that area has been approved by our board and has been reviewed by all the different business owners in being mailed out. And from that, we've had 3 businesses out of 50 that have responded saying, no, that's not what we want. And 1 property owner saying, I do a better job than anybody could ever do out of the 25. So it's a very low number of those who are against, but the majority, again, feel that they're losing their voice and they need that representation. And being a corridor into the heart of Mount Pleasant, they want to feel like they're part of that community. Not that the businesses that are adjacent to or off the alleys don't feel that they're part of, but not at this time do they want to become part of the BIA.
Well, congratulations on gaining that support. I know it's been a challenge. To begin with, you've done a good job on the ground.
Well, our staff have been knocking on doors for days, weeks, and months at a time. We actually did hire an independent contractor to go forward and to be that person on the street, to be available to ask and answer all those questions that we needed in order to be able to put together this proposal.
Great. Well, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that's it for questions, Councillor. Okay, thanks. So you're welcome to take a seat.
Thank you. Happy Pink Shirt Day.
Thank you. What I think I might do is just ask if there's any last questions for staff. Seeing none. Councillor Deal, did you have questions for staff? Okay, so I'm going to advance you and move us on to the motion queue. Here we go. Okay, Councillor Deal.
Yes, thanks very much. Just very briefly want to thank all the BAAs for their work and thank our staff, and just very briefly comment on the fact that over the last 2 years we've made some significant changes in the way that we work with our BAAs. We've been listening to their concerns, and the staff have been responding with streamlining processes, regularizing processes. We're working on the renewal piece with the province, and I just want to thank everyone for the extra work that's gone into the BAA process. We're working with the Vancouver Economic Commission on supporting small business. We've got the mural project coming up. So I just want to thank everyone for really stepping it up. Our BAAs are so important to the city, and they may have started a very long time ago as sort of beautification projects, but they're so much more than that now. They are really they're enabling the wonderful animation of our neighborhoods throughout the city, and they're crucial to our work. So I'm thrilled to have one expanding, and I just want to thank everyone, including staff, for the work that you're doing on making it as easy as possible for us to enable the good work that you do. Thank you.
Thanks,
Move the
Council.
recommendations.
Oh, great. I was just going to say somehow we missed that step. So the recommendations are on the floor. Councillor Carr, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the work that you're doing. Your BIAs are absolutely critical. I'm very happy to support the recommendations, and just want to let you know how often it is that people come to council when they're talking about development issues in their neighborhoods and speak to the importance of their local business community. That really, it's often that business community that's the heart. Well, community centers too, but those businesses, especially those independently owned long-time businesses, that people remark on over and over as being what makes their neighborhood special, what they love about their neighborhood, what they want to see more of, what they don't want to see them lost. And so the work that you are doing is not just valued at this council table, but I believe by the citizens at large in this city. So thank you.
Great. That is it for speakers. Councillor Deal, closing remarks, or you're good? Okay, so I will move us to the voting queue. I need a few more people voting here. Louis, Stevenson, Ball. Well, I mean, you cannot vote, but it's a weird thing to take a pass on. Councillor Stevenson, you gonna take a position on this one? There we go. Okay, so everybody is in favor. So we are expanded and renewed. Thank you all. Okay, that brings us back to item 1. Sorry, I know it feels weird to go through 2 hours of a meeting and be back at the beginning of it. Sorry, we're on item 3, which was moved to 1. Welcome back. So for those trying to follow along at home, we varied the agenda. Item 2 has been passed on consent. Item 1 was moved to the end, and item 3 was presented on, but the staff had to leave and are now back to answer questions, and hopefully we can move along. And then we'll go back to item 6, which is the next item after this item. Okay, welcome back, Mr. Dobrovony. What news of the outside world? Is the sun shining out there? So Councillor Affleck did have some questions.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick questions regarding the fencing. The distance on one picture, it looks like they're quite wide apart, but what is the distance between the bars?
Is it 6 inches? 6 inches on the bars. It's about the same spacing as you would see on the Ironworkers Bridge, but the Ironworkers Memorial Bridge, but the bar diameter is thinner. So we're hoping one of the design challenges was to try and make it as unobstructionist as possible for the views as you're going over the bridge. So about 6-inch spacing, smaller diameter bars than on the Ironworkers Memorial.
Okay, and then the north end, there, with all the changes that are happening on an intersection, and we own that property on the other side there, what's the goal for that property then that becomes freed up on that north east corner, I think it is?
Yeah, the city owns property all throughout the city for transportation purposes, so that property was strategically purchased years ago for road adjustments, and once we've made those geometry changes, and the changes would be similar to what you see on the south side of the bridge at Cornwall. Once we've made those changes, then we would turn the property over to real estate, and they would look to dispose of the property.
So right now it's within the engineering's department, and then it goes over to real estate.
Yeah,
sort of a
control. I mean, it's all within your control, but in terms of our compartments within the city, engineering, asked to strategically purchase it. We're holding it until we have trimmed off the pieces that we need to make the roadway changes. I should just mention that's the second highest collision location in the city, and so these safety changes are related to address that.
You did mention that, I think, in your...
Did it? Okay.
I think so. And how big is that lot? Just a curiosity, because it is prime real estate there. I'm just curious how big that lot that engineering has right now.
It's fairly large. The city owns. It's a very, it's a substantial piece of property in terms of all of the components to it. I don't know the actual size, but certainly we'll be looking at getting best value for that location.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Councillor Deal, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, no, this is great. And I know we've reviewed what's included in this and what isn't a couple of times, but just for additional clarity on that, there's some other work being done by streets, is there not, at the same time, which is not part of this contract?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is, this is the bridge itself. We'll be rebuilding the intersection at the same time as this work. And then there's large water and sewer construction projects on the south end of the bridge, as far south as 16th. Water, sewer, and then streets reconstruction there as well.
So it'll be a busy time.
It'll be a busy time, and I'll start saying, I'll sound like a broken record very soon. Use the Granville Bridge.
Yes.
And we've done this before, and it worked very successfully.
That's why I just want to make sure that people know to give heads up. We're going to do lots of communicating around alternate routes, and making sure we're looking at light timing and whatever we need to make it super easy for people to take other options.
Yes, absolutely, and it's easiest for vehicles to make that detour. In the downtown section, the two bridges come quite close together in terms of the Granville and the Burrard Bridge, but on the south end, they flare apart. So that's why the traffic management plan ensures that pedestrians are maintained all the way through construction, bikes are maintained all the way through, and that's why the vehicles have the easiest job to detour.
You anticipated my question. How surprising. That's great. And then just so we can expect that on the city's website there'll be regular updates, timing schedules, and closures of lanes and so forth as this work progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. And the traffic reporters. We've got a great relationship with the traffic reporters throughout the city.
Right.
And we'll keep feeding them.
Helicopters. Yeah. And in terms of work, we've done several phases of work on the Broad Street Bridge now. Is this the last one for a period of time?
Yeah, so for this window of time, yes. The bridge deck itself will need to be repaved in about a 10-year time window. There's a couple of pieces of work that I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we've pulled out. The marine fenders down below, and also the surface treatment of the bridge, whether it was painted or whether it's to be brought back to original. That's not included in this contract, but I think over the next number of months we'll look at options to bring those forward so we can get it all done at once.
Okay, I was going to ask about that. And so on the decorative side, the final question is around the style of the fence. I appreciate the work that was done to minimize the impact of that visually. I noticed that the series of vertical lines matches something we see throughout the city, of the series of 3 to 5 vertical lines, part of that sort of deco decor. Was that intentional to sort of look like other features in the city?
Yes, you know, we had several large workshops with a large group of people from urban design and from heritage, and so that city theme was brought into the design intentionally. It's consistent with the bridge, it's consistent with City Hall, it's consistent with the theme across the city, and so yeah, these vertical members are part of that overall design as well.
Well, thank you. Maybe I'll talk to some of my friends in Heritage about documenting that around the city.
Sure.
I couldn't find anything online. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just two questions, and thanks for the work on this and coming back. One is just if you could spell out a little more detail, the sort of level of consultation that you had on this, and the support for these recommendations or the specific move forward from active transportation, heritage advocates, etc. So that's one question, and then I'll ask another.
Okay. I mean, this project has been around for a long time, so consultation and the strategic intent goes back actually a decade, and we've had a series of you know, in Transportation 2040, improvements to all three of the False Creek bridges was a major focus of the consultation. More specifically to this project, maybe I'll ask Paul Storer, who was in most of those meetings, to just comment. You can use the mic there. Just to comment on some of the specific meetings related to heritage, the strata councils, the businesses.
Yes, thank you.
Great, yeah. So for the means prevention fencing, we had 4 separate workshops with all the stakeholders that Jerry mentioned earlier. Quite a lot of good discussion, and we worked through all of the, you know, kind of different options, you know, everything from potentially netting to fence extending from the outside of the bridge, things like that. It's really helpful at those sorts of meetings to have a wide variety of stakeholders so everyone can kind of hear what all the different opinions are. So we worked at the series of 4 meetings, we worked through the different options, and there was consensus amongst that group that we'd reached a good place in terms of the design of the fencing. In terms of the accessibility concerns, we met with the Persons with Disabilities Committee reps and Seniors Advisory Committee, as well as our own accessibility consultants. And that was kind of more when we came to council the first time, we didn't have all the detail around things like places to rest, kind of treatments where there were going to be deviations in the sidewalk. So we had some really good meetings with them, identified ways to address the things that they were concerned about. And there are kind of some bigger policy questions we're continuing to work with them on, but overall they were happy with where we landed too.
Great. That's great. That's exactly the kind of information I was looking for. My final question is around the spacing of the bars. You said they were thinner in the fencing, and I'm just wondering, there are some fencings that when you're traveling by bike or by car, it almost looks invisible. Because is that what we've been aiming at with this design?
Yeah, that was the mandate. The challenge we gave the designers was to try to come up with a fencing that is as transparent as possible when you're traveling across the bridge. And that's why I linked it with the Ironworkers Bridge. When you're traveling over the bridge and look sideways, perpendicular, you can see through quite readily. And these bars are smaller than on that bridge. So that was our intent, and that was
good. Looking forward to trying that out. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Meigs.
Thanks, Mr. Duvaldi. It has been a long story. Will the completion of this project substantially complete the renewal of the Burrard Bridge, or is there further steps to go?
Yeah, once we, this work here is the heavy structural work that's required. There's also some cosmetic work that we will look at reviewing over the next couple of months to see if we can back that in as well. And then we've got, you know, about a 10-year window before the pavement needs to be resurfaced. So we're buying some time. I can never say, as an engineer, I can never say this is it, we'll never be back, but it will provide quite a lot of breathing room after this.
I think back to when a previous council rejected the idea of widening the bridge to achieve bicycle traffic, and we've now gone forward with a different design. That fork in the road where it was clear that the existing bridge had to manage the change in mode, we're now at the end of that fork in the road, really, aren't we? I mean, it's done, and we were able to make a substantial saving over the possibility of widening the bridge and tearing off the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's certainly less expensive than widening the entire expanse. We're just widening the northernmost portion of it, and it will provide adequate vehicle capacity.
Well, that's my last question. So we know that the cycling capacity has gone up and up and up, and you report on that regularly. So what's been happening with vehicle traffic across the bridge? And what about delays? Are there any?
Yeah, I mean, there's always some ebb and flow and peaks and valleys, but in general, we look, when we look at a 15-year window, we've seen a gradual decrease in the number of vehicles coming into the city, about a 5% decrease, and we've seen over that same period of time, about a 15-year window, about a 20% reduction in the number of vehicle trips into the downtown core. So that's over all the bridges. That was the case as we were, seeing massive investment into transit, rapid transit in particular with Canada Line. The last year or two, we've started to see those vehicle decreases level off. And we believe one of the major contributors there is also this delay now in transit investment. And so that's going to be important for us to keep that trend going, is to continue our regional transit investments, because the downtown core is a regional center, is the regional center. But also investments in walking and cycling are paying off major dividends as well.
Yeah, just one last one then on that front. So I've never been quite clear, and I'm sure it's in your report somewhere, but what the main contributor to traffic over the Burrard Bridge is. I've had the impression, especially got this during the discussion of the bike lanes in Point Grey, that there was quite a bit of traffic coming from the North Shore and commuting to UBC, but that a substantial amount of the traffic is relatively local, i.e. within the city of Vancouver, from Kitts to downtown and that kind of thing. Is that fair, or is it very much still a commuter crossing for lots of people in the region?
Yeah, no, there's a large commuter demand there, both regional commuting, as you said, from the North Shore to UBC, and a larger proportion that is Vancouver serving. But again, the Broadway extension, even the first phase that gets as far as Arbutus, provides some connections, not directly to the downtown, but connections to Canada Line and then to downtown. And so we think that will switch on the order of 50,000 car trips on opening day, which is a very significant amount.
Great. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meggs. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to move us to the main queue, which would be a great time for someone to get on to move the motion. Thank you, Councillor Deal. So we have the recommendations from the staff report. Councillor Deal, is that you're moving those?
That is. I'm happy to move the recommendations. Thank the staff. This is a small piece of a very large process that's been going on for a large number of years, and we're very excited to see it proceed and looking forward to that condensed timeline as much as we can, and inconveniencing people as little as we can for what I know is going to be a fabulous outcome. The south end of the bridge and the changes that we made there have made it so much safer, and it's an award-winning design. And I know that the north end is not only going to become much safer, but it's going to be beautiful and really fabulous to travel through as opposed to what it is now. And so this can't come soon enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Affleck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I remain concerned about the fencing, and I appreciate the pictures that are on there. I'm hopeful that, as Mr. Dabavoni said, that the impact will be not as harsh as the original graphics we saw several months ago. But I don't know. But today our decision is based on a decision for contracting, and for that reason, I will hope that staff have done their work on that, which I think they have, and we'll hire a company and get them to work and get the job done. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Affleck. Seeing no other speakers, I am going to move us to a vote. We are here in the voting screen. Councillor DeGenova and Stevenson. Do you want to? Great. Okay, that is a unanimous vote for Burrard Bridge. I think that's the first ever. Congratulations, staff. Very well done. Okay, that brings us to... so we are on to, why am I gapping out here? Number 6, sorry, we've been bouncing around a bit. Single room accommodation for Star Beach Haven, 658 Alexander Street. We're just going to do a bit of a changing of the staff guard here. I think given that we have a speaker, I might ask staff to do a brief presentation on the item, if you're prepared to do that. Okay, welcome, Ms. Bond.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Abby Bond, Director of Housing Policy and Projects. I was just going to give a brief overview for this particular project. I don't have a presentation. What you have in front of you is the request for an SRA permit for 658 Alexander Street. And this unit the owner was having work done on the unit without permit. And so through negotiation with the owner, we wanted to support them to make the investment in the building to improve the standards of living in the building, but also to do that with the appropriate permits. So the original building had 19 dwelling units with 16 sleeping units and 3 self-contained units. And if council approves this permit at the end, there will be 18 SRA units in the building. And we will see one of the units will become self-contained with a kitchen and bathroom. So staff are recommending this because we see that it will be an investment in the building. We're also securing a level of affordability in the building which didn't exist before. So we're happy to answer questions, and I believe there are speakers as well.
Thank you very much. We do have questions from a few councillors, starting with Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This building has had a long and storied history with all sorts of difficulties and changes and owners and you name it. So prior to the current owners, how many of the rooms were actually inhabited?
So our information shows that there were 5 unoccupied rooms, that there was a fire and water damage that resulted in a number of the rooms being unoccupied. And also there were issues with criminality in the building, and that a number of the tenants left as a result of police kind of oversight. Yeah.
So they were actually a bunch of empty rooms first. New owners came, started to do some renovations that were not permitted. And now they're coming for us legally. So we'll lose 1 room, but it's actually increasing 1 room size, adding a bathroom or kitchenette to another suite, so it's actually more habitable.
Yep.
And the only other, okay, so that makes sense. So it talks about what is the average rent in the downtown core, or is it downtown core?
Yeah, we've identified that as $448 a month.
Okay, $448. And if I recall the report, the tenants were, for 4 of those rooms, will have a rent supplement, or those with rent supplements or something like that?
Yeah, so we're securing 4 of the rooms at that average rate of $448, and there's another 4 rooms where we're asking the owner to make those available to tenants who have a rent subsidy. So, for example, we might recommend them use our Carnegie outreach team, who then can match tenants in need of accommodation to these 4 rooms.
So then that is essentially 8 rooms that are at below value, I guess, essentially.
Will be ultimately, our aim would be 8 rooms with a
subsidy.
subsidized rent, but obviously there's only 4 rooms where the owner is charging that rent. On the other 4 rooms, they might get an increased rent due to the rent subsidy. So
okay, great, thank you so much.
It works out for them as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. You also have questions from Councillor Cart.
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the report. My first question is, really curiosity. On page 4, it talks about the unpermitted work that was being done in this building, and that it exceeded what was required under the standards of maintenance bylaw. Do we have any explanation for that?
I think the owners were wanting, they perhaps didn't realize all of the permits that they needed, and that was pointed out to them by staff. But I think they were trying to make changes to the room, adding kitchens and bathrooms to improve the quality and the standard of housing in that building. And so going beyond just the standards of maintenance, but in terms of offering an enhanced type of suite, an enhanced type of unit, that was their aim with the building. Okay. And there was some issues around configuration, I believe, in a number of the units that they were trying to deal with.
Okay. Okay. And my second question, thanks for that. My second question is around the the normal requirement we have if there is a removal of a single residence occupancy room, the compensation for that the city seeks is $125,000. In this case, we're asking for the security of 4 rooms. Is that correct? And that's the equivalent in our minds of the $125,000. Is that the
It's always our aim to secure a level of affordability and secure the stock. If we can't fully replace that room, this isn't a replacement project. This is supporting the ongoing maintenance of that stock. So we feel that the 4 rooms at the average rent, plus the access to the other 4 rooms, because that's often the other issue, is not just affordability, but who that stock is for and who's able to rent those units. So we feel those 2 things together are satisfactory in lieu of that $125,000.
Okay. And so that leads me to my third question, which is around the fact that there are 4 rooms where they will be designated for individuals who have rent supplements. So my question on that is, are there limits right now in how many rent supplements the province is providing? And secondly, are there eligibility limits or just lack of information out there around being able to access rent supplements? So I'm just concerned about the fact that there may be people who just will not qualify or,
There clearly is a limit on the number of rent supplements that are being offered in Vancouver at the moment. However, one of the things that we really heard from our Carnegie outreach teams and the staff who are working with people on the ground is that they might be able to find a rent supplement, they might be able to find an eligible person. What they're really struggling to find right now is access to housing. And so in including these 4 units, we're hoping to enable them to do their work more effectively. And that's something we've been hearing from them. So we know it's important to secure affordability directly, which we have done on the 4 units. But this is a slightly new approach that we've started to introduce more recently due to feedback from some of those outreach teams, that they really just need that they might be able to bring together the person, they might be able to find the rent subsidy. They just need the owner to entertain the fact of housing these people and making that offer of housing available. So that's what we're trying to do. We've done it recently, I think, on another project that we brought for at 5 West Hastings.
Great. Really appreciate that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Louis, questions for staff?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Insofar as the report and this initiative, I think it's a positive one. And the reason why I think it's positive is because it's important to have these levels of protection and oftentimes discussions, negotiations in order to find a proper level of both enforcement and accommodation. In this instance, where there's some upgrades, and it'll I think provide better accommodations over the long term and securing it for the longer term as well. And we go through these struggles with these operators and owners on an ongoing basis, hoping that we can provide secured housing for people at an affordable rate. And so this is the reason why we have this bylaw in place at such a large amount, because it is so hard to replace this level of housing stock. But it leads me to my question of, there are others out there that are not in compliance. And I think to one about the Patricia Hotel, for instance. And I haven't heard about it lately, but it continues, I believe, to operate out of compliance. And so maybe I can get an update on that before I go further.
Sure. Well, we also haven't had any correspondence from the owners recently. There was, we identified to them that if they wanted to remove themselves from the bylaw, that they needed to pay the full fee, and that fee has actually since been increased since we came back to council.
It's increased twice, in fact.
That's correct.
Since they were notified.
Yeah, that's correct. And they haven't come back to us since our last correspondence with an indication of what they propose to do around the rooms.
And given that, though, is it not appropriate for us to take further action to bring them into compliance? Because here we have an instance where we're considering an application to convert but for good reason. And after some lengthy discussions, we have an operator that is willing to work with us, and I think is doing a good job of that in having those discussions. On the other side of the equation, we have one that is absolutely working outside the bounds of what was approved over a decade ago now. And we continue to allow this to continue, and it should stop. And so I need to know what action we will take, maybe through to, unfortunately our acting city manager is not here, what action we will take to ensure that we have action on their part.
Well, one of the things we can do is we can do an inspection of the property, and then we can, based on what we find as a result of that inspection, and that's something that we can initiate any time. Considering the concern, obviously, around that particular hotel, that's something I can initiate with my colleague in enforcement, and we can give a report back to council about what is found when we go and have a look at how the rooms are being used and whether they're being used as a hotel or whether they are being rented out on a monthly basis, which is what we would be looking for.
I would encourage that activity. Otherwise, our whole regime here in regards to encouraging others to follow suit fails.
That didn't sound like a question, although I appreciate the opinion. So is that the end of the questions that you've got?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it for all questions from what I can tell. So that brings us to our speaker, Miss Wendy Peterson. Wendy, I know you've been here, so I won't run through the rules, but I'm sure there will be questions. Oh, and do you know how to bring the podium down if you want it lower?
It's okay.
It's all good?
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks. So I'm working for a group called the Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative, and we're supported by the Atira Development Society. And if anybody has questions about that project, you could ask me later. I want to make 3 points about this, about the Star Beach Haven. The first point is that the 4 units at welfare rate, that's only 20% of the units, and it's not very deep affordability. The rent supplements are not long lasting. And the last conversation I had with Carnegie Outreach, they told me that the rent subs actually aren't long term that they have. So there is some worry about that in terms of affordability. Recently, as of 2014, the Carnegie Community Action Project, I looked up their research because they do a rent study every year. And for the Star Beach Haven, before it foreclosed or went into, it was civil forfeiture actually, the rents were $400 to $425 a month, and I knew somebody who used to live there. So I'm wondering if the city is working on getting a program set up with the province and the feds right now to subsidize these hotels so we can get deeper affordability. That's one of my questions. So, and I also think that this isn't a very great deal, and it's not likely to happen very often at that, because most SRO investors, maybe with the exception of the Patricia that Councillor Louis just mentioned, they don't try to put in bathrooms, so it doesn't trigger the conversion fee, so then you don't get into a negotiation. So we're losing our SROs much more quickly in other ways that aren't being triggered, and this negotiation isn't happening. So the second point I want to make is I'm hoping the city can be more assertive and track SRO foreclosures and find a way to buy them. So, or alert your community partners and ask them to buy them. So when I talked with Atira about the Star Beach, they said that they could have bought it at the price that it went for, which was $800,000. It's small enough and it's cheap enough, and we desperately need a purchasing strategy to secure the dwindling hotel stock. And the foreclosures is the lowest hanging fruit out there. There's only 24 SROs left that are smaller than 40 rooms, with rents in the $425 to $550 range. That's 651 rooms. So you could lose all of these SROs in the next few years for a number of reasons, including a number of reasons. And I think the investors like the smaller hotels, and they're going quickly. In addition to the 24, there's 18 large SROs with about 1,500 rooms, with low-income people living in them, all above welfare rate, all in the $425 to $550 range. And they also need your proactive attention in terms of preventing conversions and leading to people out on the street. So I think Star Beach is a potential sign that the city is waiting until the event happens, waiting until the foreclosure happens, and then waiting until you can get some crumbs. And in this case, you're getting 20% of the units, but I'm advocating for a more proactive strategy. So my third point is, please don't sit back and wait for conversions to happen when you could put in a proactive strategy, a purchasing strategy, a foreclosure strategy. And another piece of the strategy could be to do what the collaborative is trying to do and support us to have tenant reps in all of the SROs in the downtown east side to help prevent these conversions and to bring up the maintenance conditions and improve the safety. So right now we have 4 reps in 4 hotels, and we're doing all of the work around the Regent, the Lion, the West Hotel. All of that is because of the capacity that we're building in these hotels for tenants to improve the maintenance conditions and spot renovictions and conversions and, you know, head it off before it happens. So we could really use the city's support. Right now, we don't have any funding for 2016, but we want to continue and we want to expand beyond our 4. And ideally, this year, we want to get into 10. And we've just started a strategy around the 4 Sahota hotels to improve the maintenance and safety in those hotels. And there's a lot of work to do in there to make conditions improve for tenants. And also so we don't lose these buildings to when they run into disrepair. So I think you're focused, this whole strategy of waiting down at the bottom to trigger the conversion fee is too much of a downstream focus. And I think we should all be focused more upstream so we can save the last couple of thousand units of SROs so people don't end up homeless on the street in the next 30 years while we wait for replacement housing. So that's my presentation.
Thank you.
And if anybody has any questions.
You do have questions. One sec to get Adrian up on, or sorry, Councillor Carr up on the queue.
Thanks so much, Ms. Peterson. I really appreciate the work you're doing and coming to speak to council. First of all, just on your general comment, I mean, it's not this motion, but there is a motion that is coming later on the agenda today that is a motion I put forward that does talk about asking staff to look at the urgent situation and strategy. So if you're not here to speak to it, I'll make sure I relay this particular idea you have around a foreclosure strategy as one strategy for them to look at. So I'll make sure to feed that in. And thank you for also noting that rent supplements are not long-term. There's also a part of that later motion that deals with rent supplements, so I'll bring that up as well. So my question is really around this particular report and whether, I know you've said it's sort of like downstream rather than upstream, but do you believe that it is at least a move at this point in time that we should proceed with?
I think it's the best you can get.
At this time?
Yeah, given the framework of the tools that you've set out, given yourself, this is probably, so you can expect if there's 2,000 more units of SROs with low-income people living in them who are paying way more than their welfare check, by the way, that you might end up with 20% of those. Yeah. But I think it could even be less if this tool unfolds, because not many or very few of them are doing illegal renovations, like what Councillor Louis mentioned at the Patricia. Right. So also, I just think with the foreclosure strategy, it would be important to frame that in terms of a purchasing strategy. Yes. So foreclosure is one element of that.
Right.
And we can help with that foreclosure strategy because tenants have been silenced around maintenance and repairs in their building by a combination of a lot of factors. So when they get their voice and start and figure out how to get action on repairs in their building, then, you know, there's going to be some debate going on about what to do when these buildings, when owners have to actually upgrade and bring them up to code.
Right.
So that's an important part of the strategy too. And yeah, please, that rent supplements are short-term and a short-term fix, and we need permanent solutions, more permanent.
Right.
So.
Yes, it's an amazing amount. Thank you for the information about the $800,000 compared to the pricing of housing in Vancouver. So thanks very much for your information. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Okay, so that's it for speakers. Questions to staff? Councillor Jang, questions for staff?
I don't have any questions directly, but ready to move a motion when the time comes.
Okay, I had some questions. So, sorry. Ms. Bond, so Ms. Peterson raised some good issues. I know we've canvassed them at some length when they're the direct subject matter that we're talking to, the SRO strategy, but I think it would be helpful in light of some of the announcements that have come out recently from Council to talk a bit about the work we might be doing with the provincial and federal governments to attract their support, as well as any proactive purchasing strategy we might be engaged in. And then the last one she referenced was the tenant reps in SROs.
So maybe I'll touch briefly on obviously the request, the ask of the new federal government and also the provincial government. There's a substantial amount, the land that we have identified for new social housing is designed to do what I think everyone really wants to do with regard to the SROs, which is replace them. And so that partnership that could develop as a result of those 20 sites would give us enable us to take a substantial step forward in actually replacing the SRO accommodation that we see still in the downtown core of the city. And so that would be a really important thing if we were able to get commitments to match ours. So that's one thing, and maybe Mr. Latif has other things. I just wanted to briefly touch on the other two things. So the other question was regarding kind of purchasing or foreclosure strategy. Staff do work closely with our enforcement colleagues where we might be taking action as a city around standards of maintenance in building, in having conversations with owners about what are their long-term plans for those buildings and whether there are any opportunities to sell or lease those buildings to nonprofits or to government in order to safeguard both the affordability and to better put more, create an avenue for better investment in those buildings. Because obviously if it's being run or owned by a nonprofit, then it makes it easier for us and other organizations to grant money around maintenance or investment in that property. So that is a strategy that we use, and we are working on quite actively with one owner in particular in the downtown east side about whether we can come up with a solution around their building. And finally, the issue about tenant reps. Obviously the work of the collaborative has been very effective in creating opportunities for tenants to become more involved in the standards of maintenance that they see in their buildings. And it's definitely a welcome step. It helps our staff who are dealing with issues or on a complaints basis to have some of that raised very proactively by our tenants. As a result of the Downtown East Side plan, we actually funded, or we have funded a position in First United Advocates, which is with a similar type of mandate to actually support tenants around taking action around issues around maintenance or other rights or responsibilities that may be impeded by the landlord. So we are doing that, and we've actually had a request recently from First United to extend that funding. So that's something that staff are currently looking at, and how best we can support tenants generally in the community to improve their lives and improve the standards in these buildings. I'll pass it over, see if there's any other items about the federal.
Yeah, Mukhtar Latif, Chief Housing Officer. There's three strands to the federal and provincial ask. As Ms. Bond is highlighted, part of that is creating new supply through the contribution from the city on with the new land that we're putting forward, which the Housing Agency has been working on. But in addition to that, we recognise that we've got to sustain and maintain the existing housing, improve the quality of life the best we can as well. So there is a number of tools that we're talking to the province and the federal government around supporting repairs to existing buildings, retrofitting existing buildings, looking at the rent supplement program, see whether that can be expanded. But Council last year also approved a fund of $2 million to help support some of the private SROs, and we're in the process of working through a mechanism by which we can work together with the province and the federal to create a program where we can allow landlords the ability to refurbish and repair their buildings whilst maintaining a level of affordability. But in between the two, we recognize there's a need for new supply, and we are looking at opportunities for interim housing. And you may have seen the modular housing program that we're looking at and exploring as part of the housing agency work that we could perhaps implement in between creating the new supply and maintaining the existing supply. So those are the kind of options that we're exploring at the moment.
That was great. Thank you for the comprehensive answer and the work. And I know you have a scheduled report coming back on all of that as well. So thank you. Okay, so we are into the main queue where Councillor Jang has arrived to provide us with a motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Happy to move the recommendations contained in the report, A and B. And my reasons for supporting this is, although it sounds bad to some that you've lost a room, however, the point is that it actually brings empty rooms back into service. We talk a lot, we hear a lot about empty rooms or the loss of SRO suites or rooms in the downtown east side, but I always ask the question, how many were empty before? And why were they empty? And no one actually has an accurate count of that. So we go in and we find out, well, you know, today we've had 4 rooms that were actually empty, uninhabitable, hadn't been used in a long time, and we're actually bringing them back. So that's, you know, that's good. My own family clan associations owns an SRO. It's incredibly difficult to keep these things going, and you know, and the subsidies that the members have to come up with all the time to help these things out is really tough. So I understand the difficulty here. So this is very positive. This actually brings rooms that were uninhabitable back into service. It actually changes and fixes up the building. It brings it up to standards of maintenance, so it actually is livable. And you know, and it sounds like the landlords are doing their very best in order to strike that balance between actually making ends meet so they can keep these buildings up in good repair, as well as providing as much subsidy as they can. It's a really difficult balance. Like I said earlier, like my own clan associations, you know, we're like struggling all the time. You know, we own this SRO and we keep the rents low on purpose to help people out, but then it starts to fall apart, and then who's going to raise the money? And, you know, you go to the clan members and all this. It's very, very hard. And everybody at some point gets strapped because you just can't afford to do that anymore. And that's what we have to remember. So here we have a nice balance of affordability, bringing rooms that were previously empty back into service, and levels of subsidy, which I think are very appropriate. So happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jang. Councillor Carr to the motion on the floor.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I too will be supporting the motion. I think I'm taken by the fact that that our one speaker, Ms. Peterson, did say this is the kind of the best we can do at this point in time. But making the comment very clearly that that our efforts at this point, that's, you know, what we can do, but really there are bigger efforts that are needed, and staff have outlined some of those that must be undertaken. I think there's concurrence in that. So knowing that there's a huge amount of work that has to be done, and the depth of really the crisis around people at risk of homelessness, and the state of repair, disrepair of the SROs, the unaffordability that's increasing. It's a very frightening situation out there. So we've secured something in this particular case, and as a whole, we need to secure a lot more. So thank you to the speaker for coming to inform us around that. It's certainly reaffirming, I think, what we all know. But in this case, there is some greater security for 4 to 8 rooms, and I'll take what we can get at this point in time.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start by thanking our staff, Mr. Lateef and Ms. Bond, for writing such a thoughtful report that really looks at this in a holistic way. And Councillor Jang has already said it, but in a sense, we're losing some rooms, but we're not losing rooms. And I think that this sends a message. This sends a message to anyone who is accommodating the most vulnerable citizens, that there are certain maintenance standards that that need to be kept up. There is a certain quality of living that the city of Vancouver requires, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud that that's something that we'll be moving forward towards. So this is a step in the right direction. We certainly have a long way to go, and as Councillor Carr just said, we certainly have to move forward in combating the ongoing and growing issue of homelessness in our city. And there's not just one approach to take to make sure that we succeed in decreasing those numbers. And hopefully next year the count will be lower. But I think this is a step in the right direction. So I'd like to thank our staff, and I will be supporting this recommendation.
Great. Okay. Councillor Jang, I don't see you, so I'm going to assume you don't need a closing comment. So I will move us to voting queue, calling the vote. Councillor Stevenson, will you be taking a position? Excellent. Okay, we have a unanimous vote. I think that's 100% unanimity this morning. So that brings us to that 12 o'clock hour. So in a second, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend to complete the business. But before you do that, just so you know what you'll be getting into, the idea is we would break for lunch until 1. We would come back at 1 and we would hear from all of the items with speakers. We would then break to go in camera, and then we would come back for the last item, and there may or may not need to be another meal break in there depending on how long that all goes. But that's, with the simple motion of extending to complete the business, what you would be buying into. So with that, I will entertain a motion to complete the business. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anyone opposed to that course of action? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor, none opposed. So we are going to break now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock we'll start on item 7 and then work sequentially through, and then break after item 11 for in camera, and then back again. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for indulging our Pink Shirt Day, our annual photo of council for Pink Shirt Day. So here we are on item number 7, Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Bylaw Amendments. We have Barbara Van Frossen. Can't believe I've never said your last name before. Van Frossen, correct? Yes. Our Director, Access to Information, I think you're our Director of Access to Information, and you are going to provide us with a presentation. Excellent. I'll invite you to the podium.
So, first of all, thank you and good afternoon for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today about this item. As the chair noted, I am Barbara Van Frossen, and I am the Director of Access to Information and Privacy for the City of Vancouver. The Access to Information Group is responsible for all aspects of access to information and privacy, including ombudsperson's complaints and corporate records management for the City of Vancouver. During the presentation, I'm going to go through most of this fairly quickly, and I'm probably going to focus on the last 2 items, the 3 and 4. Whoops, and I'm probably going to have difficulty with this. There we go. So agenda-wise, we're going to talk about very quickly an overview of the provincial legislation. Many of you know a fair amount about it, so I just want to hit the high points and remind you. I'm going to give you a little bit of information about the Access to Information Group itself, some information on our metrics and on our process, just so you understand the context of the bylaw itself. And then we're going to talk about proactive and routine information disclosure, including the OIPC investigation recommended report from 2013, open data and proactive releases and new initiatives. And then we'll talk about the bylaw itself. So the purposes of the Act are actually 2. Make public bodies more accountable to the public and to protect personal privacy by giving the public a right of access to records, giving individuals a right of access to and a right to request correction of personal information about themselves, specifying limited exceptions to the rights of access, preventing the unauthorized collection, use, or disclosure of personal information by public bodies, and providing for an independent review of decisions made under this Act. And that's usually the overarching public body that we call the OIPC, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. When we speak about responding to access requests, we generally speak within this context. We start with 30 business days to provide a response. We have a duty to assist applicants, and the response must be written, and it must include contact information for the Information and Privacy Office. The Act says a public body must assist all applicants to the best of their ability and respond openly, accurately, and completely without delay. However, the Act also states a request must be complete and clear enough that a knowledgeable staff member in the department is able to search and compile the responsive records without interfering in the normal work of the department. Fee estimates may be issued for large requests, but charges are limited to the maximum allowable under the FIPA regulation, and this is reflected in the Schedule A of the draft FOI bylaw. We rarely issue fee estimates for FOI requests because we don't want the application of a fee to be a barrier for access to anyone. However, in rare cases where the applicant isn't willing to negotiate the parameters of a request so it can be completed in a reasonable length of time, we do issue fee estimates. And you'll see the table on the bottom. For the last 3 years, we've really issued very few fee estimates, and in a majority of those cases, we've actually waived the fees and reached an agreement with the applicant at the end of the day to actually be able to complete the request. The Access to Information Group is fairly small. It includes myself, 2 full-time dedicated FOI positions, 2 shared FOI and records management positions, and 2 full-time dedicated records management positions. And when we speak about processing of access to information requests, the City of Vancouver does have a very robust and fully documented access to information request procedure. We review all requests and we acknowledge them within 24 hours, with the exception of weekends or statutory holidays. We handle all record requests through department designates. This keeps the record search and compilation process streamlined and manageable, even if the file is large. And the process also ensures we aren't tying up more than a single department resource and duplicating work. Department designates are familiar with their department, and they ensure a due diligence record search is performed. We do track all requests for records and department responses, and we hope and we assume, because in most cases we don't get complaints, that it ensures a full and complete due diligence record search and that statutory deadlines are met. And our FOI metrics. And we have a few of these slides just to kind of show you, and really because it does show a progression of really increases in requests. In the council report, it actually speaks to 1994. We only went back to 2000 for the slide because it just was getting too dense and unreadable. So if you look at 2000 forward, this table in the graph on the next slide do display the total number of FOI requests by year since 2000. And basically, although there are a few anomalous years, the total number of formal FOI requests has increased each year since 1994, when the current bylaw was first approved. The biggest increase that we've noted is between 2008 and 2009. It went from 260 requests to 395 requests. It's almost a 52% increase. And while I wasn't with the city during this period of time, I do have access to the FOI request logs, and we can see that 52 of the 2009 requests were from one applicant who made 9 requests in 2008, and prior to that made none. So we would have to attribute that large spike in the fact that we had an applicant come on stream that really was putting through an awful lot of requests. 2011, you'll note, is also an anomaly. It's a rather unusual year, and if we all recall, we had 3 high-profile events taking place between June and November. We had the Stanley Cup riot, we had the Occupy movement of the Vancouver Art Gallery grounds, and we had a municipal election. And those basically drove a higher than usual number of FOI requests. Of course, we proactively released the Stanley Cup riot records, which were responsive to 36 of those requests in total. Here they are again, just in a bar chart, which sometimes for those of us that are visual learners just shows a little bit more. And one final slide of metrics. Here we've broken down the statistics by requester types, and we've included the number of OIPC reviews from 2008 to 2015. And just to remind you, that's the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, who has a right, who basically applicants go to the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner if they want any aspect of the City of Vancouver's handling of their requests reviewed at a higher level. There's a fairly consistent percentage of media requests, you'll note. What isn't consistent is the number of requests for OIPC reviews. However, if you do the math, you'll note that the increases in the number of OIPC reviews are all media requests. If we subtract the number of OIPC reviews requested by the media from the data, the yearly number of requests for OIPC reviews would be predictably between 5 and 13 a year. That is just basically between 1% and 3%, which I would consider a fairly normal percentage. In 2013 and 2014, we noted a major increase in the number of OIPC reviews requested. However, the increase is entirely an increase in the number of reviews requested by media. And in fact, in 2014, 26 out of the 27 media requests for OIPC reviews were from the same person. So the Information and Privacy Commissioner Investigation Report F1303 was actually a report that was done by the Privacy Commissioner's Office in 2013. And it actually was evaluating the provincial government's Open Government Initiative, which was implemented between 2011 and 2013. Just a little bit of aside information. The City of Vancouver actually had implemented our Open Data Plan in 2009. So we were a little bit ahead of the wave there. We always like that. The city actually has many sources of good information that don't involve making a formal access to information request, and in fact, we believe that a formal request should be the last resort. In 2013, after this request, we looked at it and we said, you know, the report was evaluating 18 different recommendations, And we've looked at it, we actually just evaluated it again recently, but we looked at it also at the time and said, you know, are we within sort of the boundaries? Are we meeting some of these recommendations? Are we meeting all of them? Some of them are very provincial specific. So really we look at them, we say they don't apply to us, but many of them are things that are much broader and that we can actually look at and say, are we meeting these? At this point in time, the city meets or exceeds the recommendations in a majority of cases. One of the other open data initiatives or the data initiatives, the proactive releases that we're most proud of is actually the city's open data website. It was launched in September of 2009, and at that time it had 20 basic data sets available for download. At last count, and I actually went through and counted these myself, believe it or not, February of 2016, we have 149 data sets. The top five file downloads rather surprised me. I got this straight from Open Data. Business licenses, we know. We actually do see kind of a spin-off of that in FOI. Census data 2011, no, I have no idea why. Boundaries of local planning areas, probably because we have a lot of planning initiatives. 1912 GODES fire insurance map. It's really, really cool. If you ever get a chance to go and look at it, go in and look at it. And bike rack locations, like who knew, right? I just have no clue there. But really, you know, it is one of our primary data information sources. It contains historical and general information on a list of that whole 149, right? The Access to Information group is consulted on any data set initiatives that may include personal information, so we review them as well before they go up to ensure we're not disclosing personal information that we should not be doing. And on the open data site, one of the initiatives that I'm proudest of, and I think actually a lot of the city, is the rental standards database. We had quite a lot to do with that, and in fact, the initial impetus for that came from an FOI request that met with us and said, why can't we do this? San Francisco does it, Toronto does it, and at that point, you know, it went to the departments, they ran with it. We were involved, but preferably. So I think it's a really great initiative, that one. We have things like parking meter locations. Of course, council and mayor's expenses, those go from 2010 right up to date. They're actually posted quarterly. List of city-owned properties, sometimes people are interested in that, and it's an item of general interest, right? Most data sets are updated on a regular scheduled basis, and high-value data sets are added as they're identified. So the department might identify them, we might identify them coming out of a large number of FOI requests coming in. In addition to the open data, so the city publicly posts a very large amount of other detailed information. One of the things that really we are, again, leaders in is our in-camera agenda and report review process and posting process. There are very few municipalities that actually post these. We post them on a proactive basis. As they're signed off and as the items in them are no longer confidential, we post them. Budgets and finances, there's a large amount of financial information on the website. Annual remuneration, we do that as part of our SOFI report. Mayor's discretionary fund transactions, we generally have been putting that up yearly. It goes up towards the end of February every year. Parking ticket data, again, another database initiative. And I think you can read the rest of it for yourself. I don't think you need me to read it for you. One of the things that we've been doing is we have a tendency, we keep looking at proactive and routine release of information and new initiatives. So two of the things that we did or that we began in 2014, we actually started reviewing in 2013 were the internal audit reports, because we received not a large volume of FOI requests for them, but we did have consistent requests for them. And so it seemed to us appropriate to look at a proactive disclosure on them. In 2014, the 2014 initiative, we started posting detailed summaries of all internal audit reports, and they're posted on the website. They're quite easy to find. And then the bid committee reports. So again, another 2014 initiative that we began in 2013. We were receiving a consistent set of requests for the bid committee reports. We wanted to do something about it. We didn't really feel it was appropriate for the FOI office, or the FOI really office continuously having to go over, redact, and review. So we've started posting detailed summaries of all bid committee reports. They're posted when the contract negotiations have been completed. So there is a point in time where they're not posted because we're in contract negotiations. Posting the information could be detrimental to the contract negotiations themselves. The initiative that we're working on right now, and that of course my group is heavily involved in because it's our initiative, is the Access to Information Disclosure Log. Hard to say that one. And so that's a 2016 initiative that we now have in process. We're intending to do quarterly web publication of completed FOI requests, and those will include the responsive record packages. They may or may not include the response letters. We're evaluating that right now. They will not include any requests that have things like personal information in it or just that whole umbrella under the real exceptions under the Act, the items that we don't normally post publicly that we provide only to a person. The most obvious example is a request for a personnel file. So, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Bylaw. The purpose of the bylaw is actually fairly simple. As per Section 77 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, as a local public body, the city is required by bylaw to designate an FOI head who's responsible for the city's statutory obligations under FIPA. When we began the FOI bylaw review in 2014, we undertook a survey of 17 small, medium, and large municipalities in British Columbia and across Canada. We asked which position was designated as the FOI head for the municipality and if the municipality had a Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy bylaw and what the bylaw covered. In most instances, as in British Columbia, the provincial legislation is the umbrella legislation. We can only do so much by bylaw. This is it. We're allowed to actually designate a head and to set our fees. Those are the two sections that we're looking at here. Those are the two sections that the Provincial Act says we can do by bylaw. 15 out of 17 municipalities have a single FOI head. The City of Vancouver is the only municipality with a 3-member FOI head. And the current city bylaw designates the city manager, director of legal services, and the city clerk as the FOI head. Very briefly, again, the purpose of the bylaw is to fulfill the city's statutory obligations under Section 77 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act of British Columbia. Section 77, I don't think you need me to read to you, but it's right there pretty clearly in black and white. So, designate the head, set the fees. And a little bit of history. So the City of Vancouver, again, just like our open data, we were quite far ahead of the wave on this one. In October 1992, the original city bylaw was approved. It preceded the provincial legislation by 10 years. In 1992, the Provincial Act, the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act of British Columbia, which we call the Act or FIPA, just to save a little bit of breath, was passed by the legislature. It did not apply to the municipalities until it was amended in 1994. The city's existing FOI bylaw was adopted by council in 1994, and it was last updated in 2005. So really, we started to do an access to information group and really an FOI process review in late 2014. So just a little bit of history of where this initiative is coming from. We were looking for gaps in our process. We were looking for ways that we could potentially make our process more efficient. We were looking for things like proactive releases so that we didn't actually have to feed more and more things through FOI. We were trying to actually diminish that level of FOI requests that were coming in, and at the very least diminish the level of increase each year if we could at all. We actually identified at that time 4 initiatives. One of them was actually one of our positions, which at the time was FOI administrator. We repurposed the position. Sometimes the papers say we have a new position. We don't. It's exactly the same group, and it's the same, we only have one position. The FOI administrator position, though, was repurposed, and it was redesigned as the FOI case manager. And that first initiative, actually, we hired an FOI case manager in the end of April in 2015. So that initiative is down and done, and it's really been extremely useful. We also did, and then the review of the FOI bylaw. The reason that we're coming to council at this point in time is because we're finished the review, we're ready to have the bylaw reviewed and passed by council. It's appropriate, it's another initiative off the table. So finally, the current bylaw issues, there are provisions in it that are covered by the governing provincial legislation, and they're out of date. The sections of the Act that apply to the designation of a head and delegation of the authority of the head have been amended in the Provincial Act. The triple head approval process has a significant impact on turnaround time for requests and an impact on us meeting statutory deadlines. And the fee schedule is quite out of date. It includes copying processes and storage items that are no longer technologically possible. So my best example is the copying of a floppy disk and that sort of thing. We really don't even have the technology anymore. So summary of the bylaw changes are that the city manager be designated head as allowed for under Section 77 of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, that the updated fee schedule be adopted, and that the sections of the bylaw that are set out in the governing provincial legislation be removed. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think it's been a while since we had, as you noted, it's been over 10 years since we had the bylaw at council, and it's been a while since we had a comprehensive presentation, so thank you for that. Councillor Affleck is first up with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you?
Oh, good.
A few questions. Just one regarding the numbers. It was interesting to see the number of requests, which seems to stabilize anywhere between 300 and 400 on average over the last 10 or 15 years. It doesn't seem to be going up that much. So, which leads me to the question of what problem we're trying to solve. You touched on some of the policy changes provincially that we're trying to address. But have you, and you touched on staff, have we increased staff then at all in that same period that you showed?
In that same period, we've actually added 2 part-time positions, so 2 half-time FOI positions. So that's that 2 50-50 records and information management and FOI.
And okay, thank you. And the difference between, say, a media request, which seemed to dominate significantly, to a regular citizen's request, is there a difference in it, how you deal with it internally, or is it the same process? It's all the same process,
Absolutely
right? So it doesn't
it's
really.
all the same process.
So it doesn't really make a difference if a journalist asks for it.
No.
So I'm wondering why do we have that? What difference does it make to us?
We split it out just because for us it's of interest.
How so? Why?
We just simply like to know.
Okay. You talked about proactive disclosure, and that certainly was a recommendation from the province, and I think you'll probably hear from speakers wanting more of that, I'm guessing. The moving away from the panel structure, which while I know you said 15 out of the 17 communities don't have a panel, given the volume that we have, say, compared to most of those communities, and putting it into the hands of a single person to oversee it, I assume, like the job of that person, the person in charge, what was a panel, what is their exact job? You do all the work and you hand it to that person and they sign off on it? Is that? So
as a general rule, when we take a file for FOI head review, it has generally had a large amount of due process underneath. So it may have an FOI analyst, it will have an FOI analyst in my office who's first worked with the file, worked with the records. I review all files before they're actually moved up the line to make a decision whether they need to actually go to a subject matter expert. Do they need to go to a department GM? As I often tell even the departments, we're experts in FOI, but we are not experts in planning or development or these things. And sometimes the records require that kind of insight. We may just simply bring them in for a meeting, sit down and discuss what's in the records. Just because we're questioning whether it's releasable, not releasable, a little bit of subject matter expert. So by the time a file actually gets to the head, it generally has a fair amount of oversight below it. We feel appropriately that it really doesn't need a panel at the top. We've already worked our way up the line, and there's a lot of expertise that's been brought to bear already. So the final approval is the head, yes, absolutely. On about probably, I would say, roughly speaking, about 25-30% of our files. The rest of the files go out with a GM approval, or really the routine files generally go out with my approval.
Do you remember why we decided to go with 3 for that as a panel originally, and why not just a head?
I'm glad you asked that. I actually went back historically, so I've actually gone back to 1982 and looked at it. There is no specific reason that we know of, so I honestly can't answer it. We looked at the historical records. I actually had archives pull records on the development of the changeover from really the 3 heads and really processes that came on. I really have no answer to that question. I wish I did. I think it's a good question.
Could we presume that it might be to cover each other's backs as far as
No,
you've got a
I-
lawyer
you
on
know-
there currently, you've got the general
Yeah, my-
manager, you know, you're sending probably more of the complicated files up to the top.
Yes.
And so that due diligence might have been a good idea, as that's probably what they were thinking. Could I presume?
You know, I actually have a different perspective, and my perspective is that potentially it was simply because it's very hard sometimes to get all 3 together and have a sign off. So at that time, thinking before electronic records, thinking paper processing, stacks of records, it might have just been process easier, put 3 people in a room, 1 person wasn't available, we still had 2 people to sign off, maybe only 1 person was available. So more an alternate system than all 3 always.
So you don't need a majority to sign off?
As far as I know, no. But again, there are no process documents to tell me that. All I know is from anecdotal information, I didn't see that in the record.
The panel has no sort of structure to what its job. It's here's your
And
document.
you're asking me questions I don't have the answers to.
Right. Wow, interesting.
So, Councillor Affleck,
yes.
I feel like we've Ms. Van Friesen's been really clear that this bylaw predates her, the old bylaw, and she's not in a position to answer what those people might have been thinking at the time.
Okay, I'm out of time, but thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Stevenson to the report. Okay, Councillor Carr, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, and for your thorough report. My first question is that regarding redaction and the issue of redaction that has come up in the public, I'm wondering, it really wasn't mentioned in this report, but there has been concern around the level of redaction. If you could just comment on that and how we are handling that internally.
First of all, the bylaw doesn't actually speak to redaction. That's why it's not in the report. And in fact, we always work specific to the statutory legislation. Exceptions and exemptions in the Act are applied appropriately, and we do, in spite of the media, err on the side of release. So, you know, and I say that deliberately because what you see in the news reports are not a majority of our files. So a majority of our files go out without redactions or with very little redaction, and sometimes the redaction that you're looking at is a section 22.1, which is personal and confidential, and which you wouldn't want us to be releasing to public domain.
Right. Are people who challenge the or ask for a review of the material they get, is it commonly because of redaction or for other reasons?
It is probably the most common reason is redaction. It is occasionally for due diligence record search, and we document our processes, so those ones don't usually get very far. That's probably the 2 primaries at the moment. Okay. Occasionally fee estimates, but we have so few of those.
Right, okay, good. My second question has to do with how many requests or what proportion of requests do we fill within the 30 days that's outlined in the Act versus the extended time period which we can bring in?
So basically, all our requests are fulfilled within statutory deadlines, which is the 60-day top limit. I'm sorry, at this point in time, I don't have the number for under 30. A majority of them still are, but we can get that number for you if you like.
It just might be an interesting one because we also have people questioning in the public,
Yes.
including the media, around our timing. So thank you. I'd appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
We'll bring that back to you.
Right. And I know that you talked about the increase in the number of requests over time, and you've cited certain sort of high-profile events that have happened that could be a reason for that. But if you were to actually just give us a sense of what you think might be the biggest reason for an increase in the number of actual FOI requests from 7 to 431 last year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good point, actually. So what we know is a large amount of it has to do with electronic records, with the complexity of the requests that we now receive, and also with the complexity of the requests we can now fulfill. because of electronic records. And so we have a much larger amount of record. We have a larger amount of subject matter, and we're able to compile from many different areas, whereas previously it might have been a little bit, I suspect we would have been into a hefty fee estimate, and that's what happens with electronic records. We don't very often apply fees because we usually can retrieve them. We don't have to copy them, and we don't have to print them. But we can end up with a very large amount of record that takes quite some time to go through.
Right, okay. Right, I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I just had a brief question. Sorry, I'm still figuring out how to get myself on the speakers list so I can time myself. Sorry about that. So, I mean, there was a reference from Councillor Affleck that about other municipalities maybe not having as many requests. Councillor Carr just spoke to the requests in Vancouver, but we don't really have a context for this. Like my understanding, talking to councillors from across the country, is everybody I have talked to has seen similar increases in requests. I don't know if it's universal, but a lot of the factors that you spoke to are not unique to the city of Vancouver, that there are everybody now has electronic access to records. There's more people watching online. So can you speak a bit to the broader trends if you have them?
I definitely can. And actually, I reached out to a couple of our sister or brother municipalities, however we want to look at it, over the last couple of days and just compiled a bit of statistic for you. I won't go through, we actually did from 2012 forward to 2015. But basically, if you look at the city of Calgary, the requests are very similar profile to us. They run between that high 300, 394 to 400, 404 requests a year over the last 4. Hamilton, Ontario, just for the heck of it, they're actually people that respond to us quickly. They're a little bit lower, but they're also a much lower population. They go from 188 to 200, so they don't have a really large change over there. Winnipeg, their statistics run very similar to ours. They haven't had a dedicated FOI office. They just set theirs up in 2015, and actually they discussed it with us quite a bit. TransLink is interesting. TransLink has gone from 303 in 2012 to 649 last year. So the trend obviously, now in between there, they took some jumps. That sounds quite extensive, right? But really, they went from 473 in 2014 to 649, and let's think about what the major event was last year, right? So what we do actually see is the minute we get one of those higher profile planning situations or a plebiscite, that we do see an increase in FOI requests, and that's when we start looking at that proactive release. Can we do anything to really diminish the actual formal requests?
That was my follow-up question on it. You and I were both at the same conference that had municipalities from across the country, well, primarily BC, but across the country. And I was surprised to learn that the trend really does seem to be, so you have open data here, and there's access to data sets and increasing numbers of residents and organizations accessing that, but that hasn't done anything to diminish it. Like FOI numbers keep going up in every municipality that has open data information available.
And really, our only understanding is just basically it is two different sets of people. You know, the data sets sometimes are a little bit more difficult to work with. You have to have some technological skill. And I think when they did, just before the Open Data Hackathon, which actually was just before that, Open Data did some, you know, a little bit of review around those factors. So, you know, some of our data sets are very accessible. You know, the council expenses, for one thing, you know, they're Excel spreadsheets. They're easy to just call up. Some of them are a lot more difficult, like the parking meter locations.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. We have some speakers, so we'll bring them up. And then if there's questions for you afterwards, we'll bring you back up again. Okay, so speaking of speakers, we've got Mr. Vincent Gogolek, who's here from the BC Freedom of Information and Privacy Association. Mr. Gogolek, I think you've been here before, but just to review, 5 minutes at the microphone. There might be questions afterwards, so if you can just stay at the mic for a minute, I can let you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. Thank you for hearing from me. We were not planning on seeing you quite this early, given that the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner is currently doing an audit of the City of Vancouver's FOI processes. So we were a little surprised to see that before the Commissioner comes out with her recommendations, that we are seeing a proposed change to the bylaw. We're a little puzzled by that. There's also a legislative review going on right now looking at the Act, which may result in changes. We hope there will be some changes, which may also have an effect on this. And that report is due out at the end of May. We're now at the end of February. So having examined the staff report and the bylaw, we're a little, or the proposed change to the bylaw, we're a little puzzled by this. We're also a little puzzled about the choice of years for the increase in number of FOI requests. 1994 was the year that it wasn't even a full year. And it was the first year that municipalities were under the Act. And of course, we have that compared to 2015. And the report noted that there was a 6,000+% increase in FOI requests, which struck us as a little unusual. Thankfully, we were able to get some of the numbers today. We've been trying to get them since last week in terms of the total number of requests for each year. And particularly since 2005, and as Councillor Affleck noted, the number of requests seems to be bumping along at an average of about 400 since 2009. So there has been an increase. There have been jumps at various points. It goes up and down, but basically for this decade, it's been running at about 400. So we're not sure about the pressure in terms of that. Now, one of the other things that we were looking at in terms of this was we were using the informal process to try and find out just how many requests there were. And our program director called on Friday, left a message, called 311 just to find out where it is because she couldn't find it on the city's website, and was very quickly was told to call the FOI office. Left a message very late in the day, and the FOI office responded promptly on Monday morning. And there was a little back and forth in terms of what time period we were looking for and whatnot. But funny thing, or maybe not so funny, depending on how you look at it, at the end of Monday, we got an email from the FOI office saying, this will acknowledge your request of February 19th, 2016. Under the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act for a year-by-year breakdown of the total number of FOI requests received and logged in by the City of Vancouver from 2005 to 2015. We didn't make an FOI request. We called up and we asked for some information. So we'll be waiting our 30 days, hopefully getting some numbers in time. And looking forward to hearing what we hear back. We're halfway there. We've got, thanks to Ms. Van Frassen, we've got the 2005 numbers. So we may withdraw our request, but it was not ever our intention to actually make a request. We never sent in anything in writing other than emails. So I think there's a little work needs to be done in terms of that process. I'd just like to close by saying I'm not seeing the urgency particularly. The bylaw has not been changed since 2005. The commissioner's audit has been well underway. It's been underway for a few months now, I believe. And we should be getting answers back in terms of that. And with the recommendations of the legislative committee in terms of possible changes to the act. So I look forward to seeing a larger package of response to the commissioner's recommendations, and also dealing with whatever the legislative committee chooses to do to the act. That's it.
Okay, you do have questions, starting with Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming. So in general, you mentioned this one that's become an FOI request that wasn't an FOI request. Usually you have to fill out forms and do a much more complex procedure, I assume?
Yeah, there's two ways of looking at it. One is that the office is being very proactive, and I can see how this would be helpful. We provide service to people all over the province and actually all over the country who have questions about FOI. A lot of people find the system complicated. So sometimes it can be a little puzzling for them in terms of you must use the magic word, you must write a letter saying I am making this request under the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. So perhaps I'm not going to try and say why this happened. I'm just letting you know that this is our experience of the last few days. So that's a possibility. I'm not sure why a request from an organization with freedom of information in its name would be treated as an actual request without us actually saying we're making this request under.
Don't you have to actually sign a form or some to put in a request?
Normally you do.
Normally there's a form, right?
But it is an informal system, and we're not trying to encourage formality here.
Oh, that's okay.
So
you don't want us to create bureaucracy? What? We don't know what to do then. The issue of the three-person head, and that apparently we're only one of or two of the 17 communities that have the one-person head. The rest have one. We have three. What do you see a value in that, and having three people as the head, and and hearing that we don't have any actual parameters for their roles and responsibilities for them? It seems strange to me, but is there, with the communities that do have the three-person head, is there a difference, or do you see a better value in your experience?
Well, we normally deal with other bodies other than municipalities. So if we're dealing with provincial government departments or universities or others, normally the head is the deputy minister or the VP. There's normally one person designated, and then they delegate to whoever.
So it goes to the head first, and then they delegate down.
Yeah, well, it comes into the
through staff,
office,
right?
The FOI office. However, the FOI office is arranged, and then they do the actual work of getting this together. And then when the package goes out, they have whatever whoever signs off signs off.
And the volume you see of in Vancouver, you mentioned it. You referred to my comment about the fact that it seems to be an average. Is that meaningful? I mean, how does that relate to administration and certainly the frustration that we quite often hear from citizens and groups and journalists about the speed at which decision making is happening here at the City of Vancouver, and the fact we're going through a process of analysis right now?
Well, I'd rather not speak to that because the commissioner is doing an audit, which will hopefully provide us with whatever her findings are. And me speaking about my anecdotal experience has limited value compared to whatever the commissioner comes up with. And that's one of the reasons that I think it would be appropriate for
that process
for the work in order to update and improve processes to be done together. Because if the situation in terms of increase in the number of FOI requests we haven't really had one since 2009. 2010 the number was 398. Last year was 431, and it seemed to bounce up and down in that zone. I'm not seeing the 6,000% increase. It's not It's not that. It seems to be constant at that level.
You said around 350.
Yeah, and you know, there's obviously room for discussion in terms of is the office appropriately staffed, processes and whatnot to deal with the 400 requests that seems to be the workload. And again, I defer to the commissioner in terms of Ms. Denham's recommendation, whatever her recommendations are going to be after she completes her audit.
Okay, Councillor Affleck's out of time, so I'm going to move us on to Councillor Meigs, who had some questions as well.
Hi, Mr. Ogog. I'm wrestling to understand your intervention here today. You find it curious that this is here. Do you find it improper?
No, I don't find it improper.
Or are you opposed to the changes proposed?
Well, I'm not opposed to the changes.
Well, it's not improper and you're not opposed to them, so what's the concern?
Well, this is in terms of the use of council's time, in terms of having to make changes a month, 2 months down the road, where you've gone and made changes to the structure of the office, begun making the changes, and then the commissioner suggests something that would require more changes.
It would be quite odd, though, if she recommended something that's different from the norm in all the other municipalities that our staff have looked at, don't you think?
Well, I don't know what she's going to recommend. I don't know what she's found.
Well, in the interest of time, thank you very much. Let's move on.
That's it for questions. Okay, thank you. Although while you're standing at the microphone, did you want to speak to another item? Did I miss that? Are you going to want to speak to an item later in the agenda?
I'm not currently on the speakers
perfect.
list.
I wasn't sure if I'd missed something in an email, so that's great.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up we have Stephen Bohaus.
Materials here. Set up, but no presentation, so I'll make use of my props though.
We actually don't, our bylaw specifically prohibits props. So unless you have pictures of them to show me in a PowerPoint, you are propless.
Well then, thank you, Chair and Mayor and Council for this opportunity to speak on the proposed changes to the FOI bylaw. And first of all, I just wanted to ask a little bit of trivia. Now, out of the 400 plus FOI requests that the city received last year, how many of these have been posted online on the city's website, released? Anyone know? Well, it's actually on the city's website, 4 out of the 400 have been proactively posted. And I'm just going to make a quick suggestion that any FOI that's not for personal information get posted after a waiting period of 72 hours and within a month. Like I guess the province of BC and other places have better proactive disclosure. But in terms of this bylaw, I would urge council to wait and not pass this, have an opportunity to go out to the public, talk to the stakeholders. We're talking about a bylaw amendment that normally goes to public hearing. I have not heard anything about the proposed changes. I know that some of the changes are pretty minor, but I'll address those, and I'll also use a few examples here. In terms of the process, I would favor just keeping the existing review process of the 3-person team. Now it's maybe like the Development Permit Board. The members of staff have to vocalize and make a case for reviewing, or releasing or not releasing information. I think that's appropriate. And as the previous speaker noted, there is an ongoing audit of the city's FOI processes. It's the first municipality in BC to be audited, if I'm not mistaken. And also the Act is in its final stages of the 6-year cycle. It's going to come back probably soon to the legislature, and the public comment period is over there. So let's just wait for that. Let's get the public input. And we don't even have a permanent city manager at the moment. I know there's a lot of work managing the city, and the city manager should not be a micromanager either. There are a lot of problems where the Vancouver Economic Commission, the Easy Park Property Endowment Fund, those records aren't released. I actually have an FOI here, refusal for release. Easy Park is a separate corporation from the city, yes, but I believe it's covered by the Act, and I have an appeal in. But I'm not going to go into that, into a lot of detail. The issues with the bylaw, I will draw your attention to the schedule of fees. And one of the new items is a scanned electronic copy of a paper record item 6, and that's 10 cents per page. And normally these things you put into a hopper and it gets scanned electronically. It's converted into a PDF document. I don't think there should be a fee for that. I'm also concerned about photographs being charged $17 per image for a digital file. I think that's excessive. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the CD and DVD charges. One of the things I did notice or haven't seen here is that you can actually get one of these USB sticks, 64 gigabyte stick for $20, and use those. It's very convenient. Blu-ray discs, they're also great. So there are other means of sharing media, and public cannot give staff an unopened disk, an unopened USB stick for their data. So there are ways of improving it if the public provides the media. Now back into some of the issues here is I think in 2008 there was a vision to have the city of Vancouver as the most open government in Canada, and there's a lot that has been done, and there's a lot that can continue to be done. I've been experienced some issues with the FOI office. I have several appeals in Victoria. I'm not going to go into that to a lot of detail, but I'll just illustrate one issue, and I've had some great information released, but on December the 16th, I asked for this 3D computer model that appeared in the staff report on Heights. And this was the first time I saw it, and I thought, it'd actually be a good idea if city staff could pass along this 3D computer model, and people who have the skills can look at the impacts of some tall buildings that might happen on our skyline. So I asked for this data based on my experience.
So, Mr. Bohaus, I did mention the prop issue, and
okay.
This for your first time at council, I'd be a little bit more tolerant, but you're here a lot. So
okay,
so
I asked for this data, point taken, and on December the 16th, I filed an FOI request. I got a fee estimate for $90 for data that I think could be accessed within an hour, just based on my personal experience. Then I actually paid half of that, $45, and then on January the 28th, I received information that it's going to be another $6 for these CDs that were loosely in an envelope. 2 of the CDs are defective. I've tried it on 2 computers for OSs, and the data is in a proprietary format that I can't use. So I think these are some issues that need to be rectified just for simple requests for data. And I think if staff has more independence and there's a streamlined way of working and improving the act, the bylaws should not be passed. We should get public input and really make the improvements that are needed in the FOI process in the City of Vancouver. Thank you.
Okay, you have questions from Councillor Carr.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I could just have a moment for that, so just take me off and I'll come.
Okay, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you. Regarding the three-person panel, given what you've learned today that there is actually no policies or procedures for that panel, that it really only needs one person to approve it. So in effect, it is a one-person head. It's just whichever person they choose by the sound of it. Does that change your opinion on whether or not there should be a three-person panel, or does it matter?
Well, I think there is some value for these issues to be vocalized and discussed rather than one person deciding by themselves. And I know that the city manager has a lot of work, and maybe if there is one person, it should be an independent person who has more time to focus in on this. And maybe an opportunity is to see what the new legislation has to say and what the audit has to say about the process, and then decide on how to go forward.
Okay. You mentioned 10 cents a page. Roughly, what do you think you spend a year at our office? How much you?
I don't know how many of the pages are actually scanned, but I'm just pointing that out, that if there are some archived documents that aren't in the archives, but that are print documents and someone's FOI them, then that could create a larger bill.
Okay, if you don't mind me asking, you're fairly prolific, I think, in the FOI office, maybe, I'm not sure.
Just to jump in here, I really have to emphasize you don't have to answer that question, and the counselors are not really supposed to know. No elected official is supposed to know where FOIs are coming from.
Yeah, and well, I'm guessing, as I said, and you don't have to answer this question.
I'm just going to move us along.
I
from
filed a
that
few,
whole-
and I have.
I'm probably wrong.
I can't emphasize enough how critical it is that a resident does not feel coerced or intimidated into disclosing this kind of information. So I'm
Especially on
going to move
today.
us along.
And I haven't actually asked the question yet, Madam Chair. So,
Yes, I
and you don't have to answer this question, but how much do you think are you spending? Any idea per year?
I would have to audit, but I have been filing FOI since 2010, and I've been seeing that the process is getting tighter and tighter. So the information I was getting in 2010 was more complete and turned around quicker, and there are more issues. I don't know if this is from being overloaded, but the information is coming out late often, with extensions to the 30-day, business day cycle, and incomplete information being released, or things just having to go to Victoria, where they're also overloaded with a 6-month backlog to anything that is submitted there.
Why would it go to Victoria? Because there's a relationship between what your request is, or that's...
Well, no, when you have either an outright refusal, when you have redacted information, or there is no response within the maximum time frame, then you can file a complaint with the Privacy Commissioner.
What percentage of your applications do you get back? And so you don't tell me how many, just a percentage, if you don't mind, of your applications come back within the 30 days?
Less than half. I'll have to get specific.
Less than 50% of your applications. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr, noting earlier, not saying you were going to go there, but I should have told everyone this up front. It is a pretty big firewall between elected officials and knowing who or where things are coming from in the FOI department.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had no intention of going down that path.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Boas, for coming. My first question is in follow-up to the request that you suggested, or the idea you suggested, to post the FOI request to our website, that only 4 have been done out of 431. And pardon me for not knowing this, but of those 4, is it the question, the FOI request, and the response, or just the incoming request?
I think it's a release of the information, but there are 4 on the main link.
On the main link?
Yeah, I took a screenshot of it, but I can tell you what items they are, but there are 4.
Okay, and they don't obviously say where they came from. They just say this was an FOI request, and do they say the response?
Yeah, well, there's one on August the 7th, 2015, water consumption bill for top 50 utility accounts, right?
Great.
And that's the first one. So it just has what the release is. It doesn't release the name of the requester.
Of course, right, as per the point that Madam Chair said. Okay, that's good. Now, do you know if that's covered at all? Again, pardon me for my ignorance. Do you know if that's covered at all in the Act? Any rules or regulations about the posting or the public release of those requests?
That's a great question. From my reading of the Act, it's not there explicitly. Now, the province of BC does some of this, and other municipalities do this. They usually wait at least 72 hours in case, let's say, a journalist has done a lot of research to get that information, so they'll have first access. And then after 72 hours or a week, they'll post it within a month.
So it's kind of at the discretion of the public body.
Yeah, and we have 4 out of the 400.
Right. Okay. And so it is both the request and the answer, or it starts with if it's within 72 hours, it must be just the request to begin with, and then the answer.
I don't know because I don't have the live links, but
Right.
it's just an information release in 2015, and there are 4 right now.
Great.
There's a mayor's discretionary fund, parking ticket data, and records relating to the opening of the mayor's.
Okay. Well, you have also asked for a delay in the vote on this motion in order to, I think you said refer back to staff for public consultation. What kind of public consultation do you envision?
Well, I think you have to have open houses, maybe have a town hall meeting, have some Q&A, bring in a lot of the stakeholders, and really work through this FOI bylaw to make it effective and to make staff more able to respond and really make it a better situation for everyone.
Yeah, okay.
But
And are you concerned about the timing of the province, their review, as an earlier speaker noted, their review of the Freedom of Information Privacy Act? Or is it more just within our city that you want to make sure that we have the input of stakeholders?
Well, it's two things. One is let's get it right if we're going to change the bylaw. And the other one is that this is a bylaw that might be enacted in a few hours at the regular council meeting after this committee meeting, and there's been no public open houses, no comments, no opportunity, and I'm not sure what the charter has to say about this, but this is the first time I've heard about this FOI report coming from staff when it appeared last week. So I think let's just stop. Let's figure out what can be improved with the FOI process, and maybe that can sync with the recommendations from the auditor and also with the new Act revisions.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
That's it for questions. Thank you very much. Okay, we are through the registered speakers, so that brings us back to, as promised, the second round of questions to staff. Should councillors have any questions? Councillor Carr, questions to staff?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Can you tell me why it was that 4 of the FOI requests were posted to our website, but none of the others?
Okay, so currently, as per my earlier slide, we're working on a proactive release process. We have a fairly busy workload, so some of these things are projects that take us time to actually work out. So it was actually on the 4th slide or the 5th slide. Right now, we proactively post when we have more than about 4 requests for the same information. So in 2015, we had 4 posted, but that's not the only ones that are posted. We have requests posted for 2014, 2013. The Stanley Cup riot records are still posted, so we don't just have 4. We have more than 4.
Okay, and that is not detailed in the bylaw. So that would be a protocol that's internal to the staff involved with this?
It actually would be a procedure that we'll work out with the website and that we're working in combination with corporate communications and digital services on, because it's going to require resources from all of our different departments. Right. So it's a fairly labor intensive process because right now we don't have an automated process.
Okay.
It's another one of our initiatives that we're
Okay. Can you respond to the statement that was made by the first speaker around why aren't we waiting until the review that's happening now, the audit, and the potential changes to the legislation?
I can definitely respond to that. They're 2 separate processes. The bylaw process is a City of Vancouver process that has nothing to do with the ongoing FOI process review. And I'm saying that quite deliberately. It's not an audit. It is by the OIPC's audit division, but it's a review of FOI processes. It is not a review of the bylaw. The bylaw is a standalone piece of legislation that must respond to the legislation in the Act, to Section 77 of the Act.
Okay. So, do you think that well, all right, I don't want to have to ask you to speculate on something. I'll just go, regarding the change from the 3-person panel or 3-person head to 1-person head, what's the rationale for that?
So if I could actually do one correction here very quickly. It is not that we don't have any process and that we just willy-nilly go through this. We have a very robust process. It's very well laid out. We actually have a 4-level process that tells us exactly when a file needs to go up the ladder to the next level of sign-off. So just wanted to get that in there so it was really, I really don't, want to correct it and make sure. We worked a very, very strict process. So I'm sorry, I've lost the question now.
The question, can I repeat it just because of that circumstance of her answering something I didn't?
I can't figure out why this is, but it's carrying over, well, I know why it is, I can't figure out how to deal with it, but it's carrying over question time in aggregate, so you really have 3 more minutes to go.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. So my question was regarding the rationale for the change from a 3-person head to a 1-person head.
So quite frankly, it is partly to ensure that we can continue with our processes and ensure we meet statutory deadlines. It's also to ensure we're not overburdening one segment of the organization, right? But really, strictly speaking, it is because that is the process we work to right now. And so it is appropriate and accurate to update the bylaw to actually be reflective of our current review process.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought the current status since 1994, whatever it was a three-person head.
Well, the bylaw is a three-person head, but really since 2008, when the request levels started to increase, we have had to go to a much different system. So
Okay.
our system is different.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Okay, if you'll all bear with me here, I'm just going to figure this out once and for all. So I think if I press this button, yes, I have cleared all your timers. Okay, Councillor Affleck, you are good to go.
Be nulled and void. I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you with regards to the comment. I had questions that related to processes, and I was referring to your comment about the three-person panel not having any policies and procedures for its decision-making process, which you said there isn't. There's no saying, okay, you two have to meet or one have to meet. There's nothing written down that you could find. That's what I was referring to. Nothing more. I am sure your office has lots of policies and procedures and bells and whistles. And I just your last comment though that you just said regarding volume, though, I'm so confused by this because I look at your data and I don't see the volume increasing in a significant way. I see an averaging of around 350 over the last 10 years.
But it's not averaging around 350. Last year it was 431.
That seemed to
Quite
be
an increase, actually.
Yeah.
But it's also an increase in complexity, number of pages we're having to review, the number of pages of responsive records we actually receive. We receive a large amount of duplicate records, a large amount of not responsive because of electronic record processes, right? So, I mean, it really is the complexity. The requests come in, we may have to go to 8 different departments versus previously when they would come in for a copy of the bylaw complaints on X property, which is one department, one stack of paper. Right.
Is there any way that you can create performance indicators of that change as opposed to just a sheer number? Obviously, that simplifies what you're describing. Do you have any KPIs of how of that kind of stuff that you can, given it's all digital, you must be able to analyze?
So what we began in 2012 was we began to track the number of pages, and we track them as the number of pages that we receive, the number of pages we review, and the number of pages we release. The unfortunate thing is there's not quite enough years there yet to actually have a good metric, and I'd rather release something where I can talk to you and say, here it is. So we are tracking, we are looking at our metrics all the time. We are hopeful. We have one of our other initiatives this year is for an FOI case management system, because right now we do an awful lot of intake manually. Once we get the case management system, which we're just waiting on resources for, we will be able to do an awful lot of more robust metrics, and we'll be able to do it fairly quickly. Right now we have to calculate on an Excel spreadsheet, and it's a very labor-intensive process. We can only provide so much at that point, but we can provide the number of requests per year, and I will go back and actually check why that wasn't provided. If they had phoned me, they would have had the table. We give it out all the time. So I think something went a little bit awry there in process, and we'll follow through on that.
And then one of our speakers talked about costs, so 10 cents per page. In your report, it doesn't really talk about that cost, but to the reporter or to the citizen who's submitting, do you have an average cost per person? I mean, your answer to the last question makes it probably difficult because you have all different sizes of reports, but what kind of invoices are you sort of putting out there?
A little bit of a yardstick. Remember, our percentage is well under 10% a year that we actually issue fee estimates on. And in fact, a majority of those either are not fulfilled because the person didn't realize it was that large of a request, and we may go back and renegotiate the request. Or they may simply look at it and say, no, I don't really need the information that badly. And some of them are actually paid. So I don't, honestly, I cannot tell you. I would say that on average, because the first 3 hours are free in British Columbia. Remember, we always do the first 3 hours of work free. So we always give that free.
That's labor you're talking about though, right?
Yeah,
it
is. Search. Record search and compilation is all we're allowed to file to actually charge for. So not review time, not severing time. But I honestly, it would be really speculative. There really is no ballpark.
Anywhere? Like, is it into the hundreds?
Oh gosh, no. I would say we're probably somewhere between 50 and maybe.
So Ms. Van Fransen has said several times.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
And we do waive
Councillor
fees if we're requested for appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry, you have
Yes, Ms.
issue?
Van Fransen had answered your question several times by saying she didn't have an answer, but you
She did
are.
answer it though, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you.
You're done?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that is it for questions from council. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to move us over to the main queue. Where that is, let me just bring the staff report up. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Has this motion actually been moved by anybody?
Nope.
Can I move referral before it's moved?
No, because there's nothing to refer, Councillor Carr.
No, it's just a recommendation. Well, then I'd just like to make a referral of this report.
Can't, we just discussed the report, so it would be impossible to refer because you would have had to do that before we discussed it. So it sounds like I probably need to advance you off the queue since you're not prepared to do anything.
Oh, well, I am actually, but
Okay.
it's okay. Not at this point, that's fine.
Well, the options available to you are to put something on the floor to refer. If you're not prepared to do that, I kind of need to.
Yeah, well, can I not refer the recommendations, which are A and B?
They would need to be moved, and then you would need to move to refer them.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Meigs.
I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll speak briefly to them. I listened as carefully and respectfully as possible to Mr. Gogolek, but I wasn't persuaded that there was anything, nor did he really say there was anything problematic here. He wished us that we would wait for the audit, which may or may not produce changes. To me, this is a bookkeeping thing, an administrative change, which seems fine. In fact, no one has suggested there's a problem with it, so I think we should get on with it. And, if the audit comes back and there's other changes suggested, I'm sure our staff will bring forward bylaws to reflect those best practices. So I see no need to refer it or to belabor this any further. If there is a referral proposed, I wonder why that referral would be made now. But in any case, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your attempt to be expeditious, but I think I probably need to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Carr, Councillor Affleck, are you going to speak to the main motion?
I was actually going to make the referral motion as well, so I'd like to submit a referral. So
Okay, so let me just get us into an amendment queue here, and I will put you, there you go, you're back on the speaker's list. Okay, motion to refer.
Thank you. I'll give Councillor Meigs this bridge that he's looking for. I'd like to refer this back to staff. I sent some wording to staff here. So refer back to staff until the OIPC completes its audit of the City of Vancouver's FOI procedures, after which recommendations from the audit could be incorporated into the City of Vancouver bylaws. I think that it's important for us to have a due process here. The Commission is going through a process right now. I'd be curious to know what those recommendations are. They may conflict with what we're deciding today. They may come back and say there should be a 3-person panel. So why don't we wait a short time to see what those recommendations are? It seems to me the logical best practices thing to do for the city. I don't think there's a huge rush to get this done today. Let's see what the report says. Let's do the best work possible in the chamber and put bylaws together that stick and hold and incorporate what is recommended by a commission doing an analysis of us right now. So I would hope that I will see that support. It's for the amendment or for the referral because it clearly just makes sense.
Okay, clearly it makes sense. Councillor Carr, to the referral.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the referral.
Okay, I'm just going to move us to the amendment queue. Okay, we are in the amendment queue too.
Thank you. That recommendations in the last clause, recommendations from the audit could be incorporated as drafts into COV bylaws and taken to public consultation.
I've been kind of asked by the clerk to stick to the rules here. So we are in amendment queue because it is technically the meetings to decide whether it's in a friendly amendment or not. So if you think it's friendly, you need not speak to it, in which case we could move straight to the vote. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Affleck?
Well, just in my support of it, that's all.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to advance you. I'm going to move us to the voting queue. Is everyone clear what we would be voting on here in terms of the amendment? To the amendment. Could we get the red on the amendment to the amendment, please? Okay, so what has happened is Councillor Affleck had a referral motion, so that's the black text. And then Councillor Carr has added in these red parts. So what we're voting on is whether or not we would like the red parts in the referral motion, and that would be an opinion independent of whether or not you support the referral motion. Okay, everyone clear on what we're about to vote on here? Okay, so I'm going to call the vote. These are, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were, so we're voting on the amendment to the amendment, so the red text, whether or not that red text should be incorporated into a referral. Did you want to speak to it at all, Councillor Meggs? You're good?
Well, let's just take the vote and see what happens. I'm more concerned about the referral because I think that this all sort of prejudges the process of an audit that we haven't yet received. We've got a housekeeping thing here in front of us, and I see no reason why we just can't make that tiny administrative change, but instead we have to forecast all this other stuff, so very frustrated by the whole business. So anyway, let's...
Yeah, sorry.
I find it a frustrating business to forecast how we'll handle an audit down the road when it comes back and all that kind of thing. So I don't think that the amendment is helpful. I don't think the referral is helpful. So I'm going to vote against them both.
Okay.
The amendment to the amendment's not helpful. The referral's not helpful. Okay.
Yeah,
so.
okay. I have to admit, having read this, I'm not even really sure we can legally incorporate something as draft into a bylaw, but in any event, I think we'll just take the vote because I don't want to take the time to go call legal staff unless somebody wants a legal opinion on it. No, seeing nobody, I'll just move us to a vote then. Voting is, oh, sorry, I ended the vote. I'm going to go back to calling the vote. Calling the vote. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I lost the voting queue again. Okay, the vote is up. So we can vote on the red text, whether you are for or against. Okay, everybody, oh no, Councillor Ball, do you need some help? This is the red text, for or against. Okay, so I will end the vote. We have 6 councillors and a mayor opposed and 4 councillors in favor. So those opposed are Councillor Louie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Deal, Councillor Jang, Councillor Meggs, Councillor Reimer, and Mayor Robertson. So the motion or the amendment to the amendment fails. So we will go back to the referral motion minus the red text. Councillor Carter, do you want to speak further to the referral motion?
Yes, I'm planning on supporting the referral motion. I just think that there is, it seems like we could be very well doing a 2-phase process where I don't see the need to rush on this one. I don't see the urgency of it at this point in time, and I'd rather get it right.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova to the referral.
I support the referral. There are a number of reasons. First, some of the reasons that the speakers had mentioned, and this to me doesn't seem much different than when we referred the affordable housing motion put forward by the mayor at our last council meeting because we were waiting on information from the province, BC Housing, to make their decisions. It's no different in this case. We're still waiting on information that really could impact or influence our decisions. So I think that it really is diligent, or it would certainly be the right thing to do to refer it here today. And for the points that Councillor Carr has made and Councillor Affleck, I appreciate the language that Councillor Carr has added to it. Offers me more comfort. So I will support the referral. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. I'm going to add my own thoughts on the referral motion. I think if the Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner was going to report in May and we were able to respond to it in a month or something, I could see the point of referring. I don't believe that's the case, though. I mean, we know how this works, is that there will be a set of recommendations, our staff will review them, there will be a response to it, there will be further public consultation. Like, it could be many numbers of months before we respond to it if we are wanting to be diligent. It's not intended that the OIPC does not write City of Vancouver bylaws, nor should they. It's intended to be a process where they provide their recommendations and we take a thoughtful, responsive approach to them. Given that we currently heard that this is the practice, I would hope that our bylaws are aligned with our practice, and our practice does seem to be working. I also take to heart Mr. Gogolek's comments quite strongly about why people have one person and what rank that person is. It's intended to be a buck stops here position, and I think that having a panel actually undermines the integrity of having that buck stops here, which I feel is important. Accountability and transparency is incredibly important in these processes. So if we're already doing it and it's working, and we're trying to align bylaw to practice, and the practice is a really good one that preserves critical principles, then I don't see the problem. And it doesn't at all preclude us from, when we receive the report from the OIPC, being able to get an appropriate, proper, thoughtful, and diligent response to that. It would surprise me if there were things in that report that suggested that we should be less accountable and transparent about the way that we do our work. So, and if there were, all the more reason that we take a thoughtful time to be diligent in our response. So I won't be voting for the referral, although I very much welcome the audit and the independent advice that we'll receive from that, and the opportunity to respond by working with the public and public interest groups on it. So I'm going to stop talking and move us to a vote. This is a vote on the referral. Okay, that is everybody. So we have 6 councillors and a mayor, or 7 members of council in opposition and 4 in favor. So the referral fails. In opposition, we have councillors Meggs, Jang, Deal, Stevenson, Louie, and Reimer, and Mayor Robertson. So it fails, and we are back to the main queue. Councillor Affleck, you had the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's disappointing. I think, when Councillor Meggs says this is just a housekeeping procedure, this is changing our bylaws. And I think if we're not going to make our house clean as it can be, then we're not doing any housekeeping at all. I think that we have this report coming back, this report that's being done about us. I think we should wait to see what that is. I didn't hear anything from staff that said that it's going to be the end of the world if we don't change these today. I did hear things that concern me, though, that I would be curious to know more about down the road regarding, the policies of the actual person at the top, the fact that we didn't have any procedures for those the 3-person panel in the past. I find that very curious. I would have assumed that relationship of those 3 people would have been in a majority decision on something.
Councillor Affleck, staff have clarified that was not, in fact, what they said. So if I could, I don't want to have to drag them back up to clarify the record, so if we could just stick to the facts of the matter.
Sorry, Madam Chair. What staff said, if I may clarify for you, was that there were no policy and procedures for that 3-person panel in effect on how the decision-making process happens. If you'd like staff to clarify that that's what they said, that would be fine.
Okay, then we will do that right now. Staff, do you want to come back up and clarify again what you said in response to that assertion? I don't want any aspersions cast on staff.
So what I actually said is that we do have a policy and procedures. We have a 4-level review process where the upper level actually does have a process. So we do have a process and a procedure for the three-level head.
Councillor Affleck, this is
Decision-making
not
is
your time.
actually 1, 2, 3. So at this point in time.
Okay, we are into debate. We needed that unusual process to ensure that the record was clear. Councillor Affleck, if I could get you to keep your comments to factual matters, please.
Okay, well, the fact of the matter is those three people didn't actually have to have a majority vote on the decision that one person, if I'm clear, could make a decision in the past. So that was made clear to me. Anyways, I think that, my preference with the whole three-person panel is it provides checks and balances. That, I believe, in my mind, was the intention when it was created in 1994, and the fact that that's not on the record, as we heard from staff, there's no record that that's the case is a challenge. But I would believe that that three-person panel was meant to cover each other's backs, to make sure that you are following the procedures, that we don't send something out in error with information that maybe we shouldn't be making public. To put that in the hands in the final stage of maybe challenging for us. That's my belief. And so I think that alone to me makes me worried about us changing and moving away from the three-person panel. And I think that the fact that we have this assessment happening right now from the Commission is another reason not to support this. So for those two reasons, I won't support this recommendation today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr, to the motion, please.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. The motion that we've got in front of us is to approve the changes that are recommended in the report. And the report makes it clear that the definition of the head is in FIPA. And it doesn't seem to me that there's any difficulty in having a three-person head, at least for the last, since 1994. It hasn't been a problem to have it's not illegal. We can still comply with the act and have a three-person head. So I don't know if that's a necessary kind of immediate need. But I am taken by the fact that there is a synchronicity in terms of the changes being suggested and removing unnecessary sections in the Act, which are duplicated by just saying we're following the Freedom of Information Act. So that seems to me a cleaning up of the situation because we don't need to duplicate language twice, and we have to follow the Act because it's our responsibility to do so, and the stipulations of what we have to do are clear in that Act. The second thing that we have that's in here is updating the fee schedule and removing outdated items from that. And I think that's a useful thing to do. So I'm going to support this, but I'm going to support it only because I don't think that it's problematic what's happening. I just think it's not the right time to do it, given that there is a review going on. I'm not seeing this as a really urgent thing to do, but it's not that it's a bad thing to do. It's just, in my mind, not urgent. It does help us move us some way along the way. Maybe we will have to redo some of this. But at this point in time, I think cleaning up some sections of the Act, particularly our bylaw rather, the fee schedule is a useful move. Although it's a small one, it's still a useful move.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Any other?
Thanks. I think it's all been said. It's said.
Okay, that's great. So the closing words are thus. So I will bring us to the voting queue. I'm going to call the vote on the recommendations from staff. I'm going to end the vote. We have 3 councillors in opposition, Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova, but it does carry. Oh, Councillor Stevenson did not vote. So do I have to call it again or? Okay. Here we go. All over again. Sorry, it's an exercise program. So all those in favor or opposition? I need Louis, Stevenson, Ball, and DeGenova. Yep. Do you want us to assist your? Yes, we did it. Okay. You know, the reason we do this is per earlier topic, it is a much more expeditious way to get individual votes online. So it is much more transparent and the best way to do it. So thank you all for participating. Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DeGenova, however, remain opposed, and all other councillors were in favor, so it does pass. Thank you, everyone. So we are moving on to item 8. Only 5 more to go. This is action to protect taxpayers from soaring assessments. This is a motion from Councillor Meggs. Councillor Meggs, I cannot remember if you introduced it or not, so I will let you introduce it again. Then we'll move to questions to staff, followed by the speaker, back to questions to staff, and then on to debate. Councillor Meggs.
That's not necessary. Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I think we're all well aware of the concern that's been expressed in a number of communities. We had a bit of a discussion about it at the last council meeting, but the soaring assessments in some parts of the city are really causing a lot of concern, particularly for 2 groups of residents. One is small businesses who are involved in triple net leases are finding that they are being, they're on the receiving end of very, very high increases in their assessments in certain areas, and they're very anxious that that will trigger a big increase in their payable tax. The second group that some of us have met with are people in especially the co-op housing sector, especially Pacific Heights Co-op, who had very significant increases as well. But this motion really speaks primarily to the business side. We do mention the co-op as well and the co-op issue. And since the motion was put on table, Madam Chair, the staff had a chance to take a look at the situation in some of the areas and have advised me, and I'm sure they've talked to other councillors as well, that the averaging process that our city, and only our city actually has in place, has been effective in mitigating those increases substantially in those very much affected areas. In other words, through the averaging process that the city applies, they're not going to have an enormous shock in a single year, although they may face these increases down the road if the pressure continues. So this urges the BC Assessment Authority to clarify its procedure for making the assessments and try to clarify why there may have been such big increases in certain areas that seem out of scope with what's nearby. To make that methodology available in open data format so the public can understand the factors that are driving those increases, and then take steps to complete its review of split assessments once the court verdict, which we're awaiting, is received, and value and use as a growing concern as based on the court ruling. That definition needs to be clarified. There is a decision in that case, which is often referred to as the Amicon case, but it is subject to review, and we're not quite sure how that will unfold. So that part of the motion remains valid. So with those particular action items, I'd like to, I hope we get broad support for this. We have received some correspondence from BIAs urging us to direct the, or encourage or demand or insist that the BCAA go to directly to split assessments, but the advice I've got from staff, and I'm sure others will want to question staff about this, but the advice I have is that we should wait and see what the study produces before we take a position for or against the split assessment question, because that study is ongoing, and from what I understand, it's moving ahead fairly directly.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I heard something, but I'll take it as an interruption and carry on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm complete.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs, and Chair of Finance Committee. Okay, we have the motion on the floor, and do we have any questions to staff? Seeing none, then we'll move to a speaker, Mr. Sullivan. Welcome back. You're well aware, 5 minutes, and at the end you may have questions.
Yep, thanks very much. Pleasure to be here as usual. So I guess, you know, I'm very encouraged with this motion. I appreciate you folks are really putting your heart into this issue, and it's one that the BIAs have been passionate about for 10 years. And frankly, we don't have a good solution yet. I spoke last time that the Amicon decision will not help C2 and C3. That's 4th Avenue, that's Broadway, that's South Granville, that's Kingsway. It's the majority of our commercial nodes. So waiting for the outcome of Amicon is interesting, but it's still not going to solve the greater problem of valuing airspace in a future residential use and taxing it commercially and then having the tenants pick up those tax loads, right? So it's not going to be the end result. With regard to the motion, I do want to make the comment that I have a lot of respect and faith in BC assessment. I do believe the market values that are out there are correct. My issue, as you know, and the BIA's issue is the split classification, and that comes through an interpretation of case law, an interpretation of legislation and regulations, and interpretations result in policies. And policies are created to produce outcomes, and outcomes are judged by reasonableness or consequences. And I think both the reasonableness and the consequences of the outcomes of not split assessing properties are not in line with what this council hopes to achieve for a sustainable city. We believe, I think in this city, I think this council believes that local independent businesses are important to them. And the only way we're going to do that is to shelter them from the pressures of residential development on their land. So if the outcome that we hope to produce is preserving our local independent businesses, we need to make policies in line with achieving that goal. And the only way we'll do so is to adopt a tax policy that makes them equitable with non-redevelopment properties. So that's why I say, and I'd even go further, I emailed you folks this week and gave you some quotes from Madam Justice Warren in the Amicon decision. She said exactly what I've just said about outcomes and policies and interpretations and how they all blend together. So what I hope, if I get a wish in the outcome of this motion, it's going to be that this policy is a reinterpretation of the regulations, the classification regulations, to meet the objective of preserving independent local businesses. The difficulty we have is a time urgency. The 2016 assessment roll is, if you're not under appeal now, you don't get the benefit. So I've asked that we ask the province to make some retroactive provisions in new policy initiatives around split assessments. Otherwise, the current situation won't be dealt with. I've said before, next year is going to be worse. We're going up another 30 to 50% and tens of thousands of dollars in taxes on small businesses. So we can rely on averaging, and I have a lot of respect for Grace's work and what averaging does, but it unfortunately is a short-term deferral on the inevitable increase. It catches people off guard because they don't understand it, and it's not the solution. And unless we add a retroactive component to the motion, at least requested of the province, we're going to leave all these folks in the water. Like, we're going to lose these small independent businesses this year. So I'd like to encourage you to amend the motion to allow for that provision. I know it's not easy. It's going to be a difficult application, but you know, BC Assessment's very good at their job. They deal with difficult situations all the time. This is not that difficult in the scheme of what they have to do, and I think it's very important to meet the objectives of this council. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, you have some questions. First from Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, specifically, what are you asking us to add? Can you be more specific for?
So basically, to me, what this motion is an inquiry into both the market value side as well as the application of the classification regulations. I believe this council would like a policy that meets the intended outcome from in the application of the regulations. So what I say is that you need to add to the motion a request from the province to impose if they feel a necessary amendment to the regulations required to get to split assessments, to do so and make it retroactive.
You mean the potential to split assess?
Yes, I would argue, and because this is interpretation, and that's the problem here, right? That one side it has one interpretation, and I have another, and the interpretation results in the policy. So I will argue that you don't need to amend the regulation or the act, and you can simply impose a new policy. Others would say no, their interpretation's correct, and you need legislation or regulation change for what you're asking for. So depending on where you sit on that.
Well, the challenge we have probably is the price tag that this might cost us as a city until we do a thorough review. I would think that Councillor Megg's motion, which asks to complete its review of split assessments, until we've done that, we don't know what that cost might be to the taxpayers in general. It could be multi-millions of dollars.
Well, it's tax neutral to the city.
I know, but you know.
And it's potentially a shift amongst the classes.
Right.
And 93% of our properties in the city of Vancouver are residential. And we're talking about the 7% that are commercial, and then we're talking about the percentage of that 7% that are our local independent businesses valued as residential redevelopment sites. So I completely agree, Councillor, that an impact study and it should also potentially be added to the request of BC assessment, because it helps with the political problem, because there is going to be a shift, depending on how you do it, but I suspect there would be.
Well, I'll get Councillor Meggs to clarify C for me when we're done, but I think that's what he's asking, but maybe not to the aggressive nature that you're looking for. In C, he's sort of asking for the review of the.
Well, he is, but then I go further down to the concluding paragraph at the bottom of the page, and other steps that could be taken by the province to mitigate these increases, especially the impact on triple net leases. So there's enough substance here that if the work is guided with the intent of reaching the outcome that I'm speaking of, being fair taxation of our community retail properties, there's enough substance in this motion to get that result.
You want it tomorrow, though, or you want it right away, the result?
Well,
you want it for this tax year?
I've been at this a decade, and I'll be at it another decade, but I feel for the hundreds of community businesses that are going to get hammered this year. And I've said this every year, but this year it's not a 10 or 20% increase. It's big value increases, slight mitigating results from land averaging, but not enough. And so why keep deferring this?
A lot of discussion here is about split assessment, but what about the ratio? You've always had a problem with that, but that's not being discussed here. To reduce that ratio further, is that something is there any point to that, given the speed at which prices are going up? Or
you know, I think this council and prior council showed a lot of goodwill on it. You'll never get to my number. But
zero? What is that?
So you know,
that's all our goal. I think
the Fair Tax
Coalition. We're all taxpayers here, so we all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Fair Tax Coalition has always had two core issues: hotspots, distribution. Distribution, to me, this council and these parties have made a very good effort on, and now I think we need to save our local businesses, because it's a much different issue and it's far more significant than tax distribution. It's a big deal.
Are you seeing, I'm almost out of time, some of these retailers especially, and you see a lot of empty spots, we heard earlier from the BIAs, where they are seeing these tax increases, and so therefore when they can't rent the place, they're reducing the rent. Are you seeing any of that out there because of that?
We can always hope that that is the end result.
Well, the market value.
Yeah, you know, what's going on in my discussions with BIAs is we're having a more rapid turnover of retail premises. So where a merchant would typically last 2, 3, 5 years, make it to the end of their lease, they're not. They're in there for 8 months, 18 months, and then they're losing their livelihood, and then the next person comes along. And with the growing population, there's enough demand from business people needing a business to live in Vancouver that somebody steps up. But the churn, we call it in real estate, is definitely increasing. It's not a good story. And any one of you have noticed that throughout community retail.
Thank you, Councillor Affleck. That's your time. Mr. Sullivan, thanks for coming today. Just for my clarity, and thank you for all your work over the years on this and recognizing that this council and previous councils as well have tried to find solutions to a very intractable problem, given that it's out of local government control. It's left at a provincial level, and they've been at a provincial controlled organization. They've been somewhat unresponsive to this issue for, as you say, a decade in recognizing this hotspots conundrum that we find ourselves in. But I'm interested in your comments that we make this retroactive and that you recognize that it's going to be complicated, and you left it at that, but it's actually very complicated because there are a number of shifts that will occur, both in interclass between the smaller and the larger businesses within the commercial and the residential class as well. And so what it would entail, I would think, just off the top of my head, would require us creating a reserve and then a reallocation based on a reassessment. And how do you collect taxes to run the city? And we'd have to collect extra taxes to run the city in order to reallocate some later point in time. So maybe some ideas rather than just leaving it, it's complicated.
You're right. I think a contingency reserve would be required. I mean, there always is.
We'd have to raise taxes more to create the contingency reserve.
Well, when you need to get on this quickly such that when the July tax bill hits the road, you can apply a contingency reserve where you feel necessary, and frankly, that's a political decision, because you can recover taxes from all the properties in the proportion that you wish. So when you have a class change, as you know, we have a tax shift that goes with it. And if you want to build in a contingency reserve to buffer a shift, that can be done. And Councillor, you and I know this is lots of math, but my reason around making it retroactive is to express the urgency.
I can understand the urgency.
And I can accept it's probably not likely, but I sure don't want to be standing here a year from now talking about the 50% increase again, and we haven't accomplished anything.
I'm trying to get you to say it's likely, very highly unlikely or impossible. Yes. Councillor DeGenova. Mr. Sullivan is well aware of this fact, having presented many times. Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, do you feel at ease having this conversation with me?
I'm happy to.
Thank you. But wouldn't you agree, because it is so complicated, that the effect of creating a contingency would increase taxes and further the burden, because we'd have to apply the same model that we have today in order to have that contingency, or we would have to allocate it unfairly somehow or create some other class to collect this money to cover the shortfalls, that in fact you're creating an extra burden. So I put that to you because this premise of adding this line to the motion that Councillor Meigs has put forward seems alluring, but in application would create further problems for those taxpayers, whether residential or otherwise.
You know, maybe a more realistic approach then, Councillor, is that we give the direction that for the 2017 assessment roll, the policy is established. It is imposed, because it very likely will take that much time. But maybe that's a better amendment, given the timing that we're in. I've said before, we're going up again, big time, 2017 roll.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Oh, you have some more questions, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks very much. Appreciate your willingness to add me to the list, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the work that you've done over many years on this issue. I am intrigued by the idea of the contingency reserve. I mean, is that what you're recommending?
It's a solution. But what it does, as Councillor Louis pointed out, is it raises taxes, and I don't think this council really wants to go there right now. I'm, to be frank, very pleased that you're taking the issue on. I feel badly for the people that are going to get hurt this year. We're going to have a lot of people lose their livelihoods over in tens of thousands of dollars in increasing taxes on a single retailer. But I guess late is better than never, and maybe we just impose it for 2017.
And when you're saying better later than never, you're working under the assumption that a positive court decision would end up reassessing the split assessment properties and make the change for next year?
No, because as I've said, the Amicon decision does not work for the vast majority of our independent small businesses. The difference is that the zoning in DDL1 downtown has specificity. It says 1 FSR commercial, 2 FSR residential. C2 and C3 allow you to build either or. Therefore, without the specificity, the assessor doesn't know how to split the valuation. So we know how we can do it in alternate ways, but they are not addressed in the Amicon decision.
Okay. So you're supportive of this as a short-term measure. You just want to see bigger measures later.
I'd like to follow through with the motion to impose it for the 2017 assessment roll.
Okay. And how do we do that without a contingency reserve?
Because that tax budget is not set.
And how do we do that vis-a-vis BC assessment?
Well, so you either through policy or regulation change will have the tools to impose that on the 2017 assessment roll. That, I believe, is what the intent of this motion is to explore the issue and the solutions to get to this intended outcome. With those tools, the 2007 assessment roll can be based upon split assessments. And the tax revenues will be jigged based upon the amount of value in each class and the allocation of the tax burden to each class. So it's complicated, but so is your process around this room that I would just watch for the past hour. And it's not very complicated to me, with respect. And it can be done. So that's the suggestion, is let's make it happen for next year if we're not going to make it happen for this year.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Once again. Oh, sorry. Councillor Meigs? Not questions. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Okay, to Councillor Meigs, either going to closing comments on the debate and such, or if there's any further questions to staff at this point in time. Before we move to you, Councillor Meigs, maybe just a question to staff in regards to this.
I don't have one. If you do, go ahead.
I do. Mr. Sullivan has laid out a proposition. And before we move through to discussion on the motion and possible amendments, I think it's appropriate for staff to tell us your opinion on imposing 2017 and what that would entail and whether or not it's actually possible given, well, I'll let you explain it.
Grace Chang, Senior Manager, Long-Term Financial Planning. So with regards to your question, what is the likelihood and possibility or steps to get to 2017 implementation? Again, I would emphasize the fact that property assessment and classification is done by BC Assessment, and the city has no jurisdiction over that. So I tend to agree, depending on how receptive the province is in terms of applying the Amicon case, or even better, maybe expanding, the interpretation of split assessment and potentially clarify the Assessment Act or anything that they want to do in preparation for the 2017 assessment roll. Then with that assessment roll reflecting the change, the city can do something about it. But if there's no change over there, like on that side, the City of Vancouver, we really don't have any tools to adjust the assessment roll. That basically is the challenge that the city has always been having.
Okay, thank you. Now to Councillor Meigs. Over to you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be quite brief because I think people, I mean, I think Mr. Sullivan's right. It may not seem complicated to him, but I guess I would just say with tongue in cheek that when you've been here a while, you can make anything as complicated as you like. And but there are serious consequences here for a mistake on this front, which is why we've been guided by a special blue ribbon panel. It gave us advice on property tax policy and why we try to make sure that we respect the boundaries between the BC Assessment Authority and our own responsibilities and powers in this regard. And I think it would be a mistake to take the extra step today that would potentially be quite prejudicial. To me, it feels like shooting before aiming, frankly, and I just want to be sure we hit the target when we finally do something here. I'm not certain that the province is alert to the consequences of the very high rate of property, the increases in property value here in the city of Vancouver, because they take a province-wide perspective. And what is a very, very serious problem here may not be a problem at all for businesses or co-ops that are in separate municipalities, even some that are only a 30 or 40-minute drive away. And for that reason, I think it's harder to get the province to begin to bear down on some of the policy changes that only they can make to try to help out homeowners and nonprofit housing operators and people like that. So this is, I think, the right distance to go today. We should get some more information quite soon when staff come back with some of the further reports on where we stand with our taxes and our assessments and that kind of thing, and have a chance to discuss it further at that time, and as well as to assess whether or not the averaging has had the impact that we hope in the near term to give some relief to people immediately. So I think we can, I hope we can get unanimous support today.
Thank you, Councillor Meggs. I'll just add a couple of words here. I hope that the province will, in fact, direct BC Assessment to take this issue seriously, that the politicians are hearing this situation, because it very much is a concern, I think, to not just the small business owners and businesses, but communities and council, and should be concerns to everyone as we try to build complete communities where people have the opportunity to walk and shop in their local communities and not have them close up as a result of perhaps an unintended consequence of a rather blunt instrument, which is the assessment process. Just a point of contention for me for a number of years now is that due to the fact that the city of Vancouver has such a large assessed value, and we actually pay for the service of BC Assessment. It's one of the authorities that uses the BC Assessment. We pay a disproportionate share of that monies to run BC Assessment amongst other authorities. The city is not the only one that uses the authority. And given the fact that we do pay such a disproportionate share of that, I think it's obviously incumbent on BC Assessment to have a level of service responsive to the environment and to the payers of their bills. And the City of Vancouver certainly is doing more than its share in that regard. And so I think it is important for them to adjust to the environment that they're in and not rely upon a historical, traditional model that perhaps has worked for some number of years, but is more and more so unresponsive to our current environment. So those are my comments, and thank you, Councillor Meggs, for bringing this forward. This is an important, I think, advocacy piece at the very least, and hopefully we'll get some response from the provincial government. Thank you. We'll move to the vote. Okay, all votes are in. It's a unanimous vote. We'll end the vote. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, and we'll see what happens going forward. Our next item, item number 9, explore options for increasing city support for music and musicians. We'll just do a switch over. Thank you. Councillor Deal, I believe this is your motion.
It is indeed. That's why I pushed my button. Thanks. I won't go on at great length because the motion is fairly self-explanatory, and I think it's one that's very easy to support. But I just want to mention a few things. Why music? Why now? We've had a very healthy support for the arts in the city for a long time. We are the highest per capita grantor to the arts and culture sectors in Canada. I'm not sure what the numbers are now, but certainly the record has been very low for the province, and we've been advocating for changes at the provincial and federal level for support for the arts for some years. We also have a hugely important and very active musical scene here, and it varies everything from the Vancouver Youth Symphony, who we just helped to save St. James Community Square, where they rehearse, to Sarah McLaughlin's school, to our independent artists and musicians throughout the city. I'm in a choir, and I know that there are hundreds of choirs, many more than most people even realize as well, not just the well-known ones, but many, many community ones. We also have musicians who work in the clubs and in the nightclubs, and we've created more performance spaces to allow for more of that. And we have professionals here. We have amazing professionals from here, and some have stayed, and we have recording studios. So we have a really broad spectrum of support for music in the city. And when you look at that whole spectrum and you think of how we can leverage it, I mean, I think the city's role is very clear. We support artists and musicians, not just the arts and culture, but the musicians and the artists themselves. And we do it through not-for-profits and through community organizations. We work with both the well-established and the emerging artists and musicians. And all professionals start somewhere. They start with that first music class that they took, or they start with playing in a local club. Maybe they start as a busker. But they need that place where they can start, and that's usually in the not-for-profit world or in the education field. So we need to make sure we're supporting people as they emerge as artists and make sure they have that opportunity to continue through the spectrum of their careers. And in fact, we just brought in a new grant program which allows, via Art Starts, allows grants to go to individual artists, very small grants that'll get them that record of receiving a grant that will then help them get other grants and leverage that into potentially a full career. So we've had this great sort of spectrum of support for the arts and music in particular in the city for a very long time. Now with the new Trudeau government, they've talked about doubling the amount of grant money coming to the Canada Council for the Arts. There have been 2 federal reports that have come out, one on the health of the BC music sector and one on the elements of a music city. Our staff have been looking very closely at those. They have recommendations for municipalities, some even specific to Vancouver. So along with that and a recent announcement of $15 million funds from the province of BC, we thought it's a great time to try to leverage some of this support for the things that we know we need to support, that is not just limited to the recording industries, to the for-profits, to the part of the industry that is as professional, but the part that we can help support, which is getting people to that stage of professionality. I actually want to self-edit my own motion by one word. Everywhere it says music industry, it should say music sector, because we are not talking about the for-profit industry. We're talking about the piece that we can support to get people where they can actually make a profit at their chosen art, in this case music. So therefore, I was pleased to be able to bring this to the Arts and Culture Policy Council, along with my seconder, Councillor Ball, who's been very helpful and supportive on this. And we've got a list of things for our staff to look at in terms of whether or not they're a good fit for how we can continue to support music in the city. And I'm asking with this motion that Council support, asking staff to do that work and come back with recommendations for what we can do to continue to support artists, and in particular musicians in our city, as they make their way through their career paths. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that small revision, you'll move that. And Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Deal has spoken very eloquently, so I will just speak briefly. By moving this motion, we are part of a wave across Canada.
Councillor Ball?
Yes.
We do have a speaker.
Oh, if you'd like to go to speaker, fine. No problem. Yeah.
So
no problem.
If you'd like to hold your
thrilled.
praise and such, we'll move through to the speaker. But before that,
I'll say it all again.
Yes.
Thank you.
That was a good practice.
Always nice to rehearse.
Thank you, Mr. King. We'll invite you up to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion. My name is Sharman King. My entire working life has been in the cultural industries, including almost 50 years as a working musician in Vancouver. I've just come from a rehearsal for Vancouver Opera's Madame Butterfly. City's support of Vancouver Opera has been crucial in ensuring the stability and artistic progress of Vancouver Opera, along with our many other important Vancouver cultural resources. 3 years ago, I had the extreme honor of receiving the Mayor's Award for Business Support of the Arts. In my remarks accepting the award, I said that the Vancouver City Government, beyond any other BC municipality, gets it, supporting the development of our intellectual, cultural, and creative city economy with strategic investments in our city's artistic and cultural initiatives. Of course, it's a distinct pleasure to speak to a motion which will enjoy widespread support. I've been a member of our Arts and Culture Policy Council for 2 terms, working with councillors and city staff to advise on many matters. The Arts and Culture Group was thrilled to learn of Councillors Ball and Deal's motion and has asked that I convey the support of the Arts and Culture Policy Council. Although I express the support of ACPC for the motion, the following opinions are mine and have not been vetted by ACPC. Both senior levels of government have pledged increased support for the music industry. The proposed motion sets out a framework for strategic implementation of the promised federal and provincial increases with reference to cultural and economic activity in Vancouver. Simply put, if the City of Vancouver does not strategically influence funding decisions, we will all lose out on the tremendous potential of these new initiatives. Michael Geist's recent examination in the Toronto Star on Monday of a similar fund in Ontario points out the dangers of not harnessing these new resources to local economic activity. Very importantly, our relationship with Creative BC will be our crucial factor in successfully accessing the new provincial support. I am particularly enthused by the inclusion of the Vancouver Economic Commission as a resource in the motion, and I hope the Commission rises to the opportunity. The economic implications of your initiative are easily underappreciated. Appropriate targeting of support results in economic activity with immediate follow-on effect as all the money circulates and multiplies immediately through our city economy. We're all fans of Richard Florida's creative city concept. As Vancouver grows into an economy rooted in high-tech and intellectual activity, the provision of performing arts, particularly music, becomes an essential element in attracting the intellectual enterprises. Likewise, BIAs and Tourism Vancouver will benefit through increased performing arts activity. As an example, close to me, Vancouver Opera's new festival format will, in time, become a tourism driver, benefiting local businesses as do other opera festivals throughout the world, Seattle and Santa Fe being prime examples. There's much to consider. There's 3 sort of communities, the professional, the community access, and the educational realms. So everything fits into those. There's the educational, including Vancouver School Board, colleges, universities, Vancouver Academy of Music, both St. James places, and I emphasize the increasing unaffordability of private music instruction locations as school music programs downsize. Very crucial. Live performance and professional venues as our civic theaters, bars, and our professional performing arts organizations. Audio production facilities, including recording studios, we're in danger of losing. That's looming because it's very difficult for these things to exist, and we look very worried at CBC building because it has the only large recording facility left in the city, the only thing large enough to take a 70 or 80 piece orchestra. My last point, this opportunity in motion creates an additional burden on our overtasked city cultural staff. It may be an opportune time to review staffing resources in order to appropriately leverage the opportunities in the increased music and cultural activity of our intellectual and creative city. You are all very important to us. Thank you for your time and support.
That was a very well-timed speech. Thank you very much, Mr. King. You have no questions. Thanks. Okay, so we've cleared the queue. I believe the motion is on the floor. Okay, great. So were there any questions for staff? We're good to go? Okay, so I will move us to Councillor Ball. We're in debate.
Great, round two. As I said earlier, Councillor Deal has spoken very eloquent about the rationale and the number of people that are involved in the industry. And one of the most important things that Mr. Sharman brought up, I think, is Mr. King, sorry, I always add that, brought up was that the ecology of the music industry. And I think I look back at my own life. I had a mother who was a musician. We ended up with a opera singer, a rock musician, a folk musician, a piano in 3 rooms, and every kind of instrument you can imagine. And I escaped by rebelling into the theater so I could direct musical theater. And all of that was possible because my parents were able to get us to music school, to classes, and to be able to enrich our lives. That was all that really mattered to them, if we got to look at art or participate in one way or another. And I think that understanding that children from the very youngest need to be able to have fun with music, have fun with it, and enjoy it so that they can grow and to become expert at it, or has been proved time and time again, begin to be very good at math, because anyone who takes music is great at math. So I think that it's important to realize how much music affects all of us in our lives, and this particular motion is part of a large wave across the country of governments who are really starting to realize how music affects every single one of us. And indeed, Mr. King mentioned our staff, and I really hope that in tasking our staff this way, that we are able to give them the resources that will allow them to bring this particular motion to fruition and make it as successful as it should be. But I really want to thank all the members of the APCP who were so enthusiastic when Councillor Deal and I brought this to the committee, and their support in moving forward. And interestingly, everyone from all the different sectors came together to support music. So it's a happy day.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor DeGenova, motion on the floor.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Deal and Councillor Ball, and you've both spoken so eloquently, but some of the speakers' comments and cautions made me, I suppose I might not have said anything, because what you both have said was so eloquent, but I think it is very important to make sure that music is accessible. And one of the questions I asked when at Park Board was, why do we not have more music programs in our community centers? And the reason was cost. There is a very high cost associated with those programs. So I'm sure that through this motion, it will give us the opportunity to explore with a number of different agencies how we can make music more accessible to, as Councillor Ball just pointed out, to the next generation, to children who need to be able to access that and have fun with it. And I know that Councillor Ball would be the perfect person to consult with, as she certainly did that in the theater for children from low-income families and made sure that they had opportunities that they otherwise wouldn't have had. So that's something to focus on. I know that we already have organizations like the Sarah McLaughlin School of Music. However, there is a limited number of children that each of these programs can take in. So I'm very excited. I do appreciate the change of the word sector from industry. I think that it is so much more than an industry. Vancouver really is a musical hub. I myself benefited from taking Kodai piano and violin lessons at the Academy of Music as a child, and I have to say I was with a friend the other day who takes her daughter there, and I couldn't believe the amount of money she has to save just to send her daughter to one of those classes now. So it's really important that we try and work hard to make sure that this is accessible while supporting our local musicians. And I always try and do that myself. If you're going to go out and see a show, why not support a local musician? So I'd like to thank Councillors Deal and Councillor Ball for bringing this forward, and I'd be happy to support it.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. And I really appreciate Councillors Deal and Ball for bringing forward this motion. The three of us attended a workshop that I think may have been the inspiration for this motion just over a week ago that was delivered by the CEO or President of Music Canada, Graham Henderson, on Music City, creating a Music City. And some of the statistics were quite profound in terms of an analysis, for example, that Ontario live music in Ontario generates annually something in the order of $1.2 billion into the economy. So I think not only is there an appeal to the suggestions that this motion includes in moving forward from a cultural point of view, from just a lively city point of view, there's an economic point of view as well in terms of what this can contribute to our local economy. So I wholeheartedly support it. I obviously have an interest in music, having taught piano in my background, and see the importance that music can play in the lives of people, from children to seniors, and really appreciate the work to put this motion together. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Mayor Robertson.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Deal for bringing this forward, and Councillor Ball as well. And good to hear the resounding support around the council chamber for doing more support music and musicians in our city. It's I think, unfortunately, what didn't seem to carry as a message coming out of the Music Canada report was there's been a very stark decline in the size of the music industry or sector here in BC. Over the last 15 years, it's been quite dramatic drop, and obviously that has an impact on our economy, but I think it has much more significant impact on our culture, who we are as a city and as a province. And I know we talk about the fact that the BC government has not been funding music or the arts anywhere near at the level they should be. We're being last in the country as a province in terms of funding for arts and culture, which is deplorable. And hopefully the Premier's commitment of $50 million into music, investing in the music industry and opportunities there starts to turn that around and make a real difference for the music industry and culture more broadly here in Vancouver and across the province. It's, I think, a very important next step that all the governments in BC step up even more. We've been doing a lot for artists here in Vancouver and are the highest funding per capita of any city in Canada. But I think this motion talks about how we might be able to do more and gets us going on homework to figure out where we fill the gaps. And in particular, I think as Councillor Deal said, the focus on our school system, public education, and music education being available to all kids, because it is so important regardless of where you go in your career. But I grew up in going to public schools, heavily involved in music, and many of the kids that I was in music programs with in the last few years of high school became professional musicians and have contributed to the economy of our city and our province in the music industry because they had great support in public schools, and significant outcome that needs to be part of our school system, and the province, I think, is going to have to be pressed to do more. Yet another good election issue, but certainly more support for our kids building careers and where they have their passions. It's going to be important right on up to the big stars that we see. We punch way above our weight for big stars, big producers, big agents across the board in the music industry. We do very well as a city and as a province, and I think that's bodes well. If we can get some more support and more investment, it'll magnify that impact and benefit. So thanks for bringing it forward. We'll look forward to hearing the next steps.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I'll just add a few words. I'm glad that you raised the issue around public support, because I do think that while it's so critical to have the BIAs and the Economic Commission and Tourism Vancouver reference, the reality is over the past decade, we've really seen what happens when governments largely pull out freeze and shrink funding for arts and culture, and particularly music. And the reality is in that environment, it's not going to survive, let alone thrive. And I do think that the hope of such a motion would be an investment that allows for thriving over time. Also to add, and it's a challenging discussion, but to note that in everything from First Nation to Aboriginal to Chinese, South Asian, that if we're putting support into music, it really needs to reflect the diversity of the cultures in the city, that you shouldn't, as a member of the Aboriginal community who does music, have to go to the Aboriginal funding stream, or if you're Chinese, to go through the cultural stream, that this needs to be about supporting music in this case that's reflective of the diversity of cultures in our city. So it's a real opportunity to expand that concept. Maybe that's the beauty of the underfunding era, is now we can sort of build from where we are into a better and more encompassing framework. And looking forward to see what comes back, because that will be the real test of how much support that we can build around support for public support of music in the city. Councillor Deal, did you want to put anything else? Okay. So I will call the vote. Okay, two more, Stevenson and Ball. Okay, it is a unanimous vote. Okay, so that brings us to item number 10 on the agenda, which is preparing Vancouver for autonomous and driverless vehicles. Councillor Meigs, I'm sorry, I'm realizing I wasn't at council. That's why I don't know whether these have been introduced or not. I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to it? Okay.
I'll just do it briefly. I think we've all discovered that if you want to have a long conversation with someone at a cocktail party that you've never met before, you can usually get it going over this question of driverless cars. People are just fascinated by it, but it's a surprising thing to me how quickly this is coming on. And Mayor Robertson, who is seconding the motion, I'm sure will want to say a few words, because in his travels on the green agenda in the last 6 or 7 months, he tells me it's something that he's heard a great deal about. Certainly a quick review of what's going on in the rest of the world shows that other cities and provinces around the world, provinces here in Canada, are getting ready for this technology, which is probably going to be in commercial production in 5 years and pervasive, according to many accounts, in 15. Ontario has already begun testing of freeway vehicles that are built by the Tesla company. And tests are going on in a city in Germany for small buses that are being used by seniors on a closed area. And there are many, many other examples. BC is no stranger to driverless vehicles in the sense that we were one of the first jurisdictions to use high-speed rail, LRT, with advanced LRT without drivers. Was very, very innovative at the time that the SkyTrain was built in the 1980s, but is now widely used around the world. And of course, it's on a dedicated track, so it's a bit of a different proposition. But certainly we've seen these kinds of innovations before, and it's because of that technology that the Canada Line is able to carry quite high volumes with less equipment than would otherwise be required, because the trains can be moved so close together. There was some suggestion that we were about to launch our own test. That's not what this motion says, but if the staff think that there's a way to do so with a private partner, I don't know why we wouldn't. And comments in Victoria that it would be up to them are true from obviously a jurisdictional standpoint, but I think that provincial analysis of this is required pretty quickly as well. So if the City of Vancouver could contribute to provincial evaluation by moving ahead, that would be great. The bottom line is that our own transportation plan is only 4 years old, and this technology will be available in a very big way in the next few years. And it's not surprising that our staff, like the rest of the world, were not alert to the speed at which this technology would advance when we did that plan. And so what we want to do is have this new technology support the objectives of the plan and not thwart them inadvertently by leading to a proliferation of vehicles and a decline of movement away from car use. Ideally, we'll get a more efficient use of vehicles on the road. Ideally, they will be not gas-driven or fossil fuel-driven. They may, because they could go back to prearranged charging points, be much easier to run electrically. I don't know. But these are all questions that we'd like our staff to begin working on and plant that flag so that we do have a timely consideration as to whether or not we have to make revisions to the Transportation 2040 plan with a view to maximizing these benefits. So I'll just stop there, and others can offer their own thoughts if they wish, or we can simply go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Meigs. So I think so what we would usually do at this point is if there are questions for staff, now is a good time to ask them. And if there's not, we will move on to speakers. So seeing no questions, we'll move on to speaker. Actually, we have formerly Homeless Dave, who is here to speak to this item. Welcome, Dave.
I was going to say good evening. It feels kind of like good evening. Been here since the morning. But hello, Mayor Gregor and Council. I'm going to speak really briefly, Councillor Meigs, on this topic. I think I'll concentrate on the words trust, awareness, and I'll come at from a viewpoint of labor as well. A famous poet once says that most of us live like a robot, mechanically efficient, but with no awareness. So what kind of economy are we moving towards in the driverless cars, driverless trucks? What does that mean to labor? What does that mean to our economy? This is a very fast-moving runaway train that we're talking about. We're talking about autonomous vehicles, or you can call it part of a roboticized economy. Within 10 years, the World Economic Forum says that about $9 trillion are going to be trimmed off of labor in the 15 largest market economies in the world. $9 trillion. And this has to do with a roboticized economy. And driverless cars and trucks are a big part of that. This is an extension of the car culture economy for cars. And there's no given that it's going to be driven by things like Site C or even hydrogen. There are a lot of people that would also like to see liquefied natural gas going into these cars. There's no guarantee on this. World Economic Forum says that within 5 years, 7 million jobs will be lost in the top 15 market economies. And you might want to ask, you say, well, how maybe it's replaced by other jobs. Well, yes, they came up with the answer for that too. About 2 million jobs will be replaced. So there's a net loss of about 5 million jobs over this. This creates greater inequality and divide in our economy, a roboticized economy, a driverless car and truck economy. It creates more conflict between capital and labor. It's really important that this council be obstructionist rather than saying, this is a done deal. Yes, find out all the information and how it can affect this. No problem there. But you should be obstructionist. And it fits in very closely with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, where you should be obstructionist in the same process, because that affects labor greatly as well. And a driverless car and truck economy is huge as it attacks labor. This is Uber on steroids. We think Uber is a big issue. You think Airbnb is a big issue right now. Pales in comparison to this, Councillor Meigs. So it's good that you're bringing this up, but you shouldn't say, this is a done deal. Let's just prepare for this. This is the world. This is what's happening. It's like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I don't think it's a done deal. You need to oppose it collectively, unanimously. Mayor Gregor, there are people that come into downtown East Side and say things are done deals. Like 312 Main Street, the cop shop. They've been telling groups that's simply not true. It's not a done deal. No leases are signed. And we don't want a tech hub there. Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Okay, so we are back to, we're done speakers and on to questions to staff, if there are any questions to staff. Mayor Robertson, did you have questions for staff? Okay, Councillor Carr, questions for staff? Okay, good. Then we'll just move right into debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Councillor Meggs, for bringing this forward. It is a whole range of new technologies coming at us in terms of transportation, and we'd like that to have benefits, but as our speaker outlined and as we've heard, with the news that's brewing on this, there are potentially all kinds of impacts, and certainly labor is one of those, as a big workforce that drive vehicles. There's also huge implications, as Councillor Meggs outlined in the motion, with public space, the use of our roads, the real estate implications for this. I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting time, given that the technology is evolving rapidly. Some of the biggest, most highly capitalized companies in the world right now are funding an intense race to develop the technology. Apple, Google, Uber, these are enormous companies putting massive resources into it. So the timelines seem to be accelerating and intensifying right now. They talk about 5, 10, 15 years. It doesn't look like it's going to be much longer than that before we're dealing with electric driverless vehicles at scale. And I want to put some emphasis on the electric piece of that. I think if there are opportunities that are created by driverless, certainly safety is called out as one of the key ones. The word on the street is that these are the current technology is already safer than human beings driving cars. We will be obviously looking at that with great interest. If it can reduce fatalities, deaths and injuries on our streets, that's obviously a big public interest. If these can all be zero emission vehicles and we can accelerate the rate at which we phase out cars that pollute our climate and our environment, then that's a big win, that's a big gain. If this is a way to make transportation overall more affordable for everybody, that's a good thing as well. But there's definitely implications on all sides, and we need to go into this being proactive. What has surprised me when I've been in conversations about it, at the Paris Climate Summit, at the TED conference that was just here, with people who are working on this, the private investment and the technology advances are dramatic. And there's very little discussion, much less policy development on the public policy side of this. So the private interests are going full guns at this, as they tend to do when there's big opportunity to make money and to develop new technology. We need to be sure that we're keeping up on the public interest side of this, and that we're proactive with public policy. And I'll just speak to, Councillor Meggs talked about SkyTrain, the driverless trains that we have that are a big part of our successful and more affordable transit system. We were leaders in that going back to Expo 86. We are also the #1 car sharing system in the world overall. We have more car sharing vehicles than any other city right now. We were the fastest and earliest adopters of hybrid vehicles. Certainly our cab fleet is testament to that as well. So we have a track record of being leaders in cleaner and more sustainable and affordable transportation. And I think that's where we want to be. That's what our citizens are going to continue to demand. So let's make sure, as we look at this new technology and all the benefits that it may bring to us, that we're eyes wide open to the possible impacts, and we're designing a way to be participating in this that benefits our city, that the net of it all is a benefit. And if there are big implications and challenges with respect to labor, that there's significant funding that address that because obviously it's going to generate a whole new set of revenue that should be deployed into making sure that this is a net benefit to society and here in our city. So looking forward to seeing some work done on this by our staff and by experts that they can tap on so that we can be a leading city on this and making sure that we do the best to find the public benefit in it all. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Robertson. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Chair. I just wanted to make a comment in my support for this motion that addresses the speaker and the speaker's concern. In no way does this motion indicate what my opinion is on driverless car technology, and it doesn't ask for me to vote either yay or nay on whether I support it. This motion asks for staff to investigate the positive and negative implications of this technology and asks for that report back to include the views of the city's planning, transportation, and technology experts on this. And I am interested in knowing as much as I can about this situation. So for me, collecting that information in no way obligates me to saying in the end that I would support it or I wouldn't support it. I have a lot of concerns about it shared with the speaker, but I do want more information. And I think that it's important at this time of changing technologies for us to get that information from our staff. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I'll just add a couple words. Sorry, it's a bit of a passion of mine. I would just briefly say that would that we have had this debate on the internet back in like the early 90s, we'd probably have a very different digital infrastructure in the city right now. So I do think it behooves us to kind of, when we know something's coming, to figure out how we're going to respond to it. But I think the speaker's points are well taken. Just because something's coming doesn't mean we just have to sit there and accept it. And the more that we prepare in advance, the more we're able to define the terms of engagement with that new technology, whatever it might be. We haven't spoken to it, but the privacy concerns around driverless cars are pretty legion. I mean, if I owned a car and I had a GPS, I'd be worried about it right now, to be honest, because it is a pretty frightening thing how much data and information is tracked on drivers based on where they're going and have it sent back. And a way that car companies make a lot of money off of you is providing that information to third parties. So I think these are things that are worth investigating as we look at this and move forward. And then we can all take a position on it when we have more information. Thanks for bringing it forward, Councillor Meggs. Did you want to say anything at the end, or you're good? Okay, we are in that part of the meeting where we vote. Councillor Louis, Councillor DeGenova. Well, you get to vote twice then. Okay, everybody is in favor of the motion. Sorry, there's a person online who apparently needs more time to be able to look at the in favor, so I'm just sort of pausing here so they can see it online. Hopefully they've seen that everybody's in favor and we can move on to the next item. Sorry, City Hall Watch claims that it's not being left on the screen long enough, so I'm trying to make sure that they have, in their watching of City Hall, enough time to see the unanimous votes. I was trying to talk slowly and draw it out. Okay, so we are on to combat the growing urgent actions to combat the growing homelessness crisis. Again, I don't know whether this was introduced yesterday or not. Okay, so Councillor Carr, you will introduce.
Really, I think where this came, the desire for me to put forward this motion came from is really the recognition that homelessness, despite the city's goal to end homelessness by 2015, persists. And not only does it persist, but the people who are really closest to the issue fear that it will increase this year. And the reasons for that are multifold. So there's a rise in rents amongst private SROs, making it less affordable for individuals who end up on the street. There are fewer private SROs, in terms of general numbers of rooms. There's fewer units of social housing being planned for this year. We had 615 units of social housing opened up last year. 458 units were targeted for the homeless, and despite that, our homeless count only went down by 58. It's a very scary gap. There's only 152 units being planned to be opened this year. There's also the loss of temporary housing that's happening in the fall, scheduled for November, the end of the lease of the 157-room Quality Inn. As another aspect of the context, we have had more positive indications from senior levels of government around helping the city on this issue. Both the province, in terms of its announcement of $355 million over the next 5 years to support affordable housing, and the federal government's very clear indications of its interest in supporting the cities across Canada on the issues of affordable housing and social housing. And they are currently looking at an offer that this city has made of 20 parcels of land that could acquire us 3,500 units of social housing if they provide the funding for that. This motion recognizes then the need for us to really focus our efforts. If we are going to end homelessness, it's going to take an immense focus of energy, time and money. So it starts by really asking the staff to assess the needs in this year in particular, and now in particular because of our fear of increasing homelessness in this particular year. And there's a specific number to acquire at least 500 units. That number represents 300 units of lost private SROs last year that just aren't available anymore, plus 157 units that are going to not be available with the end of the lease at the Quality Inn, plus a couple of dozen more that represent probably children leaving care, people leaving hospital to no known fixed address, etc. The second thing is information from the province. We can't combat this unless we have good information. We don't know right now, and we would like the province to be providing us with information on how many children are leaving care in this area, how many people are coming to hospital in Vancouver and then being released from hospital to no known fixed address, how many people are leaving our prison system, again, to no known fixed address. How can we predict and respond to the need if we don't understand the breadth of the need? Secondly, it asks for information from staff so that we, on an ongoing basis in the reports on housing and homelessness, have indications around exactly how many rooms of the breadth of rooms in social housing actually are meeting the needs of those most desperate and those most in risk of homelessness. So the housing, the number of units at the SRO, at the shelter rate and at the HILS rate, the housing income limits rate. Those two numbers are specified in many of our bylaws and our plans, our local area plans. So it's important that we get the tracking on those numbers. And finally, there's a focus in the ask in this motion on solutions, asking the BC government to increase the number of rent supplements, asking the federal and provincial governments to focus on the needs of homeless people and to supply sufficient resources to amplify our city's efforts to acquire, to renovate and restore, and to build new social housing that especially will help us end homelessness. So I look for your support on this and appreciate Councillor DiGenova seconding my motion.
Actually, we're in committee, so nobody is seconding any motions, but I appreciate the sentiment. Councillor DiGenova, it's your turn to speak.
Well, I have seconded the motion. I did that yesterday, but also I've sent an amendment to the clerk. I wish it could be a friendly amendment.
Okay, just hold up here. So we have a motion on the floor. We're going to move to, as with every motion, we're going to move to questions to staff. Then we're going to hear from speakers. Then we're going to ask more questions to staff, and then we'll put amendments and go into debate. So
I just saw myself on the queue. So if there's other people who have questions to staff, then I'll wait for them.
Well, actually, you're going to have to wait for the speakers and all the questions.
That's fine.
Sorry. Same with every motion every time. Okay. So any questions for staff on the motion? Okay, seeing none, we will move to the speakers. Thank you for all waiting very patiently for this, starting with Jean Swanson. Welcome.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'm Jean Swanson. I'm representing the Carnegie Action Project. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish, and thank them for allowing us to be here. I'd like to thank Councillor Carr for making the motion. We agree with most of it, but not all of it. I think the most important stat to remember when thinking about this motion is the one that comes from Megaphone magazine. Homeless people have about half the life expectancy as other residents of BC. Pretty amazing. And this means that the old vision goal of ending homelessness was a really good one, and now is not the time to abandon it. So we're thinking that homelessness is going to go up by quite a bit this year because of the reasons that Councillor Carr stated. We're losing the SROs to high rents. The Quality Inn is going to close. The new 100% social housing sites are all built out, and there's no 100% welfare rate housing in the works, and only the odd dribs and drabs of welfare rate housing coming on stream. So even if you get the money from the province and the feds, the buildings it funds won't be done for several years, and action is needed now to acquire hotels, either SRO hotels with empty rooms or regular hotels with washrooms by purchase or lease, so you can offer them to homeless people. And then looking into the future, if you get the 500 million from the feds for the 20 sites, plus some from the province, we need to ensure that most of this housing goes to people who are homeless or living in crummy SROs. These are my calculations here. If you have, say, 670 million, that could build about 3,350 units, according to Shane Ramsey's calculations of 200,000 each on city-owned land for singles. So about 60% of those units would have to be at welfare pension rate just in order to deal with the current level of homelessness in Vancouver. And if homelessness is up this year, as we predict it will be, you'd have to have a higher percentage. And that doesn't count getting people out of the SROs, as Abby Bond was talking about earlier this morning. So we'd need even a higher percentage if you're going to get people out of the SROs. And if we keep losing SROs, and if we lose SROs around the St. Paul's site, which we probably will unless you take some action to get the Cobalt and the Ivanhoe and some of those other SROs that are at risk of gentrification because of the hospital, it looks like you're going to have a huge percentage of the new housing that gets built be for people who are at risk of homelessness. Also, the two buildings that you're talking about, building on Main and on East Hastings, they'll provide an average of about 15 units a year of welfare rate housing over the next 5 years, so they're not going to make a huge dent in homelessness. So basically, we agree with Resolution 1 to use the federal funding to focus on the needs of homeless people, including seniors. We don't agree with number 2. Rent supplements have been shown to increase rents in low-rent, unsupplemented units in all kinds of U.S. studies. They're a really bad idea when you have a low vacancy rate and ineffective rent control, as we do here. I've had people come into the CAP office thinking that we were Carnegie Outreach and saying they were looking for a place to rent, and people at certain hotels sent them to us to ask for a rent supplement. So there's a worry that rent subs are going to be increasing SRO rents in the downtown east side, making a bad problem even worse. Plus, there's no security of tenure with rent subs. They're extremely inequitable, and they aren't guaranteed to last. So people are in continuous worry about being able to keep their home. Number 3 is okay, but we hope you'll take unilateral city action if you can't get senior governments in on this right away. I suggest you have a talk with Peter Plett, as he has some hotels with empty rooms. Not enough, but you could start there. Number 4 is important because the general public assumes social housing is for low-income people, and since you changed the definition, most of it isn't for low-income people, and this resolve will try to make it clear exactly how many are.
So I'm hoping you can keep that horrible stat about homeless deaths in mind and take some strong action here. Delete the part about rent subs and pass the rest of the motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Swanson. You do have questions, starting with Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Thanks for all your work, Ms. Swanson. Regarding the rent supplements, there's a mixed opinion out there on the rent supplements. If we don't have them and the rents continue to go up and the private SROs are fewer and far between, and the providers of social housing, nonprofit providers included, need the rent supplements in order to fill the gap between the low rent that is, say, at shelter rate and what their actual operating and maintenance costs are, then how do we ask those people providing social housing to continue to provide it if they don't have those rent supplements?
Well, I wouldn't do it through rent subs. I'd do it through leasing, or some of them do. They do need more than $375 a month. That's true.
Right.
So I'd lease them.
Lease them?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Get the city or the province to provide funds to a nonprofit or to lease on their own, lease the SRO hotels.
And we would.
If you give rent supplements to landlords when there's virtually no rent control, and when you have a 0.5% vacancy rate, it's not a good idea. It's just like it's a gravy train for landlords. There's nothing keeping them from getting more and more and more money, and it's I don't know, it's really inequitable too. People only get the subs for a year, and then they don't know what to do. And
you can't reapply?
They're frantic for what's going to happen at the end of the year. And
Can they reapply?
sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. There's a whole list of nonprofits that all have different rules and different criteria.
Okay, I'll take those questions to staff. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. You also have questions from Councillor DJ.
I just also had a question on the rent supplements, Ms. Swanson. As you know, with the BC Housing Asset Transfer Program, they're moving more towards empowering profits through nonprofits through assets instead of rent supplements. So moving away from rent supplements is my understanding, that there are less, that those who have rent supplements now will continue to be funded, but they're not giving out new rent supplements at the same rate that they previously did. So to Councillor Carr's question, how would you find it if you had $375 a month? I know for a fact that it's difficult even at the private SROs that are charging $425, most of them now, for people to meet that gap of maybe $50, $60, $75, whereas with a rent supplement, you have BC Housing topping you up to $850 a month. So I understand that you don't agree, but I'm just wondering if you have another solution considering the cost of rent.
So on an individual basis, if somebody comes to me that's starving and on welfare and paying $500 a month, I say, go to Carnegie Outreach and try to get a rent sub, right? Because people are starving, right? But on a policy basis, to actually be advocating for a policy like rent subs, it sucks because it's hard on taxpayers. There's no control. There's no security of tenure. It pushes other low rents up. So, and I don't know what you mean about this asset transfer thing.
Well, what I'm saying is BC Housing, as you may know, what they've done is what they've said about this is they're empowering nonprofits by transferring the assets into the nonprofit's name. It's my understanding that a nonprofit can purchase or has the option to purchase the building they're in or have a long-term lease. I mean, there's a number of different ways that can be orchestrated, and they're done on an individual basis. But rent supplements, it's what you just said is go down to the Carnegie Center and apply for a rent supplement. But if you don't have a rent supplement that you can apply for, what is that individual supposed to do? Are they supposed to?
I don't get the connection between the asset sale and rent supplement.
I sort of feel like
I think the question's lost.
Yeah, it feels like we've gone into an extremely vigorous debate when really we're in questions and answers. So let
question. I don't think my question is going to be answered in 5 minutes, but basically maybe what I could do is simplify it. You had said that you advocate if someone's starving and is homeless to go to the Carnegie Center and ask for assistance with a rent supplement. If there are no rent supplements, what is one to do? Should we not here at City Hall be advocating with our team for rent supplements?
Well, so what we think you should be advocating for is building more social housing, trying to get higher welfare rates, making sure that the social housing that does get built is available to people at the welfare shelter rate, leasing hotels, and making sure that people who are on welfare can afford to rent them, even if you maybe have to pay a top-up for the lease, like maybe you have to lease it at $500 a room and the person only pays you $375.
So
probably that's probably happening at quality.
So you think the city should pay the top up?
Well, some level of government.
So a top up is a rent supplement. So you're proposing the city instead of the province should pay the rent supplement.
If it's to a nonprofit, to me that's different.
I'm just wondering where the city would find the extra funding
Also,
to
did you
do
know
that.
that in court of law, this would be called badgering the witness? So I have to remind Ms. Swanson, you're under no obligation to answer. We all know that you've been an advocate for 40 years. We know you can answer, but it's up to you to decide whether you want to. Councillor DeGenova.
It's DeGenova. Again, I will correct you.
Okay, I'm sorry. The paper I had to remind me of that, I moved out of my way, but here it is. So Councillor DeGenova, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. If you could stick to the rules of order, I would be less needing to say your name.
I'm
So
sorry,
could you?
I forgot about that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so do you have a question for the speaker?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So what you are proposing, Ms. Swanson, is the city leases the building or the city builds the social housing and then supplements the person who lives there. Is that correct?
Or some level of government.
Okay. And how do you suppose the city would find that funding to sustainable? How would we sustain that funding?
Well, I understand that the city doesn't have the same resources as other levels of government. That's why I suggest using the federal and the provincial funding as well as city funding. But I mean, you just spent, what, $5 million for bike lanes? So, I mean, there's money there depending on what your priorities are.
Councillor DeGenova, you are out of time. Councillor Carr, I thought you'd already asked questions. Am I?
I actually, the discussion prompted another question. If I have enough time, Madam Chair.
I think you do. So I will press start on that timer. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And Ms. Swanson, I'm intrigued by the answer the statement that you made around what alternatives are there to rent supplements. And so, first of all, you said we should try and get more money from the federal and provincial government to build more housing. Of course, everyone knows that that is truly the answer, and that is part of this motion. And but it takes time, so there are sort of interim measures here. The other point you mentioned was to say that we should advocate for higher welfare rates.
Which you have done.
Yes, we have. But I don't understand how advocating for that is dissimilar from advocating for rent supplements, both of which could prompt higher rents.
Well, the rent, you're right that when the shelter portion of the welfare goes up, then rents go up at this but it's better if you put it in the support portion.
Yeah.
That's what I would do if I were the king.
I think I'd do guaranteed livable income, actually. But
I'll talk to you about that.
Anyway,
I think what the point is, we're in a crisis. We need more units now.
Right.
If the city could go to the province or the feds and say, look, we're in a crisis. We're not going to get very many units in the next 2 or 3 years because it takes time to put up a building. We need some money to lease buildings. The buildings around St. Paul's are at terrible risk. We could have 200 people on the street. You know, if Lippman buys one of those buildings where, you know, homelessness is going to go up by 100 or 2. So if the city goes to the feds, goes to province and says, look, we need some short-term things here. Let's try and get some money for it. And if you can't, go it alone.
Yeah, so it appears to me that what you're suggesting is that what we need is really publicly funded or,
That's the main thing, right? Because the problem with the housing crisis is the market.
yes.
And the thing with rent supplements is it's in the market. So anytime you put more money in that way, it pushes the market prices up. And what we need to do is get stuff out of the market so that there can be a section where low-income people and working people that aren't making a fortune can have some security.
Yeah, okay, agreed.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to tape D onto my computer screen, but I have no tape. So I will advance Councillor Carr and move us to the next speaker, who is formerly Homeless Dave. Sorry, I wrote the pronunciation on the front of my speakers list, and I can't look at the back of it and at the speakers at the same time. Okay, you are good to go.
Good evening again. So this is combating the homelessness crisis. First of all, I'll say that this is unceded Coast Salish territory. I'm going to give a little bit of a history lesson in combating homelessness and the crisis that it is, and in particular in the downtown east side. I'll start with a poem from Downtown East Side's other poet laureate, Sandy Cameron. The other one, as you know, is Bud Osborne. This poem is called, If You're Waiting for Godot, Go to Oppenheimer Park. Mr. Gregor, Mayor Gregor. Anyway, in this play, Waiting for Godot, the four vagabonds are waiting for Godot to show up. And an Oppenheimer regular drops in, and as if we've seen already, and as we've already said, he's Godot, don't you know? But the characters can't see him. The actors do see him, of course, and they respect him enough to leave him alone. He improved to play something fierce, and maybe Sam Beckett would agree, he who had fought in the French underground during the Second World War. Such is the power of Oppenheimer Park. Such is the power of the downtown east side. Mayor Gregor, first time I spoke here a few years ago, it was over the Chinatown Heights hearings. As you know, that was pretty historic hearing. It was really a demarcation line in dealing with gentrification and displacement in the downtown east side. Today, young Chinese activists are calling for a moratorium on development, condo development and gentrification in Chinatown. We had many days of that hearing. At the end of that hearing, I said these words to you, Mr. Gregor and Vision Vancouver. I said, if you overrule the will of the people and side with the developers and the business interests, I would call for radical nonviolence, uncivil disobedience, and zero tolerance for economic violence. Those days, Councillor Carr, you weren't here. I think it was about 2011. But I think in Councillor Meg's seat, Susan Anton was sitting there. She's the Justice Minister now. Oppenheimer Park comes up in this motion. We're talking about people that were moved to Quality Inn. We're talking about temporary Band-Aid solutions. We're talking about the most vulnerable people that you can find. About 80% were Indigenous. And I know the story pretty well because I was asked to negotiate on behalf of the Oppenheimer Park homeless people, as Mr. Sadhu Johnson knows very well. And I saw firsthand how the city negotiated. It was disgraceful. There was an election coming up. You set health and safety violations to remove them. These are the very arguments being used in Victoria right now at the courthouse. Rich Coleman is using your precedent, what you did at Oppenheimer Park to the homeless. It is a shame. It is disgraceful. The homelessness crisis is exacerbated. It's peaking. It was at record last year. We're expecting greater record. The Oppenheimer Park was very important. And we came out and we said, we want the cop shop in 312 Main Street for social housing. We wanted an Aboriginal Healing and Wellness Center there. We don't want to see the Vancouver Economic Commission and Mayor Gregor try to put in a tech hub in there that further exacerbates gentrification and displacement. A model that is used in San Francisco in the Mission District, which is a vastly majority Latino community, a poor community. Just over 15 years, it became a startup hub. It displaced all those people. There are $3,000 for a studio apartment now, Mayor Gregor. Sequel 138, you know exactly what happened there. The clearing of the people along Hastings Street. And one other thing I want to say, the Sunday street market. Now you want to close down the Sunday street market. I'll be very clear with you, Mr. Gregor. I'll be very clear. You remove the Sunday market, we will take it back. Thank you.
Great. Okay. You were a bit over time, but you're done and there's no questions. So that's great. We'll move to Harold Lavender, followed by Carolee Block. For folks trying to follow along with their speakers list, I should have noted for council there are subtractions and additions. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more speakers.
Okay, I also want to note that we're on the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I think that it's high time we recognize that the homeless crisis is getting worse. It's despite what's been done and what's not being done, it's actually not getting any better, and in fact you have to do something different. I mean, so basically when the policy's not working and the situation is getting more desperate, you actually have to take a different approach, and that's, I think, and in that sense, I think Councillor Carr's motion is at least a small step forward in actually acknowledging what everyone who experiences knows what's going on. I mean, the housing crisis is affecting hundreds of thousands of people, but it's the people who are most at risk and suffer the worst effects are the people with the least money. And that's clear to people. And, you know, and basically it's an economic problem that basically there's no housing for the rent that people have. I mean, that's why homelessness is probably going to go up. And basically you're simply not going to solve the problem through the market system. It's not going to happen. And if you rely on the market, it's going to get worse. I mean, the market's kind of crazy out of control. So let's be clear about that. And so, I mean, I think the major solution to the problem is clearly that we need to invest a whole lot more money in public investment in terms of, I mean, it's been neglected. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why the homelessness crisis is so bad, because in fact, the governments have completely abdicated their responsibility and we're left with an incredible legacy of that. Which takes a lot of money to solve. I do think there's a welcome change, particularly at the federal level. At least they finally recognize that public investment is a good thing. It's good public policy. It's good economic policy and social problems, and it can actually improve human needs, particularly if, in fact, if it's directed in the right places. And in terms of justice, I mean, given what you said, I think you should be really strong in saying that a lot of that money needs to be directed towards solving the homeless crisis. And basically, there has to be a priority on meeting the needs of people who have the lowest incomes, because they're the people who are going to become homeless. And if you're not going to direct the money that way, the homeless count's going to go up. So I think that's really important. I think that other things in Councillor Carr's motion is good. I mean, I think it's good if the staff are much more precise about their information and actually really carefully monitor what housing is available and report back on what housing is available at the shelter rate and what's, you know, I think that would be a big improvement and would avoid a sort of fuzzy discussion which doesn't really help address the problem. So I hope they will do that. And do that in the future. I mean, in terms of other things, personally, I think the BC government is kind of off track with some of the things they're doing, and I don't think that the rent supplements, I mean, they're a Band-Aid right now, and I mean, like everything's bleeding, so, yeah, apply a Band-Aid, but, it's not gonna, it's not gonna build any social housing. It's a subsidy to landlords and doesn't create a public asset, so I just think it's bad public policy. Maybe we need Band-Aids. We don't want to live in a world where we're always constantly providing Band-Aids and people are suffering and bleeding. That's not really exactly a very just world. So, I think that, yeah, but whatever you can do to actually increase public investment, and you also need short-term measures. One thing I would say, and I know it's not your responsibility, but I think, in fact, a really good program of rent controls would be way better. To keep rents down and get rid of all the loopholes would be way more effective than rent supplements. If you had, you had rent controls with teeth. The rent controls don't have teeth, and there's all sorts of exceptions. So I think that would be a much better way. I also think that, and also stronger tenants' rights would also be a very effective way to keep people in low-income housing. But basically, I think there's a possibility of saying you actually need a lot more public investment for social priorities. And I think I think there's an opportunity to raise the point, and you should do it as vigorously as possible. And you should also have a lot of say in what actually gets prioritized, because I think sometimes the homeless issue has not been, well, you made a verbal commitment to end homelessness, but in terms of actions, I think they've been not nearly bold enough. And in fact, I think it's an opportunity to change that. So I don't think there's anything controversial in the motion that you can't support, and I hope you will support it, and I hope you'll do more, because if you're not, right now, you're just not doing enough to solve the problem. It's partly the market's crazy, and partly what the BC government does, but I think the federal government is more inside than ever, and I think if you're going to solve a problem, you have to have the money, and you have to put in the effort to really do stuff. And I really don't think the market is going to help you solve the problem, nor are dribs and drabs and some gentrifying condo development. So I think you really need to change your approach and step up your game. And
Mr. Lavender, I'm sorry, I've let you go a minute over because I let Dave go a bit over, and I'm letting it kind of creep up a little here. So Councillor Carr, of course, has questions, so perhaps she can allow you to finish your thoughts there.
Well, I actually have a question. Thanks, Madam Chair. I am very interested, Ms. Lavender. First of all, thank you for being here, and thank you for all your work, out there in the public on this issue. My question is, you raised the idea that we have to move out of the market, because the market's not answering the need here, to the public sector. And I'm curious as to whether or not, in your mind, the public sector means absolute government ownership, perhaps being operated by a nonprofit society, or if it actually also includes the idea of nonprofit societies actually owning social housing as well.
I tend to prefer to keep it within the public sector. I think that the problem with nonprofit societies is they have a certain amount of autonomy to what they can do and don't do. And I know there's conditions with transfer to BC Housing is proposing, but in the end of the day, they can buy and sell in the market, and they're actually far less accountable in the end. I don't think they're particularly accountable bodies, and and in some ways you're by transferring it to that sector, you're also transferring the control out of public control. And so, so I don't think that's a particularly good solution, because basically what we're trying to do is actually get more control over what the market is not doing. And so, so in a certain sense, they can operate all differently. So, how can it's hard to create a good system out of that. That's why I'm not not really that much in favor, but.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your opinion, given the motion actually is to direct staff towards looking at solutions. So thank you.
Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you. Okay, next up, Kara Lee Block, Executive Director of Senior Services Society.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Kara Lee Block. I'm the Executive Director of Senior Services Society. I'd like to thank Councillor Carr for putting this motion forth, as it has some great suggestions for some extra data that's required around ending homelessness. We are in support of this motion with some specific suggestions and enhancements to address the critical needs of the 55+ homeless population. For background's sake, in 2015, 19% of the Vancouver homeless count were people over the age of 55. Compared to 2005, the number has doubled. I know this number has been massively underrepresented, as the numbers or proportion of homeless seniors that we see from our agencies. We serve 1,500 seniors a year that are homeless. We know that the hidden homelessness amongst the senior population is severe, and that's what helps underrepresent that number. With that, we do support this motion by echoing the need for urgent action to combat the homelessness crisis in Vancouver. The further consideration we'd like to have include is the need to amplify the city's efforts to provide subsidized supportive housing for seniors, homeless seniors, and people with disabilities. There's a huge lack in that subsidized supportive housing, seniors that can't necessarily do everything for themselves, but they can remain independent with some supports. The average rent for senior subsidized housing is $1,500 a month, when income for folk between the ages of 55 to 64 would be anywhere between $850 to $1,200 a month. The second point is to be cautious, as was mentioned before by the previous speakers, that the relying on rent subs as a solution to affordability, as subsidies are not guaranteed by the provider. We are a provider that does receive those. They are not guaranteed, and nor are they sustainable. We can speak on behalf of seniors, the anxiety that they have in accepting those rent subs, but in the interim, we do support it because, you know, we don't understand what other means we have, and we're glad to hand out those rent subs because our hands are tied. There's no other options. There's no other market or even subsidized units available. But I would say it is an echo to the previous speaker. It is a Band-Aid solution, but in the meantime, it is something I think that we do have to continue doing until there's a greater solution at hand. Point number 3 is, while assessing the short-term need of housing, to include the needs specifically of homeless seniors. We operate the only seniors temporary housing shelter in the Lower Mainland, and it's a 17-unit shelter. Temporarily, seniors can stay with us for as long as they really need. The average stay went from 3 months to about 8 months over the last 5 years, and we are filling the gap in the need for the short-term housing for homeless seniors. Point 4 is people aged 55 to 64, so sort of the younger senior generation, are one of the most vulnerable of the homeless populations, as their income cannot afford most of the market rentals. Even with a rent sup, they are simply not going to be able to afford some of the social housing units to meet and to better meet this growing demographic. We're Senior Services Society. Our mission and vision had to define specifically 55+ because we were noticing a huge increase in the folks 55 to 64 who are underserved by income sources as well as social services agencies. So to respect this process and the motion at hand, I wanted to maybe put forth a friendly amendment to it to include there it be resolved regarding the need to assess short-term housing, for it to include the short-term needs of seniors, and really in general, more homeless seniors research and data really at the city level. We struggle from fundings from the federal government and the provincial government giving them data. We just have our own data from our own agency, as we're the only standalone senior serving agency in the Lower Mainland for homeless seniors. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Block. Well-timed presentation. You do have questions from Councillors D. Genova and Carr, starting with Councillors D. Genova.
Thank you very much. It certainly is enlightening to hear from someone like you who is on the front lines and seeing these seniors that, as you say, are invisible in the system and maybe aren't considered homeless within the greater homeless population. That being said, I'm also wondering about, you had mentioned sort of the different demographics of seniors, the younger seniors, the older seniors. Mm-hmm. Are you finding it also difficult for seniors with mobility issues? I know that, for instance, here at the city, our Seniors Advisory Committee and Persons with Disabilities Committee often meet because they experience some of the same issues. So I would imagine, but I'm going to ask you, is it difficult to find accessible units for seniors as well? Okay, so that is a need in short-term housing as well.
Absolutely, in all levels of housing. Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Great. And then you have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming and for your useful suggestions. So I understand the need to not only find solutions, but to start with more research into identifying the needs. Mm-hmm. So if the wording of the motion were to include specifically the needs of seniors, where staff are assessing needs, would that be satisfactory?
Absolutely. I mean, right. I know there's many populations involved in within the homeless population, but really, we stand by the needs of seniors being so specific and unique to the rest of their, peer homeless folks, and so that would suffice.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I know it's a wait to speak.
Glad to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And you did have one more councillor with questions now. Okay. Sorry about that. Councillor Ball.
Very quickly, do you have a copy of your notes, or could you get them to us?
I certainly do. Yeah, I could pass them on to Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or the clerk.
Or sorry, to Madam Chair.
You could pass them to the clerk, who's coming up to grab them, and we'll make sure we get copies of them.
Thank you
so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. All I wanted.
Thanks. Okay, next up we've got Tracy Morrison, who's here from WARS, the Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society. Welcome, Ms. Morrison.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Coast Salish territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and that I'm able to live, work, and play. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident of the downtown east side in support of housing, and for WARS, Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society members. We are an organization whose mission statement is to improve the quality of life for Aboriginal people who use illicit drugs and or illicit alcohol by encouraging the development of support, education, and training programs that reflect values of Aboriginal people. As an organization, we have a lot of our members who are homeless or living in awful conditions in SROs, such as deteriorating structures in their own rooms, and their shared accommodations, the bathroom and lack of common rooms for kitchen, and no fridges in the rooms to keep food safe, as an example. On the urgent actions to combat the growing homeless crisis with about 836 individuals living on the street and or living in shelters. And not to mention, the count is probably higher with non-visible homeless residents of the downtown east side. The city is not really doing anything about this. These are what my members are talking about. I'm always on the street level. Sometimes what you put out isn't actually what's really out there. We have no solutions about the homelessness because there's no options for having any affordable housing. The definition of affordable housing needs to be changed to welfare, disability, and pension rates, as well as the working poor in the downtown east side. We have no place for low-income residents because of the gentrification in the downtown east side, with the developers taking up our space in our neighborhood and businesses for the higher income of condos. We are losing our sense of belonging and safety in our own neighborhood. The strategy, what I read as a guide by a vision of a healthy city for all. A city where together we are creating, continually improving the conditions that enable us to enjoy the highest level of health and well-being possible. I read this on the internet. For me, this sounds great, but what I see and read is not true. A healthy city for who? The developers and the owners of these condos that are popping up in our neighborhood? I don't believe you have the best interests in mind when it comes to low-income people in the downtown east side. We are losing a sense of belonging, safe spaces, and housing in our community. You need to change affordable housing definitions. I would like to also address the issue of the people who are housed at the Quality Inn. It's a Band-Aid approach to everything that we live in the downtown east side. You know, housing as well as the residents who live in crappy SROs are being developed into micro condos for higher living. My boyfriend lives in an SRO that I lived in, and it's being gentrified. It's only going to take months for him to lose his housing. And also, he doesn't know where to go. If he puts an application in, it could take months. And he doesn't want to be homeless. And he can't live with me because it's a woman's supportive housing. So this is just similar to all the stories I hear on the street. So I hope something can be changed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Morrison, and for all your advocacy. No questions from council. So next speaker is Joanne Shaw, followed by Maria Wallstrom. Though I'm not seeing Maria here.
Hello, everybody. I just got into subsidized housing through BC Housing last February, and it's just been wonderful. I only pay $375 for a bachelor suite, so I have my own kitchen and bathroom and bathtub and stuff. And it's made quite a difference because I was spending most of my disability check on rent because there's it just rents. I mean, they're fair prices, but not when you're on welfare. Like, welfare is way too low. And we need housing, and we need it now. There's a lot of people. I want to thank Mayor Robertson for putting his heart into ending homelessness because it's so important. I was homeless like about 6 years ago, and it was just devastating. And it was just horrible because, I mean, you can imagine. So I think like there's so many people, and like I'm with the same group as Jean, by the way, and so I agree, and I agree with what she was saying. So ditto what she was saying. The other thing I wanted to bring attention to is I was speaking with a construction worker who was putting up a building, and he told me that what often happens again and again is people will apply for permits based on so many wheelchair accessible suites, and then by the time they build the building, they don't deliver them. So I think that should be investigated. I had never heard that before, and I know a couple people with wheelchairs who were, like, one was living in an SRO, and I can't imagine. I lived in a SRO for when I was homeless. I couldn't even make 2 weeks. I just took off and just got on a bus and tried a different city and came back. And but in a wheelchair, like the elevators broke down and it's so small, and nobody should have to live in an SRO. But you need to build housing, and I think that you got to make sure that there's enough for people in wheelchairs that they get. I mean, they can't live in basement suites. They can't live in most houses. They can't live in an SRO. There's no place to go for most of them. And yeah, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions for you. So the last registered speaker I had was Maria, Ms. Wallstrom, who I believe has gone for the day, which is understandable given the hour. And not seeing anyone else everyone in this chamber has either spoken or is a member of staff, so I will, or is live tweeting the occasion, so I will move us questions to staff. Okay, so going once, going twice. Okay, Councillor Jang, questions to staff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And with regard to, it's very clear that homelessness is a problem not only in Vancouver but also across the region. We saw, for example, in Abbotsford having its first shelters, Maple Ridge, Victoria, they have a camp right outside the legislature, so this is a regional problem. And the speakers, all of them raised some very excellent points. I mean, the very discussion about whether or not rent supplements are the panacea is very clear. There's also issues about not just giving more of them, but I listed some issues around the amounts of them, the tenure, how long they last, are they tied to a person or a room, and whether or not it actually prevents the construction of more affordable housing. I mean, those are very issues that you just can't say, for example, we want more of these. But there's a number of things here, but everybody had a lot of very good ideas, and clearly the intent of the motion and what's asked here, is very much in line with what the city wants to do. But the first question I have really is that I know that we are revising the housing and homeless plan for the City of Vancouver. It's going through refresh. Could you give us a bit of indication about what's going on that work?
Yes, Councillor Abby Bond, Director of Housing Policy and Projects. So in 2016, we're about halfway through our housing strategy, 2012 to 2021. And we've made obviously good progress that we've reported to you every year on the number of new social housing units. We have a record number of new market rental housing units. So that's all going well, but it's about halfway through. So it's time, I think, to take a step back and see how we're on track, whether there's other new things that we need to do, and project out where we're going to be at the end of that 10-year period and maybe even beyond that. So I think it is time for a pause and a refresh.
Okay. That's great. And I know that you guys are working on doing a report card. I know you do one every year. That's in preparation now. Are we going to have one this year? When are we expecting it to come?
So that's right. We've produced, since the start of the housing strategy, we've had a report card every year. And it is our intention to bring that forward again. I think we're aiming for May. So we would be looking to bring an update on our targets in relation to new social housing, new market rental housing, and then also probably at the next or at a council meeting after that, probably also then the results of the homeless count and also the low-income housing survey, which we do every 2 years. So there's a number of pieces of data work that we're working on right now that we'll be bringing back to you in the next few months to inform this issue.
So we have the homeless count, the housing survey. The other piece, I know certainly I've been talking with our partners at Vancouver Coastal Health whenever I can at the province about sharing more data. Is that work ongoing, and how's it going with them?
Yeah, we've got a number of working groups that we're involved with the province, both in terms as VCH, Vancouver Coastal Health, and also BC Housing as well. And so we're looking to share information with them and also get information on NFAs, people with no fixed address, leaving hospitals, leaving prisons, those kinds of things. So we are working on trying to create a bit more of a dashboard of indicators that gives a better sense of what's happening in our city around these issues.
Right.
So yeah, that work is ongoing with a number of different departments.
Well, that's good. And I know that everyone has now adopted the VAT, or Vulnerability Assessment. What's the T stand for again?
Vulnerability assessment tool.
That's right, tool. I keep want to see questionnaire. That's why, as a standardized way of assessing the various needs of folks, whether they suffer from mental illness and/or addictions or nothing, so then they can be placed properly. Is that work going well?
Yes, we get good information back, especially from our Carnegie outreach team, who are all trained in delivering this new tool, and they provide really good information about the nature of people's challenges, where they're at right now, and their suitability or their availability for housing, and what kind of supports they would need to make that housing successful. So, for example, the Quality Inn, we've been working to get those assessments done for everybody in the Quality Inn. Okay. So from where they started at Oppenheimer Park, most of the people moved from the park, if you remember, into the Pacific Shelter and then into the Quality Inn. And so we're now looking, obviously the lease is up as mentioned in the motion at the end of the year. We're looking to redo those assessments and to transition people into new housing.
I have 15 seconds left, so one quick last question. With regard to age ranges, I know that I've been looking at a lot at youth. I know that our speaker talked about seniors and older folk. That's part of our normal work, isn't the entire age range? Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, homelessness is very diverse. It affects many different people. We have a focus on women. We're looking at Aboriginal issues to do with homelessness and young people and also seniors and those people specifically with mental health and addictions issues. So coming at the same issue from a variety of different perspectives is helpful in providing solutions that will really help people make that next step into housing.
Great. Councillor Carr, questions for staff?
Yes, thank you. My first question it arises out of some of the speakers who were talking about the strategy of moving private SROs into more public hands or into the hands potentially of nonprofits. I'm wondering if you can just talk to the city's actions on that front.
Yes, actually, as part of the Downtown Eastside Plan, we identified the need to move some of the private SROs into nonprofit control and management. We felt that that would increase the likelihood of investment into the maintenance in those buildings and also start to safeguard the rent levels in those buildings as well. And so that's something we've been working to support nonprofits to do. There are a couple that have started to do that through a lease mechanism. But again, those nonprofits are also struggling with those issues around the difference between the rents that they're collecting and the rents they want to charge and the cost of operating and maintaining what are now 100-plus-year-old buildings.
Right.
So we're trying to support nonprofits particularly to do that, but there are some challenges that come with that.
And do we have any preference whether it's into public hands, i.e. with senior government help, or into nonprofit hands?
So BC Housing actually were involved in this strategy. They actually took around 900 to 1,000 units and brought them into BC Housing's control, if you remember, a few years ago. So those are all in public ownership and are managed by nonprofits. Right now, we're working with nonprofits to directly take on leases themselves, but the city has already, we have also done that. We took the lease on the Quality Inn, for example, and then identified a nonprofit to manage it. So we've used a variety of different ways. The most important thing is obviously providing the end unit at $375 for the person who needs it.
Okay. Speaking specifically around the rent supplements, what do you see the same issue that is really being raised by the speakers today, which is that rent supplements may be an okay short-term measure, but in the end there's not very much stability, and there is a worry around the renewal of those and the accessibility to those?
I think you can see from our housing strategy that having targets around new social housing, new rental housing really speaks to our desire to see new supply. That supply is very important, especially in a vacancy rate of 0.6%. It's very important for us to create additional supply. However, we also recognize that rent subsidies have been a policy of choice, I think, for our provincial government in recent times, and they are a nimble tool that allows some choice in the market. They were used very successfully during the At-Home Chez Soi program to allow or enable homeless people to live in the kind of private market and not just in congregate living. So I think they do have a place, but it's really about how we fill the gap between what is a $375 rent and the cost of operating the building. That can happen through a lease payment or it can happen through a rent subsidy. It's just important that it happens.
Right, right. Otherwise it can't, affordability gets lost. Right. Finally, I just wanted to bring up something that was raised by one of the speakers who was on the list this afternoon to this motion, Wendy Peterson, not able to stay, but she raised the idea in an earlier discussion around the proactive purchasing of SROs, private SROs, especially if they end up in receivership. So do we have a strategy around that?
Obviously, we're in contact with our own real estate department and with other nonprofits who are often talking about what is available in the market. It's not a specific strategy that we have ever discussed with council, but I think we have moved to try and lease buildings or encourage nonprofits to create lease arrangements. It's also something that as part of the SRO strategy, if you remember, we identified the need to create a fund for both renovation and purchase for private SROs, and that we were going to be working with people like Van City Foundation, Van City, to create a fund that we could, if there was federal money, for example, use to create a fund to either renovate or purchase SRO buildings.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova, is this questions for staff? Okay, great.
Is there a reason you thought it might not be?
Yeah, you had gone on earlier and then gone off when I had said we were doing questions to staff, so I just wanted to make sure I was in the right queue.
You don't need to assume that, but yes. I do have a question regarding the amount of units currently in private SROs that are accessible, and I suppose wheelchair accessible, but accessible up to an adaptability level 3 standard, I suppose. It would just be interesting. I'm not going to put you on the spot for numbers at this moment, but it would be interesting to have those, because I understand even youth, as Councillor Chang said, who are disabled could have a harder time finding housing if a building didn't have an elevator, or those units weren't accessible, didn't offer accessible washrooms. So do you have an overall, do you have a general number or percentage of how many units are accessible? And I won't put you on the spot at this moment as to what the level of accessibility is.
I actually think there's very few SRO units that are accessible, and one of the reasons for that is the size of the units. We're really talking about very, very small units of housing, and normally for accessibility purposes, you need a turning circle radius as a minimum and the width of doorways, etc. So the SRO stock that we have has never been through a formal review in the same way we would put new projects through a review and they would meet a certain standard. The other challenge I see is the unreliability of some of the equipment in those buildings. The elevators, for example, there's often only one elevator and they often break down with parts, being very old elevators, parts coming from across North America, and that creates significant challenges. So I don't think right now that the SRO stock is functioning really at all, providing disability housing for people. And that's really why, as a policy, although we want to keep that stock accessible, we want to keep it affordable, ultimately it needs replacing. It needs purpose-built new social housing to replace that stock as a function in our housing market.
Okay, thank you. And then a follow-up to that, and I am looking forward to getting that information when possible. Follow-up to that question would be what the impacts of the closing of George Pearson Hospital will have on that. Because I understand that a number of people who are the most severely disabled live at George Pearson Hospital, and I understand that the City of Vancouver is working with Vancouver Coastal Health currently to find placement for those individuals during the redevelopment, but most of those individuals I understand are in income assistance and only have the $375 a month shelter allowance. So could you elaborate on our plans for that in the city?
Yes. Obviously, we are working closely with Vancouver Coastal Health, and I think Council made it clear through the policy statement that they had high expectations of Vancouver Coastal Health around the replacement both of the housing units and also those people who needed something other than housing. And they appeared flexible about the time and a willingness to search for good practice about what those opportunities might be. And so we're working with them, and our planning department and also the disability committee are very involved in that process to help them or shape the options that come up for people. And you also will remember that in December we passed a new tenant relocation policy, and so we'll be looking to that to provide us guidance through that process on the Pearson site.
Thank you very much. And just a follow-up question to that, as a liaison to Councillor Affleck and I are both the liaisons to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. I understand there are a number of models, as you had mentioned, but for interim housing, when do we expect that to be phased in? And the reason I ask is because I understand it would be in the next year or two that these individuals would need housing before the planning was and the units were complete back on the Pearson land if they chose to move back there.
I don't have a specific update about interim. I suspect that they'll be looking for existing housing that is accessible and that can fulfill that function rather than the creation of a new interim option in that timeline. But we can certainly make sure that council gets an update in terms of where those conversations are at and where they're looking to place people in the next year.
Thank you for all the information.
Well, you put me in a very awkward position, Councillor DiGenova, because I hesitate to ask if you have questions, but here we are in the question queue and you've just gone back on, so I have to believe that it's probably not for questions. Okay. I guess there is some benefit to having assumptions once in a while. Okay, so we are done the questions to staff, which means that we are in the main queue. Councillor Meggs surprisingly has the floor. I'm guessing that's a carryover. Okay. Okay, then we will move to Councillor DiGenova.
I would like to propose an amendment. I wish it was a friendly amendment, but I understand although we're all wearing pink, we cannot make friendly amendments. So it will be, I've sent it over to the clerk here. And in section, I'll wait until.
Okay, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue now. You can definitely make a friendly amendment. I just can't accept it.
I understand. So. Thank you for the clarity on that. So in section C, I would like added to the first line after the words assess the short-term need for housing for the wording to be including specifically the needs of seniors and persons with disabilities. And I hope that Councillor Carr will be amenable to that. But after hearing from the speakers and from our staff on the shortage, especially of wheelchair accessible housing, and I know that that certainly impacts not only persons with disabilities, but seniors who are aging in place, regardless of whether or not that's short-term housing. That's often housing that I know is in very high demand from being the liaison to the committee and working for years in providing accessible housing. So I'd like to see that. Also the need for seniors. I understand that there are many needs of different groups, but especially seniors, and I think that they really do make up a group of as one of our speakers said, invisible homeless in our city. So I look to our liaisons for the Seniors Advisory Committee. I'm not sure how that would go over with them, but I would think that considering the information our speakers have provided and the information our staff have provided, especially on how sparse accessible housing is, that this is something that we should certainly be looking into, and I'm hoping it will be a welcome addition to Councillor Carr's motion.
Okay, Councillor Carr, the floor is yours on the amendment.
Yes, this is friendly and welcome. And I really appreciate Ms. Block, who came to speak from the Senior Services Society and alerting us to that particular subset of individuals who may or may not. I mean, I think that our staff would be thorough, but I think to have a particular note on that point is certainly welcome.
Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Jang on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's fine. I know our staff have already talked about that as when we talked about the VAT and that used to assess all sorts of needs, which includes, for example, disabilities and other psychiatric or addiction issues. So it's innocuous and certainly is in line with what our staff are already doing. And once again, the VAT is probably is the tool that everyone is using. I did note that Councillor DiGenova made reference to Pearson Hospital, and certainly the people there would not be turfed out onto the street, so that's a very different thing. I have monthly meetings with Vancouver Coastal Health, and that's a question I've raised, and they would be finding alternate locations in the meantime. I have no idea what I did this time.
Councillor Jang, it's a point of order. Its floor is Councillor DiGenova's. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, there's your microphone.
Thank you. I feel that words were put in my mouth, and I just wanted to clarify that I never implied that people
Actually,
would be.
giving us the words is not a point of order, but telling me that somebody put words in your mouth is a point of order. So I will ask Councillor Jang not to put words in your mouth, should he have. I was busy trying to navigate the technology, so I missed it, and we'll move on.
And I certainly said, I said her reference, and so I was simply trying to reassure the chamber in my discussions with Vancouver Coast Health it would not
Just
occur.
going to fast forward into.
Anyways, it's what a strange day.
Point of order, okay. Councillors, oh, no, sorry, wrong button. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson, point of order.
So strange.
No, I don't know.
You don't have a point of order?
No, I never put my button on, nothing.
You did say point of order.
I said to him, that was a point of order.
Okay. I'm programmed to press microphone on when you say point of order.
Is there not a point of order about calling point of order simply to disrupt meetings? I'm not sure. I think that's what's actually happening here. A point of order I like to raise, I think at sometimes Councillor DiGenova is raising points of order to disrupt a meeting.
Okay, now we're definitely into the motivation section 6.3F or whatever the heck it is. So I'm just going to steer us back to the amendment, which I believe related to seniors and persons with disabilities. Any further comments on the amendment? No? Okay. Councillor Louis, amendment.
I have no amendment, but I'll speak to the amendment.
Sorry,
So
you'd like to speak to the amendment or you'd like to amend the amendment?
I would like to speak to the amendment that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I, first of all, appreciate the intent. Certainly, it should be encompassed in the original motion, but the additional clarity is always, I think, welcome. This is obviously something that we have been working on for a very long time. I don't think that staff need any further instruction. I know that Mr. Latif was just most recently in Ottawa with myself and the mayor advocating for additional housing across the spectrum, and the entire spectrum of housing and need, and made the point very clear. I know that the mayor has had a number of meetings with Minister Sohi and myself as well, and met with Minister Duclos, the Minister of Housing, and made these very points in regards to this this crush of need that is out there. More recently, well, not so recent, I guess, since it was released in October of 2015. Seems so long ago, but prior to the election, it was a FCM report that talked about Canada's seniors facing a perfect storm, and how our population was aging, that there were expiring funds in various programs, and that we have close to 700,000 seniors on fixed incomes across our nation. And the rent at seniors' residence is 2.5 times the cost of rent in the private market. And so, these are things that we need to consider, of course. I have faith that staff will continue to do their work. The addition, I think, is supplementary perhaps at best, but I know that certainly I will be supporting the amendment, but know that staff have already been working on it for some time now, and as has many of us around the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. So with that, I'm going to move us to a vote. This is on the amendment. I am moving us to the voting queue. I am calling the vote. Councillor Stevenson, okay. So that's on the amendment. We have 100% of people on council in favor of the amendment. So that brings us back to the main motion as amended now, which, well, you all know what you just voted on. So we'll just move to Councillor DiGenova.
I did not put myself on the queue.
You did, but I'm happy to advance you. Councillor Carr, did you have anything else to your motion?
No, it would just be final comments, but I'm prepared to wait if there's anybody else.
Okay, so I'm going to advance you, Councillor Jang, to the main amended motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I sent an amendment to our clerk. Well, the motion is well-meaning in many ways. There's nothing here that's inherently wrong or whatever, but really goes back to the whole discussion. From the discussion we heard from folks here talking about, for example...
Councillor Jane, I'm really sorry. I
I'm
need to
sorry.
move us to an amendment queue, so I'll just get you back on there.
I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault.
It's a long day.
Okay, you are good to go.
Thank you very much. So what my amendment is doing is to take this motion and refer it to staff for inclusion in the housing report card that is being prepared for presentation to council as appropriate. And I might add, I think I sent you a slightly revised, Maria, I think I sent you a revised version that actually said refer to staff for inclusion in the housing report card and the housing and refresh of the housing and homeless plan. Yeah, and that's correct. The things that are being asked for are things that our staff are very much working on, but there's some other things in the motion as amended that, I'm not prepared to support yet. And this way, it's kind of a mix of things. So I'll start off with each piece. So for A, the first part is that the motion asks for the mayor to write on behalf of council to the Prime Minister and Premier Christy Clark to thank them for all the work that they're doing, as an example. Well, I usually don't give thanks until I actually see some action. So the federal budget is coming up. They've made noises about supporting us, but I'd like to see the details of that before I offer any thanks or suggest to the mayor that he should be thanking anyone. The Premier has put over $300 million in their last budget. However, the number one question around that money so far is how it be allocated and what it's going to be used for. So I'm not willing to ask our mayor to say, oh, please, thank the Premier yet until we get the details. And that was very much reported in media and in housing circles, the difficulties. It's the right track, but we'll wait and see the proof is in the pudding first before we go down that road. With regard to data, we heard our staff is looking for a number, working with our partners at BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, for example, on getting all sorts of data, different types of data. So that's ongoing and nothing new there. Again, part B of B, province increased the number of rent supplements. Well, we heard from not only our speakers, but the discussion that rent supplements alone are not the only way, it's not the panacea. There's issues about how much those rent supplements are, the tenure of them, how long they last. We had that from some of our other speakers. Are they tied to a room or a person? And that's also an issue that has to be resolved. And really, and as our speakers have talked about, do rent supplements by themselves, do they prevent the construction of housing because it's simply seen as a way of getting out of doing that kind of more expensive work? However, there is research, and that was noted by Abby Bond at the At Home Chessois project, which I'm involved with as well, that rent supplements do work for certain population and for certain types, providing there's housing for them to go into. That was the number one finding of the research. Rent supplements fine, but in a place where there's nowhere to rent, a rent supplement means nothing. With regard to assessing the short-term need for housing, I think that can be reported back as part of the housing report card. I know that staff are always looking at and assessing those types of needs, whether it be the quality and or others. Whenever we can find opportunities for shelters or interim housing, or even when we talked about modular housing the last few days as ways of doing that. So that can be part of the referral. And again, providing more staff on how many units of social housing in the city are available. That's part of that's part of the report card that comes back to us every year rather, and as well is used as part of the work for the refresh of the housing and homeless plan. Plus, we also have the homeless count coming up in March 9th. I hope everybody here will be participating in that. I know I've got training this week to go to make that happen. And that data will be very important because it'll actually provide the trends that we need to do as we go forward on different types of policies in that refresh. So, what the motion is asking for is a lot of stuff here. I think it's best bundled as part of the report card for a report back, and and all the other stuff about data can be used as part of the refresh of the housing and homeless plan. And those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jang. Councillor DiGenova on the referral motion.
I won't be supporting the referral, Madam Chair, for a number of reasons. And many of the reasons are that I support Councillor Carr's motion. I think that it was a very thoughtful motion that brings forward new solutions, that complement the solutions that our staff are already working on. And if we could be collaborative and open to that approach and look for new solutions, perhaps we'd be in a better position to solve homelessness. I've heard Councillor Jang talk about how we shouldn't thank the province, how we shouldn't thank the federal government yet.
Oh, sorry, give me a second. I need to give you a microphone. Councillor Jang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I didn't. I just want to be clear. I didn't say we shouldn't thank them. I says I'll wait until the proof is in the pudding and see what it's about. So I didn't say that yet.
Actually, if
Councillor DeGenova, I have the floor.
DeGenova.
As the chair.
DeGenova.
Okay, so if you weren't interrupting me, again, I wouldn't have had to say your name. But here, I will look here. DeGenova. I have the floor. Point of order is pointing out which part of the procedural bylaw has been violated, not going on at some length about how you feel about that area. So point taken that Councillor DeGenova was definitely violating the procedure bylaw. I'm sure she will intend not to do it again. Councillor DeGenova, you have the floor again.
I will take a moment just to clarify that I was going to say yet after
okay.
thank.
No, that's not okay either.
Okay.
So back
All
to
right.
the content.
Back
on
to the
floor.
content. I feel that perhaps we need to be more collaborative. We obviously need more solutions to this. I think it's interesting that, we're all going to probably sign up to be at the homeless count, but I thought after 2015, Vision Vancouver promised us there wouldn't be any more homeless people to count. So I think that Councillor Carr has offered a very good solution here to finding some new approaches. And I'd like to see this motion move forward, complementing what our staff have worked so hard on, what they're doing so well, what our Chief Housing Officer is doing. And I find it interesting that on one hand, we're saying that we don't need the province, but the province is providing rent supplements that are needed. And I would argue that the people who receive those rent supplements would say that they otherwise would be homeless, and we would actually increase homelessness without them. So perhaps there is a better solution, but we haven't found it yet. Councillor Carr's motion points out that we need to work not only with our partners, but we also need to look at how we can leverage the assets that we have as well and work together. And if we work collaboratively instead of in silos, perhaps we'll get more done, because this shouldn't be a political bun fight. This should be about putting people in housing with the right mental health supports, and thus I'll be supporting the motion. I don't want to see it end up in some pile of paperwork where it's going to die and homelessness is going to only increase, and we'll be counting for the next 10 years. And that being said, I'm really interested to hear the next goal as to when we're ending homelessness. I'm sure that there's got to be a date that's set now that we've passed 2015 and we haven't ended homelessness, so I'm waiting to hear it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I will support the referral, and I'll support it for one reason only, and that is because at least half the motion, 2 out of 4 of the different parts, will get included into the report card coming up, and the report card and the refresh on the housing and homelessness strategy. And that is where staff is being directed to assess the short-term need for housing, including specifically the needs of seniors and people with disabilities, with options that actually will focus on including solutions to try and find 500 units at minimum of housing to meet the demand that we anticipate is increasing this year, and that they will include data in the reports that they present that specifically give us the information we don't have yet in those reports, which is how many of the units of social housing are at the 375 shelter rate and how much are at Hills rate. Those are useful things, and so those getting incorporated, I think, is a step forward. I am disappointed, and I'm usually quite a moderate person in my language. I'm disappointed that we're not going to see action on the first 2. I find it hard to imagine how staff can incorporate into their report card the mayor writing on behalf of council to senior governments. So I think that probably that won't happen, and I'm disappointed it won't happen. I think that staff are seeking our support. And one way we can provide support is to exert our influence as a council through our mayor to, at the political level, to amplify what they're doing at the staff to staff level. And so we're not going to get, at this point, a letter where this council says, through our mayor, to the federal government and the provincial government, to those leaders, the premier and the prime minister, that we want their efforts to focus on the needs of the homeless. And I wish that letter would be written. And secondly, we're not going to get a letter to the province from council through the mayor to ask the province to provide the city with data that can better help our staff mitigate the problem of homelessness and increase the number of rent supplements. Although that may be controversial, I heard no one say it's not an important interim measure. So I had wanted to provide that extra oomph from council through our mayor to senior governments so that they know at the staff to provincial, federal bureaucrat level, but provincial bureaucrat level specifically, that they've got us working on their behalf with our words as through the mayor. So as I say, I will support it because of the last two pieces I know will get incorporated now, but I really regret that I don't know how our staff can take action on those first two. They cannot do that without us specifically voting on those. And I'm regretful that Councillor Jang has chosen for us not to vote on those today.
Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm surprised, Councillor Collier, you're supporting this, to be honest. And I think the biggest challenge is those last two words, as appropriate. That's a complete out clause in the whole thing. So I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Move us over to the amendment queue here. Okay, we are in the amendment to the amendment queue.
Simply put, it's an out clause, and I don't think it's appropriate. Either you're in or you're out, and you can't hover in the middle. It's a nice try, Councillor Jang, but I think that without those words, then you provide clear direction to staff. It's still not to the level that Councillor Carr's motion was asking, but at least it saves a little bit of it. So that's it.
So if I can just, for the clerk, can you put the language back in and then strike it out so that council can see what's being proposed to take out? There we go. Okay, so that's the amendment on the floor, is to remove the words as appropriate. Councillor Jang, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I won't support the amendment to take out the two words, simply because some of the items asked for in the body of this is appropriate for the housing report card, and some of it's appropriate for the refresh strategy. So you can't put it all in. It doesn't make sense. That's all there was. So to think that there was anything else, in for a penny, in for a pound, I think that's going a bit far. It's simply a way of allowing staff to put the appropriate pieces in the appropriate report, whether it's going to be the revised strategy or the report card. And as well as they wouldn't be writing a letter for the mayor as well. So that's the only reason why.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jang. Councillor Louis to the amendment.
Well, just even beyond that, though, staff will undertake a review, and they will determine whether or not they, in their opinion, those component pieces, no matter where it's placed, beyond where it's placed, or if it is at all appropriate to be included in the refreshed document. So staff have a tremendous amount of work to do still before that final decision is being made. So I think the caveat, as appropriate, is an important piece to be added into the equation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Well, until Councillor Louis spoke, I was going to not support the amendment because Councillor Jang explained it the way I took it to be, which is there are some pieces of this motion, specifically A and B, which cannot be included in terms of letters from the mayor on behalf of council, although maybe actually they could in some odd way in terms of specifying the importance of those kinds of actions from us as council. However, I am exactly worried, I'm sure exactly worried when Councillor Louis spoke of the potential that it might mean staff have a discretion around whether or not to include parts C and D. I don't take that as discretion. I'm taking the motion as...
Councillor Carr has the floor, so if you'd like to respond, my advice would be to press your button and you...
Well, unless Councillor Louis would like to correct that. My interpretation of his words was that staff may decide that some of it is appropriate or some of it isn't appropriate. And I worry about that. My original interpretation of the amendment by Councillor Jang is that as appropriate did not mean they could choose to not include C or D, which are clearly within their ability to do. So maybe we could have a clarification.
It is entirely up to the council as to whether they want to clarify their comments or not. And seeing nobody jumping to get themselves on the queue, I am guessing they do not want to clarify. So I'm going to move us to the voting queue. So here we are in the voting queue. This is the one in which we will vote on whether or not to strike the words "as appropriate." So if you are in favor of striking the word "as appropriate," you would vote in favor of this, and if you are not, you would vote against it. Councillor Louis, you have not voted. Okay, I will end the vote. We have 7 folks who are opposed and 4 who are in favor. Those who are opposed are Councillors Reimer, Louis, Deal, Jang, Meggs, Stevenson, I think I got them all, and Mayor Robertson. So the amendment fails. So we will go back to the amendment, which was to refer. Councillor Affleck, did you have anything more to the referral motion?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I won't support the referral. I think that the motion on the floor that Councillor Carr brought to the table here has had some clear action items, which I think were achievable and relevant and supported by the community, which is always a good thing. I think by referring this, all of this will get lost. Maybe some of it might see the light of day, but it won't be what Councillor Carr intended, I don't believe. And so I think that's unfortunate. And so I don't see the point of referring this. I say these are action items. Let's get them done. Let's move forward and see if we can make a difference. To refer it is just delaying and ignoring some clear action items that we could do. So won't support the referral.
Councillor Meggs.
Well, thanks. I do support referral because I think this motion is an unfortunate combination of data collection and proposals for action that aren't specific enough. I'm in favor of getting the information, and then I'm in favor of developing some strategies based on that. But I think we have to be clear about what is actually happening and not what we wish was going on with regard to senior levels of government. And I'm thinking here of a couple of comments that have been made course of the debate. Councillor DiGenova is challenging council to set a date for the elimination of homelessness. At least that was what I thought I heard her say, that one deadline is passed and we still have homeless and therefore we should set another deadline. But I think that's a helpful challenge to all of us, and I'd welcome suggestions from Councillor DiGenova about what the...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Meggs, we have a point of order. Councillor DiGenova.
Put into my mouth.
Okay, Councillor Meggs.
Just to avoid further difficulties, Madam Chair, I'd like to know what they are.
Councillor Meggs, when I am in the chair and I am talking, I have the floor. I know it's hard to notice because other people do it, but I did not hear you put words into Councillor DiGenova's mouth. So I'm going to rule the point of order superfluous and allow you to continue.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So the point I'm trying to raise here is this really difficult one of what is an acceptable level of street homelessness. And I've wrestled with this, and I think that there is no acceptable level of street homelessness. And so that has to be the goal. But if there's a different goal, which others would find better, then I'd like to hear it, and we should debate that, very transparently. I have not heard the province commit to any goal to eliminate homelessness, and I would welcome such a goal. But in the absence of that, I'm not ready to thank them for their focus. And I think if we look back on recent events, we'll see that the City of Vancouver put forward a list of 20 sites which it was prepared to partner, as contemplated, I think, in this motion with senior levels of government. And we know that Minister Sohi and Minister Duclos, I think it is the housing guy responsible, Sohi's transit or transportation, has money and has welcomed that approach. So that's good. And I think that although Councillor Jang's being careful here, that thanks could be in order quite soon. I certainly hope so. But what I heard from Minister Coleman, and this is not a political bun fight, but what I heard from him was resistance to the idea that there would be any partnership soon with the City of Vancouver on this front. And I acknowledge that there's difficulties at the provincial level to make sure you respond to everything across the region, but I haven't heard any commitment there, and I'm worried, although I think we should go for a partnership if that's the money that's available, that the money available in the provincial budget is actually extracted from nonprofit associations through mortgages imposed on the land that they are currently occupying. It's a strategy the province has decided to pursue, but I don't thank them for it. I'm worried about it. And nonetheless, I think we should accept that they've done that and go ahead. So I think the referral is the right approach. And I think that the focus on the homeless here is something else that we need to debate more often, because we hear calls to this council, and this council is committed to it, to work on affordable home ownership. And in my world, affordable home ownership is at the other end of the continuum that we're focusing on from homelessness. So I would appreciate the next time this comes back, and I think that we'll have that opportunity when the staff report, as they always do on the report card, we should start to try to clarify our thinking about where our main priorities lie, because we have a broad range that we want to work in. And if, in fact, council wants to make homelessness the absolute and first priority, it'd be hard to argue with, but we haven't heard that up till now. So I would urge Councillor Carr not to be too disappointed. I think that council shares the concern to make as much progress as possible, but that the referral as proposed is the best way to do that in the short haul. I certainly will work with her, as I know others will, to make every possible step forward we can on this.
Okay, Councillor Ball on referral.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Councillor Carr for bringing this forward. We have had many, many motions and reports on homelessness here over the years, every one of them sincere, each one of them trying to find some aspect that can help. I do worry about the fact that we're actually worried about saying thank you to another government, because all the governments that we work with, the other levels, have all contributed something. And it does not hurt us in any way to express appreciation for the work that has been done. Because in any kind of situation when you're trying to get something done for someone else that is so critical and important, to be able to be diplomatic and kind and to encourage more support is not a great effort. The work to help people who are homeless is a great effort, and we need every ally we possibly can. So I hate to think that today we're losing track of the issues that have been brought to us, that people have been talking about, and to worry about whether we're saying thank you. So I fully support Councillor Carr's motion, but I'm afraid I cannot support Councillor Jang's referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Carr to the referral.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because several of the other councillors have actually, I think, misinterpreted, maybe just not read carefully the Section A of my motion. They've implied that somehow that I'm asking the mayor on behalf of council to thank them, those being Prime Minister Trudeau and Premier Christy Clark, for doing something about housing affordability. And I did not state that. I just want to be sure that's on public record. I just said thank them for a commitment to tackle the issue of housing affordability. That's all they each have done. It's my belief that you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, gentlemen. And then you can move on with your request. But both the provincial and the federal governments have made moves in both commitment of money and in, we haven't seen that yet federally, but certainly in the federal case with very clear verbal commitments. So I think it's appropriate always to start any piece of communication on a positive note, and then move into the request. That is simply all that section of the motion was about.
Thank you for the clarification. Mayor Robertson on the referral motion.
Thanks, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, and well, I'm going to start with a few thank yous. First of all, to the speakers who came, and not only for being here, but also for your work in the community, advocacy in the community on this, because we need more of it. Collectively, we need a lot more people in Vancouver to be talking about solving homelessness and getting more support from provincial and federal governments who are responsible for this. I'm thankful we had people come out and hang around today through a long council day to make sure their voices are heard here. And I want to thank staff for the work that they've done, because a lot of the details that are in this motion, a lot of the work that we talk about is being done by our staff on a day-to-day basis, whether it's the shelters, the interim housing that we've managed to land, and the permanent housing projects, the partnerships that we've had, which our staff worked really hard to deliver. And a thanks to the advocacy around this council. Thanks to Councillor Carr for bringing this forward. I'm going to support the referral because I think it does need to integrate with the bigger plan that's coming. We're about halfway into our 10-year plan dealing with homelessness and affordable housing. And we've said lots of thanks to the province over the past 5 years, a partnership that's delivered 1,500 plus units of supportive housing, funding that they've contributed to shelters and interim housing, and rent supplements part of that. That's a much more challenging equation here in Vancouver, where there just isn't anywhere to apply rent supplements to with the shortage of housing that we face. So we've said lots of thanks to the province. We certainly have been saying thank you to the Prime Minister and the new federal government for their campaign commitments and their mandate letters to ministers. And we're hopeful that they follow through on that. I think thanks is always built into the work that we do, and the calls for more action. And it should continue to be so. I have been in constant communication with our federal and provincial counterparts on this front. Mention it at every opportunity, which should come as no surprise. However, it continues to not be at the top of their list. They don't make explicit commitments to end homelessness, unfortunately, which would align with our commitment and our goal as a city. We need their help to do that, and we simply haven't gotten enough of that. We've gotten some help, but we haven't gotten enough. So we have to keep upping our game. And I think there's lots of content here that does make sense to carry forward, and certainly in the context of the plan and the work that's happening right now, our staff are doing to bring forward the next set of actions and more creative approaches where needed to get focused on our goal for the next 5 years. And it's a big piece of work, and I think it's always useful to have more input from council on this, which this motion does provide. Always good to have more metrics, so I'm happy to see that built in here. Ultimately, we're going to have to raise our voices, raise the overall call for the federal government to follow through. We've asked them explicitly to come forward with funding for 35 units of housing that includes social housing, that includes affordable rental, and housing that will make a difference for people in dire need. So we've got our 20 sites available here in Vancouver for the federal government to contribute to, and the provincial government. We've made clear asks there, and we look forward to hearing back from them. Those will go a long way to starting to make a difference, but it is really unfortunate that we have this gap right now, having completed the supportive housing projects, and we have no committed funding from either level of government to be building projects and opening projects right now. So we're into a lag time that I appreciate the speakers coming to clarify how problematic that is, and that we may see an increase in homelessness because we're not seeing the funding flow, the commitments from those levels of government. We have land, we have dollars, we are committed to being at the table at all times on this. We just need to keep that pressure on, and I won't relent on that, and appreciate all the work that the rest of council and the community and our staff are doing to make sure that we have a stronger partnership with the feds and the province. Thanks.
Really well timed, Mayor Robertson. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Well, I don't think I've ever seen so much chit-chat over a referral before. But obviously this is, a very key issue for us and for all of us on council. I think all of us are on the same page. And whereas the thank you piece is an important piece, and as the mayor says, there's been a great deal of that in the past. The most important is what follows, and that's really what is key here. And Councillor Carr has indicated that she indeed would like to see this referred for the reasons that she articulated because of what Councillor Jang has brought forward. So I find it quite amazing that the mover of the motion is in agreement it should be referred, and we have Councillor Affleck and Councillor DeGenova saying, no, I can't support that referral from the mover of this motion. It seems to me only to make a lot of sense when you agree with the motion that you would agree that the work that the staff might add to that will enhance that. So I'm in support of this referral because Councillor Carr is in support of this report, and we'll be voting in favor of the referral.
Okay, Councillor Louis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me start by saying that the mayor is being modest in his efforts, that his time spent on this matter has been more than I would say that any other mayor that I've spent time with over the terms. His commitment to this issue has been tremendous in leadership on all fronts, both here, here at council, at the provincial level, having those conversations with the premier, the Minister of Housing, and at the federal level as well. My interaction is limited more to the federal level, so I'll just say that letters are nice, certainly, and thanking people is important, but it's the relationships that we build that help us to achieve the things that we want. And that's exactly what the mayor, myself, and others around this council chambers has done, certainly at the federal level, and we continue to do at the provincial level as well. It's no accident that the Prime Minister came and visited our City Hall. It's no accident that we continue to have ongoing daily dialogue at a staff level, at the very least, at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, with the federal government as they draft their budget. It's no accident that I was in Ottawa last week presenting to the Finance Committee, and across all parties present, the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Liberal parties that were at the Finance Committee, those MPs all commented on the need of housing and the work that we do at the FCM in advocacy for that. So it's important, I think, to write letters and thank people. But it's also important to recognize that it's about making sure that we have a strong
position, and we create the necessary framework for people to understand that it's not just about writing letters, but about delivery. And so when we have the constructive tension, as I put it, between our order of government and others, it helps us to achieve the things that we want to have done. Had we not done that through the last federal election, had we not done that, I think that we would not be in the place that we are today, that our current government would not have embedded into their promises the scope and commitments that they have in their platform for the 3 tranches of infrastructure, and more importantly, made it clear in their mandate letters to their ministers. The ministers that we have in town, I've spoken to, and I know the mayor has, and many of you have as well, Wilson Raybould, spoken to me about housing. Minister Sargent spoke about housing. These are important relationships, and so it's not as if we don't have relationships to build on. And of course, like Councillor Jang, I also am anxiously awaiting the budget that will come down, because of course it's important to actualize and initiate these programs rather than just talking about it. So my preference is that we refer this, that we give staff and the opportunity to review it, to go through this process, but also ensuring that we maintain those relationships as well. And you know, to describe it any other way, that we have been working hard on building these relationships beyond writing letters is something I think that misses the mark. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Louis. Councillor Jing, I might add a few words in before that's cool. Okay, sorry, just trying to find the right timer for me. Yeah, I do support referral. I mean, I appreciate the motion. I actually very much appreciate the fact that we're all sitting here arguing over referral of a motion, whether we need to act faster or not, because there were lots of years in this chamber where the question was whether to take action or not. And that speaks exactly to why we're here having the crisis that we're having. Would that the provincial government be having a debate about how quickly they should be acting to end homelessness now? It would be a great thing. I would say that, you know, I appreciate the points that the motion raises. I very much appreciated the speakers, in particular the comments on rent supplements. I would say that a careful read of the motion, my challenge with it is that A, B, and D are about writing letters and asking for data, and to me that is not urgent action on homelessness. If the motion had been entitled write letters to thank governments for verbal commitments, I would be frankly more inclined to do it right now, because that's where we're at on it. And the data is great, but we've already received a lot of it and staff are pursuing others of it. The motion talks about writing a housing strategy in 2 months, and I appreciate Councillor DiGenova adding back in seniors and persons with disabilities, but it doesn't reference children and families and Aboriginal people, which would be the #1 reason you would end up on the streets, statistically speaking. So, and I know our broader efforts have encompassed all of that, as well as many other things, and I think I'd like to stay the course on those broader efforts, while understanding that this contribution is an important piece of a larger whole, and a lot of work that's being done by staff, by the federal government now, somewhat by the provincial government in the community. I think the commentary today on rent supplements really speaks, and some of the back and forth between Councillor DiGenova and one of the speakers speaks to how challenging this debate is and has been, and the need to be thoughtful as we move forward with a comprehensive strategy, particularly now that we finally engaged a senior level of government, new government that seems to be much more interested in investing in real housing solutions. Councillor Jang, to close us out. I need to find a microphone for you. I'm sorry. There we go.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I thank everybody here today for their comments. What was very heartening, even if we disagree, is the fact that we were all agreeing we got to do something and we got to help people. I think I saw Homeless Dave, and I remember about 2009, the first time he came, he was called Homeless Dave, and now he's referred to as formerly Homeless Dave. So we're getting something right. This young lady here, she came up and said she's got housing. That's amazing. That's great. And that's who we're forgetting about in all our bickering sometimes, is that it really comes down to folks who are getting housing and getting on with their lives and are just comfortable and happy. That's what it's all about. 2008, when we looked at homelessness in our city, if you looked at the data from the counts, it was very much the profile, was something along the lines of a middle-aged male who's been on the street for more than 10 years and have been living in that neighborhood for a number of years. And that was sort of what the policy was developed around. And certainly over the years, as we conducted our homeless counts, and I will say our first housing and homeless strategy and the report card, it shaped what we were to do. And if you look at that homeless count data from that time until now, we've noticed quite a big shift. The typical homeless person is no longer just the, middle-aged male who's been on the street for 10 years, but actually we've probably got all those folks inside. Because when you look at who's in shelters, in housed and that type of data, it's a much older population. And what we're seeing now in our streets is a younger population. And so this is why having a report card, having revised strategy is very important, so we're able to shift our policies and what we do so we can have more formerly homeless Daves. We can have more folks like you in housing. And that's why it's important to have an integrated approach. The face of homelessness has changed. The goal was set a number of years ago when we thought when that was indeed the homeless population, and now it's shifted. In fact, it was because of the At-Home Chez Soi project that showed that immigration now for the first time into our city from different parts of the province and the country and the entire region is one of the main drivers that never really existed before. And so we need to be able to shift what we're doing. So I wouldn't be too disappointed, Councillor Carr. Not at all. Everything you're asking for, our staff is doing and will continue to do. And in fact, it will inform the policy as we change it to keep up with that changing face of homelessness. It's because, you have to be nimble, you have to be quick, and you have to be able to, as Judy Graves always taught me, you got to remember customer service. Don't forget who you're serving. We created our shelters, our lower barrier shelters, because we asked the homeless folks on the street, what would get you inside? And we created a whole new model. Oh, there was tough times when that happened, but we did that, which is something very different from what the other one. Before everything was housing first, but now we're seeing Vancouver Coastal Health and the Health Authority changing to an integrated approach. So they have housing, mental health, addiction supports, everything in a one-stop shop so nobody falls through the cracks. That's a huge shift in how services are being delivered across our city because of our report cards, our housing and homeless plans and strategies, which incorporates that. And now we do have a good partnership with everyone, and I thank them every single day. When I meet my colleagues from BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, or whoever, I have a good job at UBC where this is what I focus on as part of my research and work. And I see them, and we thank each other every day, every time we get a success story. So, Councillor DiGenova may snicker at that, but, I really do give thanks every single day. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Jang, you're done, but I'll move to Councillor DiGenova, who has, I think, a record number of points of order.
He was implying that I was making a gestation that he obviously misinterpreted.
I don't think that snickering is a gestation, but your point is well taken, so I will move us along. Councillor Carr, that was closing remarks on the amendment, and you had used all your time, so...
Oh, I don't get closing remarks on the motion.
Not if the referral passed, because there's nothing to go back to. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. I feel like we've all been elected long enough that we can follow along with the same rules of order each meeting. So I'm going to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of the referral motion. Councillor Ball, I'm sorry, you're, okay, thank you. Okay, we have 3 members of council opposed, Councillors Ball, Affleck, and DiGenova. So the motion to refer passes, and that means that we don't have a motion to go back to. So that brings us to the end of item 11. As previously noted many hours ago, when we get to this point, we are breaking to go finish the in-camera business from yesterday. When that is finished, we will be back here for a final item of business. All right, so we are